Good morning, we're on the record. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2021-096. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 14 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphone for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our first order of business today, this is a show cause at this hearing. It is case number 21-251-00012, Nelly's Restaurant and Sports Bar, license number 75240. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Mr. Klein, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Ortiz, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Shamps, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Let's have the parties introduce themselves for the records. Let's start with the government, please. Please spell and state your name for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson and other board members. This is Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's Stephen, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Ortiz, O-R-T-I-Z.
Good morning, Mr. Ortiz. Mr. Klein.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Anderson, members of the board. Andrew Klein, A-N-D-R-A-W Klein, K-L-I-N-E, from the Veritas Law Firm here on behalf of the licensee.
Does the licensee, does he have a camera he can turn his camera on? If not, he can please spell and state his name for the record, please.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Doug Shantz, D-O-U-G-S-C-H-A-N-T-Z, owner of Nelly's Sports Bar.
Good morning, Mr. Shantz. All right, good morning, everyone. This is a status hearing for Nelly's Sports Bar. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chairperson, the parties do not have any preliminary matters to present to the board at this time.
All right, thank you. This matter then will be scheduled for a show cause hearing on September 29th at 10:30 a.m. I just want to remind all parties that at show cause hearings, all parties, since we're dealing with both attorneys, that both attorneys are aware of the procedures, but 7 days prior to the hearing, both parties should provide each other and Abra Legal with a copy of their documents and exhibit list. If these documents and exhibits are not disclosed and shared with each side seven days prior to the hearing, the parties might be prohibited from introducing documents and witnesses. All right. So September 29th at 10:30. I'm sorry, September 29th at 10 o'clock. I think it's I'm sorry, September 29th at 10:30 will be our show cause hearing. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you.
You do as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right. Thank you. You're free to go, sir. All right. Thank you. All right. Our next case is a protest hearing status. Our first protest hearing status is case number 21, PRO 00052, Best Way, license number 014405. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Mr. or Ms. Harris, your rights have been elevated. Mr. or Ms. Burhane, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The licensee, do you have a camera that you can turn your camera on, please?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that right now.
Yes, we can see you, sir. All right, fine. Good morning, everyone. All right, this is a show cause, I'm sorry, protest hearing status. So, Mr. Burhan, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, and your relationship to this establishment?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I don't know if you can hear me. It's going to be Yamana.
I can hear you. I can hear you, and as long as you keep your phone or whatever equipment that you're using stable, we can't see your face. We can see the establishment, but we cannot see your face. Fine. So can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Yamana Farhana. First name is spelled Y as in yes, E as in Eric, M as in Michael, A, N as in Nancy, E. Last name is Burhana, B as in boy, E, R, H, A, N as in Nancy, E.
And what's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I'm the president and co-owner, along with my father.
All right, thank you. Ms. Harris, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, hi. My name is Sable Harris. That is S-A-B as in boy, E-L, H-A-R-R-I-S. And I'm Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for 1B12.
Good morning. Are there any preliminary matters, anything that needs to be brought to the attention of the board?
Yes, we have reached a settlement agreement, and we are just signing, and that should be transmitted to you all within the week.
Well, that is great news. That's great news, and I guess I don't have to. So, is that Mr. Byrne? Is that is your understanding that that the parties have reached settlement, and the settlement agreement will be transmitted to the board shortly?
Yes.
All right. Well, that's great news. However, if this matter is not settled, we'll have a protest hearing on September 23rd at September 23rd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. But I'm glad to hear that the parties have reached settlement. The board will, as soon as the agreement is transmitted to the board will review and approve and cancel the hearing. So I'm glad to hear that, and thank you very much. Thank the parties for working together to bring settlement to this matter. But just as a placeholder, we have a hearing scheduled for September 23rd at 10 o'clock. Have a great day, and thank you very much for your appearance today. All right? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, then. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00047, ANS Grocery, license number 101367. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties? I believe it should be the licensee and the ANC.
Sure, stand by. This is for ANS Grocery.
Yes, ANS Grocery, yes.
Mr. Robinson, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Max Richman, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Holmes, your rights have been elevated. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. For all the parties, if you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on, please? All right, so let's have all the parties identify themselves. Let's start with the representative of the licensee. Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I can hear you. Do you have a
Okay.
camera, sir? I can't see you. Do you have a camera?
Do I put start video on here, Mr. Chairman? I'm trying to see
Yes,
how.
yes, sir.
Okay, I have, and I hit camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've hit that.
We're not seeing you, but that's fine.
Okay.
Can you please identify yourself?
Now I'm there. Wendell Robinson. I'm sorry. Wendell Robinson. I'm attorney for ANS. First name is WENDELL. Last name is Robinson. ROBINSON. Thank you.
All right. Let's go with the representative. Is your client joining you this morning, sir?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. I told him that to try to join there. I don't know if he had difficulty joining the hearing thing.
What's the name of your client?
Thomas Woldu, WOLDU.
Ms. Andrews, if you see a Thomas Woldu, or could Mr. Woldu, if you are online, can you please identify through the chat, and we will elevate your rights. All right. Let's have the other parties identify themselves. Let's go with the ANC. Mr. Holmes, please spell and state your name, please.
Good morning, Antoine Holmes, Chair of ANC 7C, ANTAWANHOLMES.
And Mr. Richmond, please spell and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Max Richman. That's spelled out M-A-X. Last name Richman, R-I-C-H-M-A-N.
All right, good morning. Mr. Richmond, it is my understanding that the Civic Association presented a settlement agreement to the agency. And so therefore, you do not have to appear this morning, sir, because at least your protest will be settled by the board once the board has signed off on the the settlement agreement, so you do not need to be here today. But thank you for your appearance anyway. And are there any preliminary matters that need to be discussed between the licensee and the ANC?
No, Your Honor. Wendell Robinson, as you indicated, we sent a copy of the executed agreement to Ms. Fletcher and Mr. Holmes and Mr. Richmond, so I'm just not sure how quickly the board will get it.
No, I'm sorry, did Mr. Holmes, did you sign off on the settlement agreement, or do you plan to sign off on the settlement agreement, sir?
The settlement agreement, I believe the Deanwood Citizens Association has party status directly to this case, so the settlement agreement is between them and the applicant.
I am aware of that, sir. I'm asking you, sir, if you have, I know that you have status, they have status, so I'm asking you, have you seen the settlement agreement? Are you going to sign off on the settlement agreement, or do you believe that you're going to move forward with the hearing? Or are you going to do a separate settlement agreement? I was just asking a question,
okay.
sir.
Sure, excellent. What we plan on doing is we want to continue to have a discussion with the applicant about ours, so we're going to go to the next hearing.
All right, hold on. I'm sorry, okay. I skipped over a case on the calendar, so someone was just reminding me that I skipped over a case. All right, okay, so this is A&S. This is A&S, I'm sorry.
A&S Grocery.
Yeah, this is A&S Grocery. All right, this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing, for a protest hearing, I'm sorry, on September 30th, 2021 at 10 a.m.
Your Honor.
So September, I would, the board, of course, if this matter goes to a protest hearing, we will have the hearing, but the board always supports settlement agreements, because one of the reasons the board supports settlement agreements, because this is your community, you live in your community, you can determine what it is that you are willing to live with within the confines of your community. I don't believe that any of the board members live in the confines of this where this establishment is concerned. So that's one of the reasons why the board supports settlement agreements. But if the parties are unable to settle this matter, then we'll have a protest hearing. All right. So any other preliminary matter that needs to be brought to the attention of the board?
Not from A&S, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Holmes?
None.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm sorry?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things I would like to instruct you about, because the board's practices under the public emergency has changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually. So it is more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you will receive an email from Assistant General Counsel April Randall that will include a copy of the protest information form PIP and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your forms 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents not only need to be submitted to legal.dc.gov, but to the opposing parties as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination of witnesses. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. Are there any questions?
Not from A&S Groceries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Holmes?
None, thank you.
All right, thank you. We thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions at any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact Assistant General Counsel April Randall at 202-329-6354, or contact her by email at april.randall2@d.gov. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Holmes, you can stay on line. I'm going to call the other case. So the other parties can leave, and Mr. Holmes, you can stay on the line, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is case number 21 PRO 00046. Uncle Lee's Seafood. And Uncle Lee's Seafood. Oh, I didn't realize that Mr. Richmond is also part of this case too. He doesn't have to appear. So Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the parties in this case? This is for Uncle Lee's Seafood. So it's the owner and well, I guess Mr. Richmond and Mr. Holmes are the protestants in this case.
Mr. Chair, the licensee is a call-in, so I'm gonna go ahead and unmute his line for you.
Okay, thank you.
That's all.
Peter Jong and Eun-Sun Kim, the owners.
I'm sorry, can the owner please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Sure. Peter, Peter Jong, Jung, Eun-Sun Kim, Eunsunkim.
I'm sorry, how many people are on the line? Is it just one person or two?
Two person.
So you, Mr. Peter Young, and who's the other person? I need the other person too.
Eun-Sun Kim, licensee. Eunsunkim.
All right, so who is speaking now?
Peter Jong.
So Mr. Jones, can you have the other person come on the line and identify themselves, please?
I am Eun-Sun Kim.
Spell your name for the record, please.
Eunsunkim.
All right, good morning. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mr. Holmes, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Antoine Holmes, Chair of ANC7C, ANTAWANHOLMES.
And Mr. Richmond, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Max Richmond, that's MAXRICHMAN.
And who do you represent, sir?
I'm on the board of the Deanwood Citizens Association.
All right, good morning. All right, the board has been advised that the Deanwood Civic Association and the licensee has entered a settlement agreement, so therefore that settlement agreement has been provided to the board for its consideration. And so I want to thank Mr. Richmond and the owner to sign, to enter into a settlement agreement. As I thank you, sir, for that. As the Civic Association has its own stand-in, the ANC has its own stand-in. The board supports settlement agreements. So if the ANC wishes to sign off on the settlement agreement that was signed off by a Civic Association or their own settlement agreement, the board supports settlement agreement with parties, okay? Are there any other issues that need to be brought to the attention by any other party? No? All right. This matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on September 30th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. All right. Are the owners still on the line? Are they still there?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir. Currently we do not have a attorney, but I'm not sure how to proceed because we do not have an advisor. Do I need a lawyer?
Well, sir, that you can contact our office, April Randall, whether or not you need a lawyer. I mean, I can't tell you whether or not you need a lawyer or not. You were able to negotiate a settlement agreement with the Civic Association, so maybe you'll be able to come into a settlement agreement with the ANC, and maybe there will be need to have a hearing. but you can contact our legal office, and we're not going to give you legal advice. However, if we're going to go to a hearing, they can provide you with instructions on how to proceed to a hearing. Okay, so
Okay.
all right. So now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things I would like to instruct you about. So because the board's practices under the public emergency has changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually, so it is more important than ever that the protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you'll receive an email from Assistant General Counsel April Randall that will include a copy of a protest information form PIP and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your forms 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents not only need to be submitted to abra.legal.dc.gov, but to the opposing parties as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination of witnesses. The board does not intend to hear testimony or matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. All right, we thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions at any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact Assistant General Counsel April Randall at 20329-6354 or by email at april.randall2@dc.gov. So Mr. Jones, you can contact April Randall. You can contact April Randall. She will explain the process to you, and if once she explains the process to you, if you're still confused, you are welcome to go get an attorney, or you can move forward with the hearing. But at least our legal office will provide you with some guidance on the process, and then you can decide at that juncture if you need to get an attorney, sir. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day then. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, you're free to go, Mr. Holmes. You're free to go, Mr. Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. All right, I went out of order, so let me call this other case that I missed first. The next case is case number 21 PRO 00051 9 and P Street Liquor, license number 101095. Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the parties for 9 and P Street Liquor, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Lee, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Romanowski, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, let's have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the representative of the licensee.
Good morning, board members. My name is Kyung-hwan Lee, KYUNGHWANLEE, representing 9 and P Street Liquor.
Good morning, Mr. Lee.
Good morning.
Mr. Romaneski, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? If you have a camera, can you turn your camera on? If not, unmute your mic and speak, sir.
Yep, and can you promote also Commissioner Ian Simon? He should be here.
Commissioner whom?
Ian Simon, he should be here.
Miss Andrews, do you see a Mr. Simon on the
Yes,
line?
stand by.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr.
And
Simon, your rights have been elevated.
And I'm Commissioner Brian Romanowski from ANC 2F01 in Logan Circle.
Can you please spell your name, sir?
Yep, it's Brian, Brian, and the last name is Romanowski, Romanowski.
Thank you. Mr. Simon, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Ian Simon, IANSIMON.
And who are you, sir?
Yes, ANC 2F06.
Thank you. Good morning. All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case that need to be brought to the attention of the board?
So actually, we had mediation, and we tried to negotiate the settlement agreement possibly. So I'm just waiting for Mr. Ian Simon, the draft of that, and any suggestions from them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Simon and Mr. Romanescu. Mr. Romanescu. Mr. Simon, I'm sorry. Are there any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Yes, during the mediation, we had decided that Mr. Lee and the licensee would present ANC with a updated security plan to be inserted into a revised settlement agreement. We have yet to receive any information from the licensee or Mr. Lee.
All right. Okay. So, Mr. Lee, it's my understanding. So, it appears that the ANC is waiting for some response from you. So, I don't need to be. The board does not need to be involved in the negotiations itself. But I was told that that's an issue. So, Mr. Lee, as soon as you reply to the ANC, maybe this matter will go away.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, then this matter will be scheduled for if the matter is not settled, it will be scheduled for a protest hearing on September 23rd, 2021 at 10 a.m. All right?
Yep.
All right. All right. Now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about because the board's practices under the public emergency has changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually, so it is more important than ever that the protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you will receive an email from Assistant General Counsel April Randall that will include a copy of a protest information form PIP and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your form 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents not only need to be submitted to abra.legal.dc.gov, but to the opposing party as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Number 3, each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination of witnesses. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. Are there any questions?
No, sir.
We thank you greatly for your, I'm sorry, I apologize, Mr. Simon. All right. All right, we thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions at any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact Assistant General Counsel April Randall at 202-329-6354 or contact her by email at april.randall2@dc.gov. Mr. Simon, just a point of clarification. You had stated that you had asked Mr. Lee to provide you with an updated updated security plan. Is that what you're stating, sir?
Yes, sir. During the mediation, there was an agreement that Mr. Lee and the licensee would investigate additional security measures that they were willing to take to solve the issues at hand, and that they would present it to myself this week. And from there, we would vet the plan, and if it seems like it would solve the issues, would become part of a revised settlement agreement, and we would resolve this issue.
Well, just as an FYI, the board normally, if a security plan is presented, the board will review the security plan to see if it's legally sufficient. So what I would suggest is that maybe you guys can agree that there would be a security plan and generally what should be in the security plan, and then the board would review a security plan to see if it's legally sufficient, rather than for you to state if it's legally sufficient. I would just suggest that you can state, the parties can agree what should be in a security plan, what is important to you that should be in the security plan, but the board, the agency is the one who determines if the security plan is legally sufficient. Can that bring some clarification to where you are with the security?
Mr. Anderson, that sounds fine to me. I did not mean to imply that we would determine what is legally allowable for a security plan. I simply meant we wanted to see a revised security plan that the community would have a feeling would provide additional safety to the area. Of course, the board has approval and would vet that for its legal validity. I just simply meant that the community wanted to engage with the licensee around additional or revised security measures to provide more safety in and around their establishment.
No, that's fine, sir. I didn't take it that you thought you were going to make the legal. All I'm trying to do is to make this easier for the parties. So by just saying that, let us do the heavy work. If you guys agree on a security, to say there's a security plan, that you can state that what you believe should be in a security plan, and the agency would do the heavy work to make sure that it's legally sufficient. Okay?
Sounds great.
All right. So, Mr. Lee, do you have anything you want to say, sir?
Actually, just for clarification, and then I'll follow up with Mr. Simon later on by email, and then you said that it's a security plan, and the security plan will just apply for a C license, not the A license or B license.
Mr. Lee, the board does not get involved in settlement agreement.
Yeah.
However, the parties can determine what it is that they want to occur. So if the other side is saying that they want a security plan, that's a matter of you negotiating with them, yes or no. If the parties aren't able to agree, then we'll go hearing. But I'm just stating that's up to the parties to negotiate what it is that they want if they're going to settle the case.
Yeah,
but
totally understand.
Right, if the parties can agree, then we'll have a hearing.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
But
so I'll just follow with Mr. Simon later on by email.
all right.
Yeah.
Fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a great summer. I hope that the parties are able to settle this matter. If you're unable to settle it, then we will see you at a protest hearing again on, the protest hearing is scheduled for September 23rd, 2021 at 10 a.m. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye now.
All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 21, PRO 00044. Stanton Liquor, license number 071601. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in Stanton Liquor, please?
Sure, stand by. Ms. Madison Gibbs, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Cobb, your rights have been elevated. Mr. or Ms. Mound, I can only unmute you.
Mr. Manod, I believe, he's the attorney representative. It's my understanding he's the attorney representing the licensee.
Yes, I do see him online, but whatever device he's using, I'm not able to elevate his rights. I can only unmute him. And Mr. Jonathan, your rights have been elevated.
Hi, good morning.
Who's speaking?
This is Manal Mahmood.
All right.
I'm actually with Joe Kaplan Liquors.
I'm sorry, you're actually with what?
Joe Kaplan Liquors.
Hold on a minute. All right, I'm sorry then. Okay, then you can get off the line. Miss Andrews, she's not in this case, please. Okay?
Okay, I'll go ahead and mute her again.
Yeah, thanks. All right, so this is okay, so this is Stanton Liquors. All right, so let's start with the owner. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name is Jonathan Aftasulasi. I'm the president of Yo Inc., Stanton Liquors.
Can you spell your name, sir, please?
YONATHANHABTESELASSIE.
All right, Miss Gibbs, can you please spell and state your name for the record and then identify your relationship, please, ma'am?
Yes, good morning. Madison Gibbs, M as in Mary, A, D as in dog, I, S as in Sam, O, N as in Nancy. Last name is Gibbs, G as in girl, I, B as in boy, B as in boy, S as in Sam. And I'm one of the counsel for ANC 5D.
All right, so Mr. Cobb, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Stephen Cobb. That's Stephen, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Cobb, C-O-B-B, and I am the commissioner for ANC 5D07.
All right, good morning. All right, are there any preliminary matters in this case? We'll start with the licensee.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have an announcement that the lease of the Stanton Liquors has expired, and we'll be no longer at this location starting September 4th.
Chair Anderson, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have one more counsel on the line whose rights have not been elevated.
And who's that?
Ronald Dixon.
Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Ronald Dixon?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Dixon, your rights have been elevated.
Mr. Dixon, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, board and parties. My name is Ronald Dixon, R-O-N-A-L-D, D-I-X-O-N. I am counsel with Madison Gibbs for ANC 5D on this matter. And I understand Mr. Cobb is also joined representing ANC 5D. And we're ready to proceed, Judge.
All right, thanks. Hold on. So Mr. Habel, I'm sorry, I cannot.
You can call me Mr. Jonathan.
Mr. Jonathan, all right, so you're saying that your lease expires, when does your lease expire?
September 4th.
So what does that mean then?
We will not be at this location.
Have you identified a new location, sir?
Not yet. On unrelated matters, I was going to ask you how long do we have to put it on to put the license on safe holding or transfer the name?
Well, what you would do, sir, once if your lease is expired, this is to renew your license. This is right. This is to renew your license. So your license. Hold on 1 minute, please. All right. I would suggest that you contact Mr. Gordy in the licensing division. Mr. Sean Gordy in the licensing division, and he will give you some instruction and on what needs to be done in either to surrender the license or to place a license in safekeeping. And hold on. And you can also, so once you speak to Mr. Gordy, then you can also get some understanding whether or not you can transfer that to the new location. And so you can discuss with him what it is that you want to do. Do you want to abandon this license? Do you want to put the license in safekeeping? Do you want to get a new license, or you want to apply for a new license? And you can email Mr. Gordy. His first name is Sean, SEAN, Gordy, GORDY, the number 2 at dc.gov. All right. See, this matter was scheduled. Hold on. Now, this matter was scheduled for a protest hearing on September 30th, 2021, but from what the licensee has stated, he will no longer have this license. I'm sorry, what date is it that? What date?
4th, Mr.
September 4th.
Yes.
So I don't believe that I need to consult our legal office what the next stage is, because it does not make sense to move forward with a protest hearing if the license will no longer be within this jurisdiction, the jurisdiction of ANC 5D. So, hold on.
Mr. Chairman Anderson, this is Mr.
Yes,
Dixon.
go ahead.
I have a suggestion.
Go ahead.
What I would suggest is, this is counsel for ANC 5D, that, excuse me, the board table this matter until it consults with its legal branch. We have a position on what should happen with the store and the license, given what the applicant has shared with us and now has shared publicly with the board, that the store is closing because they've lost their lease. Now, what happens with his liquor license, in our view, if it's going to come back in 5D, then obviously he would have to pursue the appropriate measures to open up in 5D or where else he wants to open. But what we would suggest is that you table the matter and we set another date, or we can send this back to Ms. Fletcher for further mediation. But our understanding was that the applicant was going to close the store.
No, all right. We're moving forward with a protest hearing. It's up to the applicant. The applicant needs to contact our licensing division and let the licensing division know what it is he wants to do with the license. So the agency will, once the applicant has contacted the agency. So if the store is closed on September 4th, prior to September 4th, the licensee needs to contact Sean Gordy in our licensing division and let us know what it is that he wants to do with the license. Whether or not he wants to put the license in safekeeping, whether or not he wants to transfer the license to a new location, or whether or not he wants the agency to cancel the license. Now, in order for him to, this was to renew the license. So in order to renew the license, the ANC was protesting the license. So the license has to be renewed to go into safekeeping. So because if the license cannot be in safekeeping and it expires. So the licensee has to take some action. What is it that he wants? And the agency will address this matter administratively. So currently, this matter, then we're moving forward with the protest hearing on September 30th. We're moving forward with the protest hearing on September 30th at 3:30 p.m. However, the licensee needs to speak to Sean Gordy and inform the licensing division what is it he wants to do with the license. Mr. Gordy will provide him with the options, with his options of what he needs to do with the license. But something has to be done, but it's incumbent upon the licensee contacting Mr. Gordy and let us know what is it that he wants to do with the license. And once he has informed us, we will inform the ANC what the next step is. Okay, so that's where we are. So this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on September 30th. However, the licensee is to contact Mr. Gordy in the licensing division to let us know what his intent are with the license. And Mr. Gordy will provide him with options. And depending on what option he chooses, if he chooses to, depending on what option he chooses, then that will determine what happens with our protest hearing on the 30th. Okay, is it clear? So Mr. Jonathan, it is up to you, sir. Prior to September 4th, you need to contact Sean Gordy and let him know what is it that you want to do. You can discuss with him and he will provide you some guidance on your options of what can or should be done with this license. Okay? Is it clear?
Yes, it's clear.
All right. All right, so is everyone clear? So as I said before, if I don't believe that we're going to have a protest here on the 30th, but the agency will contact all the parties where we are once we have heard from the licensee. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Andrews, I'm going to go out of turn. Okay, so the next case I'm going to call Ms. Andrews is and hers. So case number 21 PRO 00060, his and hers, license number 118224. So Miss Andrews, I'm calling his and hers. So please elevate the rights. Miss Gibbs and Mr. Dixon, you're free to go. You're excused.
Thank
Thank you.
Chairman
Yes,
Anderson,
Yes,
we have
Mr.
another, we have another status hearing for you today.
Oh, what case is that? I'm sorry.
That's going to be Food 7, and just give me one moment. I'll give you.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Miss Andrews.
I can take care of it, Mr. Anderson.
All right. Okay, Miss Andrews. Let's call Food 7 since the parties are here. So let's call Food 7 is our next case. After that, I'll call his and hers. So the next case we're calling. So please elevate. So it's case number 21 PRO 00053. Food 7, license number 106551. So let's call that case.
Okay. Stand by.
All right, thank you. You know, you folks are trying to make my life difficult this morning, try to keep.
Mr. Lee, your rights have been elevated.
Yeah.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair. If there's anyone else for Food 7 that's on the line whose rights have not been elevated, please identify yourself in the chat.
Ms. Gibbs or Mr. Dixon, is your client going to be here today?
No, this is Ronald Dixon for ANC 5D. No, Mr. Del Moore will not be with us today, but we have the authority to make representations on behalf of.
No, that's fine. I was just trying to make sure. And Mr. Lee, is your client going to be here today?
No,
Or is
he's
it
not
just you?
joining on. Unfortunately, he's not joining today.
Okay, fine. All right, so this is Food 7. So this is case number 21 PRO 00053, Food 7 store license number 106551. Could I have the parties introduce themselves for the record, starting with the representative from the licensee?
Good morning, board members. My name is KYUNGHWANLEE Kyunghan Lee, representing Food 7 Market.
Good morning. So let's have the license. I'm sorry, the protestants, the representative. For the record, let's start with you, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anderson. My name is Ronald Dixon, RONALD DIXON, and I, along with Madison Gibbs, are counsel for ANC 5D, and we're ready to proceed.
Ms. Gibbs, just since you're there, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Of course. Good morning. Madison Gibbs, MAD as in dog, ISON as in Nancy, Gibbs, G as in girl, IBB as in boy, S.
All right, good morning. All right. Are there any preliminary matters, Mr. Lee, that you need to bring to the board's attention?
Yeah, as far as I understand, we just exchanged the draft and we almost finalized the settlement agreement.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Dixon or Ms. Gibbs, any preliminary matter you need to bring to the board's attention?
Ronald Dixon for ANC 5D. Yes, we have been in negotiations, and I believe that we do have a settlement agreement. There are a couple of minor points that need to be worked out, but I can represent to you from ANC 5D's perspective that we do have a settlement agreement with Food 7.
All right, thank you very much. Then this matter will be scheduled for protest hearing on October 7th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. But from what the parties are saying, it appears that the matter will be settled, and as soon as the parties provide the board with the draft settlement agreement, the board will review it, and if it's legally appropriate, we'll sign off on it and approve it. So I'm not going to read the instructions because it appears that this matter will be settled. So good luck with your agreement, and the board supports settlement agreements because this is your community. You can come to agreements that works for your community. And so good luck with your negotiation and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, bye-bye.
We excused, Chairman?
Yes, you're now excused. Thank you very much. All the parties are now excused. All right, so now Ms. Andrews, we're gonna call, the next case that we're going to call, Ms. Andrews, is his and hers. It's case number 21 PRO 00060, his and hers, license number 118224.
Okay, stand by. Ms. Johannes, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Weinstock, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Montague, your rights have been elevated. That's all I have on the line, Mr. Chair.
All right, let's, this is his and hers. So let's start with the licensee. So we'll start with you, Ms. Johannes.
Sure. Good morning. Sidon Johannes is counsel to the applicant in this matter, and that's SIDONYOHANNES.
And Mr. Weinstock, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Paul Weinstock, PAULWINESTOCK.
And Mr. Montague, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Jeremiah Montague Jr., JEREMIAH, Montague, MONTAGUE Jr.
All right, Mr. Montague, you represent the group of 5 or more. It's my understanding
Yes,
that conditional standing was granted to you at the roll call hearing. So who else is here with you today, sir?
There should be a Miss Perryman and a Mr. Eastlack.
Miss Andrews, is there a Mr. Perryman and Miss Eastlack on the line?
I see a Perryman. I'm going to go ahead and elevate the rights for that individual and look one more time. No, I don't have a, oh, I have an Elaine, but that's all.
No, it should be Aaron Eastlack.
They are not on the line.
Oh, excuse me.
You are forgiven, Mr. Montague.
My apologies.
You're forgiven. Stuff happens. I was asked to move this case along, so therefore that's one of the reasons I took to, as a courtesy, I called this case early. So I'll give you like 2 more minutes. If the person's not there, I'm going to dismiss you, sir.
I understand, sir. You should have a Lauren Eastlack who's trying to join now. I just needed Aaron or Lauren. She just sent me a message saying that she's joining now.
Who are we looking for, sir?
I do see her, Lauren
Eastlack.
Lauren Eastlack. I'm going to go ahead and elevate her rights.
Thank you very much.
And elevate it.
All right, Miss Perriman, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
SM Perryman. Perryman, P as in Paul, ERRYMAN.
Miss Eastlack, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure, Lauren Eastlack, LAUREN, and Eastlack, EASTLACK.
Ms. Johannes, do you have any objection to these 2 members being a part of this group?
No, no objection.
All right. With that said, I will then make a motion that the board grants standing to the group of 5 or more. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato. Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0-0. So therefore, we need 3 members to be a quorum, and the quorum of the board has voted to grant standing. So full standing has been granted to the group of 5 or more. Mr. Montague's group. I therefore, procedurally, the ANC had the ANC had provided a stipulated license, had agreed on a stipulated license for this establishment to operate as they move through the process. However, the ANC, however, has not protested this license. So therefore, the board will be voting to revoke the stipulated license that was granted pursuant to 20 BCMR section 200. So therefore, I make a motion that the board revoke the stipulated license that was granted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0-0. And I just again want to advise the public that 3 members of the board is a quorum, and the board has now voted 3-0 to revoke the stipulated license. What this means, Mr. Weinstock, is that you do not have a license to operate. I know that the board granted you a stipulated license previously, so therefore you can operate during this protest proceeding, but the board, however, has now revoked that stipulated license. So Ms. Ioannis, please advise your client that he cannot operate with a stipulated license. There might be other options that he has, but my job, the board's job, or the board's role is not to say catch you. I caught you. I caught you doing something illegal. So therefore you're operating, and so therefore we're going to say you don't have a license, so you shouldn't be operating. So that's one of the reasons why I'm making an effort to remind the licensee that the stipulated license that he was operating on previously is no longer valid. And so effective immediately, he cannot operate on that license. If he is going to operate, he needs to, Ms. Johannes, you need to advise him what are his options moving forward as of today. Is it clear?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. He's been advised.
All right, thank you. All right. This matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on October 6th at 1:30 p.m. So we have a protest hearing on October 6th at 1:30. Are there any preliminary matters, any other preliminary matters that needs to be addressed?
This is Mr. Montague.
Yes, Mr. Montague.
There is a question about the application itself.
What about the application, sir?
Apparently there was an original application with 2 parties on it. And then so for some reason, at the mediation, we heard that there was apparently modification to the application. So we're not sure which application is under consideration and who the ownership, the true ownership is of the business.
If I may.
Yes, Mr. Montague.
Yes, sir.
No, are you done?
Yeah, I know that during the mediation, it was said that those matters are between the applicant, Abra Legal, and licensing. I'm simply just making sure that we're under consideration for the right thing.
Well, you don't need to respond, Ms. Johannes. Mr. Montague, as you've stated, that is between the licensee and licensing and legal. We will address that issue. The agency will address that issue. And so we'll address that issue, sir. So your only concern right now is that you have been granted full standing. So moving forward, you and the licensee, if you so desire, can enter into a settlement agreement. If you're unable to enter into a settlement agreement, then we'll go to a protest hearing in October. So I would say this has been, we have had a fact-finding hearing in this case. We've had a fact-finding hearing in this case. There are parties who have participated in the fact-finding hearing, and there are just too many fishes, there are just too many other issues that are being brought up in this case that's not relevant to us. So
I understand.
So I'm not giving you legal advice, sir, but the only thing I'm saying to you, you now have full standing, and you are free to negotiate a settlement with the licensee. If you're unable to negotiate a settlement with the licensee, we'll have a protest hearing on October 6th at 1:30 p.m. Any other questions by any other parties? Any other questions by any other parties?
No questions.
And I believe you have done a protest hearing before, Mr. Montague. Is that correct?
Several.
All right. So 1 hour to do your case. You have 5 witnesses at a maximum, and 5 days before the hearing, you are supposed to exchange documents and witnesses with both parties. But I would hope the board supports settlement agreements. So the parties settle this matter. We support settlements. If the parties are unable to settle this matter, then we'll see you at a protest hearing in October. And as stated, since Mr. Weinstack, since you are being represented by counsel, I feel assured that you will comply with the law, sir, and that we won't have any issues in the sense of you're operating without a license, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I want to thank everyone for their participation today, and have a great day. Have a great summer. See you. Hopefully I won't see you in October, but if I see you in October, we're fine, okay? Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, then.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And I'm gonna stay on, but you can elevate me later if you want to take me off.
What case are, since I'm like all over the place, so what case are you on?
BHG Waterfront LLC.
Okay, so Miss Andrews, let's call case number 21 PRO 00056 BH Waterfront LLC, license number 118143. Let's call that case, Miss Andrews.
Okay, stand by.
We're all over the place today on this calendar, so hopefully I won't miss a case, and someone will keep me on my toes, so I make sure that all the cases are covered.
Okay, no problem. I'm with you. Edward Daniels, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Anderson, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews, and thank you for keeping up with me and moving all over the calendar. All right.
No problem.
All right, so let's have the parties introduce themselves for the record, starting with the licensee. Go ahead, Ms. Johannes.
Sidon Johannes here on behalf of the applicant, and that is again SIDONYOHANNES.
Is the applicant going to be here today?
No, he's not.
All right, so let's start with the group of 5 or more. So let's, Mr. Daniels.
Hello, Edward Daniels, chairman of ANC 6D, EDWARD-DANIELS.
Good morning, Mr. Daniels. Miss Anderson. We cannot hear you, Miss Anderson.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Miss Anderson. Yes, we can.
Karen Anderson. I represent what is being called the Group of 12. My name is spelled KARENANDERSON.
All right, thank you. All right, so you, Mr. Daniels and Miss Anderson, you're in the same group. Is that correct, or is it 2 different groups?
So I'm representing ANC 6D, and Ms. Anderson is part of the protest group.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you're the ANC. Okay, all right. All right, I apologize. All right, I didn't, okay, all right. All right. Are there any preliminary matters that need to be brought to the attention of the board?
No, we have none.
All right. Mr. Daniels?
No, none. The protest group and the ANC and the client are currently back and forth in negotiations regarding the settlement agreement.
All right, Ms. Anderson, from your position?
We participated in mediation last week. We continue to receive information from the applicant, and we are hopeful that we are going to find our way to a mutually agreeable settlement.
And hopefully soon.
All right. I just want to, just as an FYI, Ms. Anderson, as a matter of administratively, I'm just saying this to you, because a lot of times we have groups come to the board and they're upset. But if a settlement agreement is signed between the ANC and the licensee, if you're not a part of it, your protest falls. So the board cannot tell the ANC to make you part of a settlement agreement. So I'm hoping that the parties are working together, that you're working with the ANC if the parties are going to settle this matter. But I just want to let you know that if the ANC decides not to bring you a part of the settlement agreement, then the case is over, because you will not have standing to move forward with a protest hearing. Okay?
We are clear on that point, Mr. Chairman.
And the reason why this has happened to me, where we have had groups and they're complaining and they're telling the board what the board should do, and so I am just, as an FYI, just pointing out to parties to say this is how it is, and there's really nothing that the board can do to change that. Okay? All right.
Yeah.
But thank you. All right. If this matter goes to a protest hearing, the matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on October 6th at 1:30 p.m. Do the parties need me to read the instructions for a protest hearing, or do you understand the process?
We're fine, I believe. I hope we don't get there, and I'll defer to the group.
No, I heard you read it a few times already, so I've got it.
All right, well, thank you. The reason why when I do this virtually, I'm not sure if you were sitting in front of me, then I know you've heard it. But when I do it virtually, I'm not sure who's hearing what. So I need to make sure that everyone is clear. But as I said before, if you have any questions and concerns, please contact April Randall. Her number is 202-329-6354. And her email address is april.randall2@dc.gov, and she can instruct the parties. So good luck with your settlement discussions. If I don't see you in October, take that personally. We'll know that at least the process has worked. Have a great summer, and thank you for being here this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. All right. Bye-bye. All right. All right, Ms. Andrews, I think I know where I am on this calendar. So we're going to call case number 21 PRO 00043 Joe Kaplan. That license number is 060351.
Okay, stand by.
Thank you.
Ms. Jen, your rights have been elevated.
Thank you.
Ms. Mahmoud, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. Let's start with the licensee's representative. Go ahead, Miss Mom. Okay. You spell and state your name for the record, and then I will listen to you. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Manal Mahmood, M-A-N-A-L-L-E, Mahmood, M-A-H-M-O-U-D, on behalf of licensee.
Good morning, Miss Mahmood. Thank you
Good
for
morning.
pronouncing it twice to make sure that I got it. Okay, thank you very much. All right. Miss Chin, go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Elaine, Jin, G-I-N, ironically. Or maybe appropriately.
Ms. Jin, you said it, not me. I didn't say a thing, okay? I did not. I just want the record to reflect you're the one who made a reference to your last name. It was not me. All right, thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Are there any preliminary matters that need to be brought to the attention of the board?
Our side respectfully request that the hearing should be moved later in October. Any day after October 27th is good for us.
All right. Well, what I will do is that I'm going to schedule the hearing for October 22nd at
27th.
I'm sorry. No, the hearing is currently scheduled for October 7th at 10 a.m. However, if both sides can contact the agency and give us, if you have another date, this is to renew a license. So the board will not have a problem in changing the date. So contact Miss April Randall, april.randall2@dc.gov.
Okay.
Contact her, and both sides can propose a new date and time for the hearing.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right, thank you. Are there any other issues that need to be brought to our attention?
None whatsoever. Nope.
Well, if you're negotiating settlements, the board supports settlements. But if you're unable to settle this matter, we'll see you at the date and time of the protest hearing. So have a great day and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Take care.
All right, then, thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right, then, bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Ms. Andrews, the next case in our calendar is 21 PRO 00054, Bowen Discount Liquors, license number 073781. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. or Ms. Handal, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Chair, ANC 7E did alert me that they're having a tornado warning, so he or she is concerned about their connectivity.
Yes, I did get
I'm here.
a news flash that there's a tornado warning in the area, so I'll try to move through. If you have a camera, for the folks who have a camera, can you turn your camera, then I'll try to do this as quickly as possible. So let's start with the licensee. Can the licensee please spell and state their name for the record, please? Hello?
I believe she's probably still mute.
Ma'am, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Okay. It's Rajinder Hundal, R-A-J-I-N-D-E-R. Last name Hundal, H-U-N-D-A-L.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, the NC.
This is Commissioner Tierra Fletcher. First name Tierra, spelled T as in tree, I as in igloo, E as in elephant, R as in road, A as in apple. Last name Fletcher, spelled F as in Frank, L as in Lee, E as in elephant, T as in tree, C as in car, H as in house, E as in elephant, R as in road.
All right, good morning, Ms. Fletcher. Are there any preliminary matters in this case by either side?
We've submitted a settlement agreement. We haven't received any response in regards to whether or not it's been approved or not. At least I have not been able to identify one.
Have you sent a settlement agreement to whom?
I sent it to personnel at the Office of Attorney General, and I also notified the person who conducts the hearing, Miss Laverne Fletcher. She conducts mediation and other hearings.
No, Miss Fletcher.
Yes.
Please send. I'm sorry. Yeah, Miss Fletcher. Not the other Miss Fletcher.
Yes. Okay.
So, Miss Fletcher, send the settlement agreement to april.randall2@dc.gov.
Let me double check that I already did that. It's possible that
Well, I don't think we have not received it because Ms. Randall would have told us that
Okay.
a settlement agreement was submitted for our consideration. So submit the settlement agreement to april.randall2@dc.gov, and we will review it. It will be
Can
presented.
someone send that to me in the chat just so I make sure I have the right spelling? Is that possible?
APRIL.
Okay.
I can do it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Miss Andrews will submit it in the chat, but it's april.randall2@dc.gov.
Okay.
You send that to her. It will be provided to the board for review, and if it's legally sufficient, the board will approve it. So I don't have a date for a protest hearing, but from basically what you're saying is that you're going to submit a settlement agreement to the board for consideration.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So that's that then. Well,
actually, it was already sent to April Randall. Yes.
Well, all right. When did you send it to her?
I sent it on August 6th.
All right. Well, why don't you send it again, please? Maybe she did not receive it, because normally, if we receive a settlement agreement, we would take it off the calendar. So we wouldn't have had the calendar this morning. So I'm not sure if she has received it. So please resubmit it to the agency, and we'll submit it to the agency and to make sure that we have it. Because if we had it, we would have taken it off the calendar today.
Okay, I'll send it to her again.
All right. Thank you. So have a great day, and I hope there's no tornado.
So, do we have any other scheduled meetings that we need to attend, or we just await a response?
Well, since you have now submitted a settlement agreement to the board, to the agency for its consideration, there's no further action on your part. So the agency will contact you and let you know whether or not we have accepted the settlement agreement, and we'll sign off on it. So there's really nothing else for you to do. We don't have, I don't have another hearing date. So I don't have another hearing date, but if there's an issue, then the board will inform you of the hearing date for the protest hearing, or whether or not.
I just want to be conscious of how vigilant I need to be in my email. For example, if they send me a response saying there's further action needed, like how much time I would have to be able to respond to that.
Miss Randall will contact you and let you know of further developments.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Okay, you too.
Ms. Hundal, so you haven't said much, so I assume that you have agreed to the settlement agreement with the ANC. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, that's fine. So we will contact both sides to let you know what the next step is. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay.
All right then. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00055, Spar Liquors, license number 105207. This hearing is canceled due to dismissal of the application. See board order number 2021-421. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00057, Martha's Market, license number 105036. This hearing is canceled. This hearing is canceled due to the administrative closure of this case. See board order number 2021-449. Miss Fletcher and Miss Hundal, you are free to go.
Mr. Chair, what was that last one you just read?
The last case I called was case number 21 PRO 00057, Martha's Market, and that case was canceled.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00062, Exotic Wine and Spirits, license number 118158. This hearing is canceled due to the approval of a settlement agreement. See board order number 2021-440. And I believe that I've called all the cases on our morning calendar. Did I miss any of the cases in our morning calendar? I believe I've called all the cases. I know that I've been jumping around on the calendar all morning.
Did you call Martha's?
I just called that, Mr. Short.
What do we do with that one?
I'm sorry.
Okay, cancel.
Martha's table, that case was canceled.
I'm not, did we call 21 PRO 00061 Katanga Cafe?
Hold on. Hold on.
It was the final item on the calendar that I have.
You're talking about for this afternoon? For the
Nope,
afternoon?
it was the final on the morning agenda.
On the calendar that I'm looking at, the final case on the morning's calendar isn't hers. Unless that's
Mr. Chair, we just received this one yesterday.
all right. I received an updated calendar this morning. Hold on, please. Hold on. So, all right. So let me go back. The updated calendar that I received this morning did not have that. So let me go back to that other calendar. Hold on, please.
It states that it's canceled, but.
I know, but right. I need to go. It's not on the calendar, but let me go back to the other calendar that I have. And I do not have that on. I do not, unfortunately, I do not have, I'm sorry, what's, all right. I do not have, all right. It's not on the updated calendar. That case is not on the updated calendar. So that was the last case on our calendar. Our updated calendar is 21 PRO 00060, his and hers. That was the last case that was on the updated calendar. So I know, so the calendar that some board members have, that's not the updated calendar. So I apologize for the misunderstanding. So yes, you have a calendar that has a case that was removed from the updated calendar. So I apologize for the misunderstanding. So I believe now that we have now covered all the cases that are on the calendar. And so I'm now going to do our legal agenda. All right. So the first case on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated August 10th, 2021 between ANC 6A and DC Capital Square Bar and Grill, license number 118000. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. The next case on our legal agenda is a review of Sushi Tara's request to store invoices off-site. Sushi Tara license number 009655. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. You're on mute, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed.
Ms. Crockett, I
Ms.
agree.
Crockett. Ms. Crockett, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. 0. Thank you, Ms. Crockett. The next matter on our agenda is a review of Velvet Lounge's request for a reinstatement of its canceled license. Velvet Lounge's license number 0788443. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review of the protestants' request to exclude witnesses. This is in Holiday Liquors license number 091095. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. The next matter is a review of the licensee's opposition to the protestants' request to exclude witnesses. This is in Holiday Liquors, license number 091095. This matter is now moot. The next matter is a review of Brick Lane Restaurant's request for a hearing in response to the order to cease and desist. This is Brick Lane Restaurant, license number 109778. I make a motion that we approve this matter and schedule a hearing for, hold on a minute, please.
Mr. Grandis seconds.
Yes. Hold on, Mr. Grandis. Yes, I make a motion that we approve this matter and schedule a hearing on August 26th at 10 a.m. And Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated August 17th, 2021 between the Deanwood Civic Association and ANS Grocery, license number 101367. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated August 17th, 2021 between the Deanwood Civic Association and Uncle Lee's Seafood, license number 085918. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review application for safekeeping of license. This is in Santa Rosa Taqueria, license number 089622. I make a motion that we grant this request through March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. The next matter It's a review application for a class change from a retailer B to a retailer A liquor store. This is in Fabulous Market, license number 107228. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next matter is a review application for a class change from a retailer DR to retailer CR. This is for King Street Oyster Bar, license number 114984. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis, second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next request, a review application for a change of hours. This is for Edgewood International Wine and Spirits, license number 095032. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next request is a review application for an entertainment endorsement. This is for City State Brewing Company, license number 117581. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next request, a review request to expand the liquor store into the adjacent building located at 4684 Martin Luther King Jr. Southwest to occupy both spaces. The request has been made by Oceanfront Liquors, license number 096628. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next request, a review application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Daru, license number 113870. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review application for an entertainment endorsement to include dancing and cover charge. This is for Penn Social license number 086808. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. The next matter is a review request to withdraw application for a transfer of ownership. This is for Sunbeam Market, license number 117611. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis for second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next request is a review request to withdraw application for transfer to a new location to 600 Division Avenue Northeast. This is for China Cafe Carryout, license number 072566. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. We now move to the next matter on this agenda is a review request for approval to provide a gift of Live Nation concert tickets that do not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retailers. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. All right. We now move to our second supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our second supplemental licensing agenda is a review application for a stipulated license with letter of ANC support to provide live entertainment on the outdoor rooftop. This is for Uzio Martini and Cigar Lounge, license number 117218. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. I will review the name of the establishment to give the reasons, and at the end of the list, I will make a motion that the ABC board approve this request. So the first,
Mr. Chair, how many of them, for the record, how many are you going to be calling?
I believe there are 17, Mr. Short, so I believe I'll be calling 17 cases. The list in front of me is not numbered, but I believe there are 17 cases that I will be calling. All right. So the first establishment is Save a Lot LTD, store number 8044. The license number is 108370. This licensee is out of business. The second request is Southern Hospitality, license number 088283. This licensee is out of business. The next request, the next establishment is Slim's Diner, license number 097822. This licensee is out of business. The next request is District Commons Burger Tap and Shake, license number 085365. This licensee is out of business. Legal Seafoods, license number 060194. This licensee is out of business. The next request is Legal Sea Bar, license number 106977. This licensee is out of business. The next request is Caucus Room Brasserie / Bovida, license number 090259. This licensee is out of business. Bobby's Burger Place, license number 087084. This licensee is out of business. Kusba, license number 088779. Licensee is out of business. Smith Commons, license number 084598. This licensee is out of business. Roti Modern Mediterranean, license number 106810. This licensee is out of business. Olivia, license number 090984. This licensee is out of business. Recession 2, license number 109089. This licensee is out of business. Kiddies O'Shea, license number 090464. This licensee is out of business. Mamoyama, license number 074714. This licensee is out of business. DC Cafe, license number 025007. This licensee is out of business. And China Cafe Carryout, license number 072566. This licensee requested that we cancel the license. So therefore, I make a motion that ABC Board cancels the licenses for the reasons outlined by the licensee. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. All right, we now move to the board's temporary one-day license. There are There are 15 establishments on this temporary one-day license. I will state the request, the applicant, the type of license that's been requested, the license number, and at the end of the list, I will ask that the board approve these requests on our temporary one-day substantial change and pub crawl docket. The first request, a request made by Ronald Edward. This is for a one-day license class F. This is for an event on September 11th, 2021. The license number is 119108. The next request, a request made by Ren Q and Breton. This is for a one-day license class F. This is for a baby shower on September 12th, 2021. The license number is 119121. The next request, a request made by Joanne F. Grigsby, a one-day license class F. This is for a wedding on August 27th, 2021. The license number is 119130. The next request, a request made by Lana W. Mahmoud. This is for a one-day license class F. The date is August 28th, 2021. The license number is 119164. The next request, a request again made by Lana W. Mahmoud. This is for a one-day license class F. This is the date of the event is September 18th, 2021. The license number is 119166. Another request made by Lana W. Mahmoud. It's a one-day license class F. This is the date of the event is September 25th, 2021. The license number is 119167. The next request is a request made by Yowandi Kehendi. This is a one-day license class F. This matter was previously approved, requesting to change class of license originally requested from class G to class F. The date of the event is August 20th, 2021. The license number is 119163. The next request, a request made by Janice L. Thompson. It's a one-day license class G. It's a wedding on September 9th, 2021. The license number is 119129. The next request is another request made by Lana W. Mahmoud. It's a one-day license class G. This is the date of the event is September 17th, 2021. The license number is 119165. The next request, a request made by David A. Connor. It's a one-day license class G. It's a wedding on September 9th, 2021. The license number is 119168. The next request, a request made by 734 Northwest LLC, aka Saks. It's a one-day substantial change one-day substantial change to extend hours of operation for 1 hour until 4 a.m. for private event. This is the date of the event, August 20th, 2021. The license number is 099955, a substantial change. License is 21 SC 00764. Another request made by Basque Bar LLC, otherwise known as ANXO, ANXO. It's a one-day license. It's a one-day substantial change. The one-day substantial change to use license off premises at 1011 Butternut Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. Movies on the Lawn, September 21st, 2021. License number is 102866. The substantial change number is 21 SC 00765. Another request made by ANXO, again, another one-day substantial change to use license off premises at 1010 Butternut Street Northwest for Movies on the Lawn. This is for September 11th, 2021. The license number is 102688. The substantial change license number is 21 SC 00766. Another request made by ANXO, a one-day substantial change to use license off the premises at 1010 Butternut Street Northwest, Movies on the Lawn. This is for October 2nd, 2021. The license number is 102866. The substantial change number is 21 SC 00767. Our next request is a request made by District of Casamigos Pub Crawl, Good Bar Crawl event. The Good Bar Crawl previously approved, requesting to add provision 14 as another participating establishment. The date of the event is August 21st. The license number is 112754. All right, so I make a motion that we approve all these requests. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Right. All right, so the board, our last agenda item is our administrative docket. There are 7 cases on our administrative docket. I will state what the requests are, the type of, what the request, who is requesting it, what the request is, and at the end, I will ask the board to approve all the requests. So the first request, a request made by Marcus McGee for a personal importation permit application. The license number is 21 IMP 00029. The second request, a request made by Molly K. Sermeno for a personal importation permit application. The third request, a request made by Spokane Express LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 117125. They are a retailer, a liquor store, trade name change application. The new name is Asmara Liquor Store. The next request is a request made by St. James, license number 118129. They are retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. The next request, a request made by Privilege Lounge, license number 118901. They are retailer CX multi-purpose facility, transfer with sale application. The next request, a request made by Honeymoon Fried Chicken, license number 118483. LFC Restaurant, it's a new ABC license application. The next request, a request made by Above Ground, license number 118395. Their retailer C Restaurant, it's a new ABC license application. I make a motion that we approve all these requests. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. We're now at the end of our morning calendar and agenda, and the board will be in recess until our 1:30 hearing. I now instruct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much and have a great morning. All right, then, thanks. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the ABC board. Joining us this afternoon, we have 4 other board members. We have Mr. James Short, we have Mr. Bobby Cato, we have Ms. Rafi Crockett, and we have Mr. Edward Brandis. The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and so that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. Although there are 2 cases on our calendar, we only have 1 case, so we have a protest hearing. And I just want to let everyone know that once the case is called, we will, Miss Andrews, she will elevate the rights of the parties in this case. Should you have any questions or technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. All right, I need to clarify, clear up our calendar from this morning. There was some misunderstanding or miscommunication on this morning's calendar. So on the morning's calendar, we had protest here in case number 21 PRO 00061, Q-Gate Cafe, license number 1112422. This was an application for a new license. This hearing is canceled. The application was dismissed due to the licensee's failure to appear at roll call. See board order number 2021-451. This afternoon, another case, we have a protest hearing, case number 21 PRO 00034, Capitol Square Bar and Grill, license number 118000. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. All right, so our next case, our next and only case this afternoon is a protest hearing, case number 21 PRO 00025, Holiday Liquors, license number 091095. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Ms. McCall, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Conrad, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Jones, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Kim, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Lee, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Catalano, your rights have been elevated. And one more. Ms. Seagars, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. All right. All right, good afternoon, everyone. If you have a camera, I need everyone to elevate, to turn the cameras on. Who is Miss Kim? Do you have a camera? Yes, Miss Kim, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly affirm that you will faithfully and accurately interpret these proceedings in this matter from English to Korean and from Korean into English to the best of your abilities?
Do.
All right, thank you. All right. All right. All right. Do we have Miss, who are we transferring? Who is the owner of, so the owner of the establishment is Miss or Miss Kim? Is that the owner of the establishment, Mr. Lee?
Yes, here's Mr. Kim. That's a Chong Jun Kim.
Does Mr. Kim have a camera he can turn on?
미스터
Miss Kim.
킴께서 카메라 있으시면은 지금 좀 켜주세요.
카메라요?
예, 카메라 좀 켜주세요.
이걸 누르는 거 아니야, 이거? 가만히 있어.
This is the Korean interpreter speaking. Mr. Kim is trying to turn his camera on.
All right, thank you.
카메라 안 되는 거? 카메라가 안 되는가 본데요, 지금?
It seems like my camera is not working.
거기에 맨 밑에 보면 비디오라는 부분이 있어요. 그게 카메라예요. 맨 밑에 보면 뮤트가 소리를 죽이는 거 그 옆이 스탑 비디오예요. 그 비디오예요.
스타트 비디오. 스타트 비디오 눌러. 야, 일로 와. 또 봐봐요.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question while we work through technical difficulties.
Yes, Mr. Conrad.
Will there be an extension on the time? We had requested 2 hours, but I know we got a little bit of a late start because of the executive meeting.
Mr. Conrad, we're having a hearing today, sir. It doesn't matter what time we start, it's what time we finish, sir. We're having this hearing today. The board agreed to extend the time, so we're having a hearing today. So don't worry about what time we start.
Thank you for
that. Worry about what time we're going to finish, sir. Okay, thank you. Miss Kim, the translator, do you have any idea what's going on? One of the problems is that since you're translating for Mr. Kim, I need to see what's going on with that person. So can we figure out, do they have a camera, and how can they turn on their camera?
저기 김 선생님, 지금 저희가 지금 어떤 상황인지를 알아야 되는데 지금 카메라가 어떻게 되셨어요? 켤 수 있어요?
이게 지금 카메라가
예.
오픈 사인을 누르는 그거를 눌렀는데 이게 컴퓨터가 지금 어떻게 된 건 잘 이게 안 되고 있거든요.
So I do see here the video button, and I have pressed it, but for some reason with my PC, it doesn't seem to work so far.
Miss Andrews, can you give any assistance to anyone, please? Maybe you can talk to if not, we'll go forward. But since we're having a translator, I want to make sure I see who we're translating for. That's why I'm insisting on having a camera.
Mr. Chair, one second.
잠깐 좀 기다려 보세요.
If he
이분이
has enabled start video, it should come through. It just may be a delay. If that doesn't work, then I think we should proceed because I can't see his screen.
Okay. Miss Kim, can you explain that to him, please?
예. 지금 이렇게 비디오 스타트를 이렇게 했는데도 지금 안 되는 경우에는 이게 지금 딜레이가 될 수가 있는데, 그렇지 않은 경우에는 지금 저희가 그냥 진행을 해야 될 것 같기도 합니다. 왜냐면 지금 이제 볼 수가 없기 때문에.
전화기로 할까요? 전화기로?
Should I connect myself over the phone then?
No, well, if he does it over the phone, then we're not going to see him. So,
근데 전화로 하면은 저희가 선생님 얼굴을 볼 수가 없거든요.
예, 그렇구나. 예. 잠깐만, 이거 어떻게 되는 거지? 이거 안 되는 거야? 잠깐만. 이거 안 돼? 이게?
이쪽으로 나와봐.
이게 카메라인가? 어?
거기 앉아, 기성이가 앉아서.
all right. His camera is not working. Is that correct? Then we're going to start it. Just get some clarification and we'll start, please.
그러면 지금 카메라가 작동이 안 되는 거 맞아요?
예, 카메라를 이게 작동이 지금 저희가 이거 어떻게 지금 방금 전에 계속 기다리고 있었는데 이게 어떻게 되는 줄 알고 있었는데 이게 안 되는 것 같은데요, 지금 카메라가. 예, 소리는 나오는데 예.
So with the camera, we thought that it would work, but it doesn't seem to work. I mean, the audio works, but not the camera.
All right, that's fine. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We're having this protest hearing. So let everyone introduce themselves. When everyone, I need you to state and spell your name for the record.
예, 그러면 저희가 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
예, 알겠습니다. 죄송합니다. 예.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Kyung-Hwan Lee, Kyunghwanlee, representing Holiday Liquors for the matter of the protest hearing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lee.
Good
And who do we have? Who's your client, sir? Who is your client, Mr. Lee?
Yeah, it's my client, Mr. Chong Kim. He's the owner of the Holiday Liquors.
Ms. Kim, can you ask the owner to spell and state his name for the record, please?
예, 지금 방금 선생님 변호사님께서 지금 자기소개를 하셨고요. 선생님께서 지금 그 할리데이 리코스의 주인으로서 일단 성함을 말씀을 해주시고 영문 철자를 좀 불러주세요.
순서는 안 하고 그냥 이거 먼저 시작합니까? 그냥 그만해요. 오케이.
일단 성함을 말씀을 해주시고 영어
네.
철자를 불러주세요.
네. 종전김 JONG JEON KIM 이름이 김종전입니다.
My full name is 종전 Kim, JONG JEON, last name Kim, KIM.
And who is Ms. Kim? Who is he?
그리고
What's his
그분이
relationship to the establishment?
그러면은 선생님께서 이 가게하고 어떤 관계 있으시죠?
제가 사장입니다. 가게 주인.
I am the owner of the business.
All right, Ms. Kim, can you please let Mr. Kim know that because I cannot see him. However, while the hearing is going on, he should not be speaking to anyone. I should not be hearing any other voice but his voice, please. Okay?
예, 김 선생님, 지금 저희가 선생님 얼굴이 안 보이니까 이제 좀 조심을 해야 될 게 선생님께서 저희가 이야기하는 동안에는 다른 분한테 이야기를 해서도 안 되고 그리고 그쪽에서 다른 잡음이 들려오면 안 된다는 거 알아주세요.
네, 알겠습니다.
Okay, understood.
And also to let him know that if he's not speaking, his microphone should unmute.
그리고 말씀 안 하실 때는 마이크를 꺼주세요. 거기 뮤트라고 돼 있는데 그 뮤트를 이렇게 누르시면 돼요.
이걸 내가 작동할 줄 모르는데.
I don't know how to.
He just did. He just did, but he took it off. Right. It's now unmute. That's fine. All parties, tell him to mute his microphone, please.
예, 선생님 일단 지금 그 마이크 꺼주세요. 뮤트라고 된 거 이렇게 해주세요.
예.
Okay.
I need everyone else. Their microphone needs to be on mute, with the except if you're not speaking, your microphone needs to be on mute.
지금 여러분 모두 이야기를 안 하실 때는 반드시 마이크를 끈 상태에 두세요.
All right. Okay, Mr. Lee, what other witnesses are you calling today? Are they fine?
Yeah, I put the 4 people for our witness. First one is Chong Kim, the owner of the business, and the second one is Chief Mike Barnes, security company owner, and third one is Miss Sandra Seegars, that's a convener of CRAV and former ANC commissioner. The last one is Mr. Carmen McCall. She is the secretary of the 7th District MPD Citizens Advisory Council and the CRAB associate.
Are those people currently online? All right, so can Miss McCall, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Michael Barnes,
Carmen.
Metropolitan Tactical Elite Protective Service.
I'm sorry, I don't know who's speaking. I can't see.
How are you? This is Michael Barnes, the owner of the security company Metropolitan Tactical Elite Protective Service.
Can you spell your name, sir?
Mikel, first name. Last name is Barnes.
All right. Go ahead, Miss McCall.
Carmen McCall, Carmen, capital M, small c, Call.
Ms. Seegers, can you please identify yourself, please?
Yes, I'm Sandra S.S. Seegers, Sandra, Sandra, Seegers, Seegars.
Mr. Adolfo, can you please turn your camera on, sir, please, and please identify yourself for the record.
Greetings, I am Salim Adolfo, chairperson of ANC-HC. My name is spelled SALIM-ADOFO.
And who's here with you this afternoon, Mr. Adolfo?
We have Christopher Conrad, Lauren Catalano, and Christopher Conrad is actually representing the ANC.
All right, I apologize. Okay,
yes,
I apologize. Mr. Conrad, I'm sorry. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Christopher Conrad, CHRISTOPHERCONRAD. And with us today, we have 5 witnesses. We have Ms. Catalano, Lauren Catalano, who is present on video. We have Mr. Adolfo, who will speak in his capacity as chairman. I'm sorry, in his capacity as commissioner. And then we have 3 hostile witnesses that were subpoenaed pursuant to board subpoena. I know one will make an appearance and is available on request. This is Sun Chol Pak. The other 2, Min Chang and Yoon Ji, have both been subpoenaed. I have tried to contact them. They have received the subpoenas from the email addresses that were provided by the owner, but they appear to be disobeying the board subpoena.
All right. Just for my own edification, are you an attorney, Mr. Conrad?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
I said, are you an attorney, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm an attorney barred in Maryland with bar applications pending in DC and in New York.
So are you?
Actually, I live here, so I was the head of the group of 5.
No, I'm asking different. I'm asking different questions, sir. I'm asking.
Sure.
When I do this, I ask people if they're attorneys, so therefore I have expectations for attorneys that are not the same expectation for lay people.
Understood.
So that's why I ask those questions, because I'm an attorney. I expect when we do these hearings, if we have attorneys, they know, although this is an administrative hearing, it is not as formal as a court of law, but I expect attorneys to play their part because they are aware of the rules and regulations of how this works. And so that's one of the reasons why I asked the question.
Understood. Yes, sir.
All right. All right. All right. So all right. Hold on 1 minute, please. All right. Good afternoon again, everyone. This matter comes before the board as a protest on the application to renew Holiday License Liquor Inc. Holiday Liquors Retailer Class A license number ABRA 091095, located at 3505 Wheeler Road Southeast. By way of background, the board's records reflect the following. The renewal application was placarded on March 19, 2021. ANC-HC, represented by Chairperson Salim Adolfo, filed a protest on May 18, 2021. A second protest was filed by a group of 5 or more individuals, Conrad Group, led by Christopher Conrad on May 24, 2021. ANCHC was granted standing at the roll call hearing held June 14th, 2021, and the Conrad Group was granted conditional standing. A status hearing was held on June 30th, 2021, and the Conrad Group's protest was dismissed for failure to present the remaining number of individuals necessary for being conferred full standing as a protest group. On July 15th, 2021, after successfully petitioning the board for reconsideration, the board granted the Conrad Group standing. Upon a request from Chairperson Adolfo to recognize Mr. Conrad as the ANC's representative in this matter, the board now considers the two protests as having been merged for purpose of these proceedings. Before this hearing gets underway, there are a couple of matters the board wants to address. The board is aware that protesters have requested subpoenas for 3 former employees of Holiday Liquors. Notwithstanding the incompleteness of the protestants' requests regarding contact information for these individuals, the board wants the record to reflect the due diligence undertaken by Abra legal staff to ensure that current phone numbers, email addresses, and mailing addresses were secured for the protestants, and that service was held on 3 individuals, either by email or registered mail. As of late yesterday, Assistant General Counsel Randall was providing the WebEx hearing information to these witnesses. Secondly, the protestants filed a motion to exclude some of the applicant's witnesses, which the applicant opposed. I want the parties to know that the board took these pleadings this morning on our legal agenda, and the board voted on our legal calendar this morning to deny the protestants' motion. Therefore, the applicant is welcome to call any witnesses he has listed on the pre-filed witness list. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that we're being translated. I apologize. Go ahead.
예. 저희가 오늘 이제 한두 가지 문제에 대해서 미리 이야기를 하는데, 저희가 3사람의 그 전 할리데이 리크스의 그 고용인들을 이렇게 소환을 이렇게 했는데요. 그래서 일단 첫 번째 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 아브라에서 그 알코올 규제위원회에서 이분들의 그 컨택트 정보에 대해서 안전한, 그러니까 보안을 가지고 이렇게 취했다는 것이고, 그래서 이분들의 어떤 이메일을 통해서 접촉을 했고, 그리고 두 번째 사항은 어제 이제 항의자 쪽에서 그 신청자의 증인 중에 몇 분을 배제를 해달라고 요청을 했는데요. 오늘 저희가 오전에 위원회에서 투표를 한 결과 항의자 쪽에서의 신청을 거부를 했습니다. 따라서 그 결과로 오늘 신청자께서는 원하시는 증인이 있으시면은 누구든지 부르실 수가 있습니다.
I do apologize to the translator. I'd forgotten that we were being translated. I do apologize. All right. Before I ask if there are any other preliminary matters that needs to be addressed before the commencement of this hearing, I want it perfectly understood that this hearing will be conducted free and with an open mind.
저희가 이전에 이제 그 다른 어떤 예비적인 문제를 저희가 다뤄야 되는지 여러분에게 여쭤봤었고요. 제가 여러분 모두가 이해를 하기를 바라는 게, 저희가 이 심리를 진행할 때는 개방적인 마음으로 하도록 하겠습니다.
It is the board's expectation that the parties also conduct themselves accordingly. Although the board granted the protestants' motion to extend the length of the hearing, which the board interpreted as a request for more time to present their case in chief, we are hopeful that it will not be a long day, and therefore would appreciate your efforts to keep your case in chief on a reasonable pace.
그리고 저희 위원회에서는 그 모든 당사자께서도 적절하게 행위를 취해 주시기를 기대를 하고 있습니다. 그리고 그 항의자께서 하신 그 신청이 저희 위원회에서는 어떤 충분히 이 사건에 대해서 시간을 가질 수 있도록 요청한 것으로 이해를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 저희가 너무나 그러니까 오랜 시간이 걸리지 않을 거라고 생각하며 그리고 이 사건에 대해서 여러분도 적절한 페이스로 임해 주시기를 바랍니다.
All right, thank you. Are there any other preliminary matters?
감사합니다.
Are there-
그러면은 예비적인 그 다뤄야 될 문제가 있습니까?
Go ahead, Mr. Conrad.
하늘 씨 하세요?
Sir, I just wanted to ask about the effect of the issued subpoenas at this point, if we have no-shows from the witnesses.
예, 제가 여쭤보고 싶은 것은 저희가 소환한 증인이 있는데 만약에 그분들이 오늘 참석하지 않는다면 어떤 결과가 있을지 하는 것입니다.
Mr. Chair, there is a Sun Pack that just joined. I am trying to elevate his rights, but I am
Thank you.
unable to.
예, 지금 체어맨에게 말씀드리고 싶은 게 선백 씨가 지금 막 조인을 했는데 그분을 지금 그 오디오하고 이제 비디오를 할 수 있게 하려고 했는데 지금 아직 제대로 되지는 않은 상태입니다.
All right, so Mr. Conrad, so you're saying that the board served subpoenas on the 3 individuals. So we have done our part. So are you saying that 2 people are, based on your conversation with them, they're not appearing today, sir? Is that your position?
예, 콘레드 씨
ma'am.
지금 선생님이 말씀하시는 게 그 3사람의 증인을 소환을 한 상태인데 그 중에서 2분이 오늘 출두를 안 하겠다는 말씀이신가요? 그렇습니다.
All right, Mr. Chair, we both have to get used to the translator here. My understanding is that 2 will no-show because I've not heard from either one of them. Mr. Pack has made a good faith effort to arrive and has just joined, so we know he's going to be there. I've spoken to Mr. Chang's wife, who indicated that he would likely not arrive, and I don't believe he will. So I'm not sure what to do about that. And Ms. G, we were provided her contact information by the applicant and never heard anything, but I have emailed her asking for any sort of questions and providing assistance if she needed it.
There's not much more board can do. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
예, 그래서 그 2분 같은 경우에는 제 생각에는 참석하지 않으실 것 같습니다. 하지만 미스터 백 같은 경우에는 지금 막 조인을 하셨고요. 그리고 제가 그 2분하고는 이야기를 나눈 바가 있습니다. 제가 미스터 장의 사모님하고 이야기를 나누는데 그분이 말씀하시기를 미스터 장이 아무래도 참석하지 않을 것 같다라고 이렇게 하신 것 같고요. 미스 G 같은 경우에는 저희가 신청인으로부터 그 정보를 받고 연락을 드렸지만은 제가 연락을 받지 못했고요. 이메일로도 제가 연락을 드려가지고 질문이 있으시면 하라고 말씀을 드렸습니다.
What is it you're requesting, Mr. Conrad?
Well, so 1704.3 says subpoenas issued by the board shall be enforced by the board in any manner prescribed by section 25443 of the DC code. So these are enforceable subpoenas. We can go to the Superior Court and just get an order for disobedience. I spoke briefly with Mr. Lee, who has been very collegial in our conversations. I'm not going to move for a continuance because we're all here. I don't think it would be appropriate. I want to make the best out of everyone's time. But I just am concerned that the board subpoenas are effectively toothless if there's no way to enforce them until the day of, and then we have no shows. Sir.
예, 지금 저희가 증인 신청 과정을 이렇게 밟았는데 지금 저희 입장에서는 그러니까 미스 리와 제가 이야기했을 때는 그분께서는 이제 굉장히 협조적이었지만은 저희가 이 문제가 그 어느 상황까지 가기 전에는 이렇게 집행이 되지가 않기 때문에 저희 입장에서는 유예를 신청을 하고 싶습니다. 물론 저희가 여러분들이 시간을 존중을 하고 싶지만은 저희 쪽에서는 충분히 어떤 이 소환 문제로 인해서 연기를 신청하고 싶은 바입니다.
So we're going to proceed with the hearing without, the board has served, we've issued a subpoena and we've served it, and we don't have arrest powers to go and arrest the folks for not showing up today, sir.
저희 같은 경우에는 이미 적절한 절차를 거쳐서 증인 소환을 했기 때문에 증인의 출두가 없이 오늘 이 심리를 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one more thing? If
Yes.
you don't mind? Is there
Yes,
any way
sir.
we could authorize Ms. Kim to do simultaneous translation where Mr. Kim is not testifying, so we could maybe expedite the proceedings? It's okay if not, I just thought it might be prudent.
I don't know how we can do that, sir, because they're not in the same location. I'm not seeing Mr. Kim, and there's no way she can speak to him without us hearing. So we have a court reporter who's transcribing the entire hearing, so that would not work.
예, 그러면은 제가 회장님께 한 가지 더 질문이 있는데요. 네, 하십시오. 저희가 그 통역사가 오늘 지금 이 과정을 더 빨리 이렇게 진행하도록 하기 위해서 동시 통역을 하는 게 어떨까요? 하지만은 그게 가능하지 않을 것 같습니다. 지금 같은 장소에 있지도 않고 그리고 저희가 미스 키 같은 장소에 있지 않기 때문에 지금 통역사가 미스 킴의 이야기를 할 수가 없으며 그리고 저희가 미스 킴의 지금 비디오를 볼 수가 없는 상태입니다. 그리고 지금 법정 속기사가 이 모든 것을 기록을 하고 있기 때문에 지금 그거 같은 경우에는 가능하지가 않습니다.
All right, are there any other preliminary matters?
그 외에 다른 어떤 예배적인 사안이 있습니까?
For the applicant, there is nothing preliminary matters.
예, 저희 신청인 쪽에서는 다른 예배적인 사안이 없습니다.
All right, I believe that Mr. Park will also be calling in. I'm not sure if that's a new person. All right. All right, this
미스
is the way.
팟캐스트도 지금 전화를 이렇게 조인을 하실 것 같은데 지금 어떻게 될지는 정확히 모르겠습니다.
All right, this is the way the process is going to work. The applicant will make an opening statement, then the protestants will make an opening statement. The board then will call its first witness, which is the investigator.
예, 그러면은 이런 식으로 오늘 심리를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 신청인 쪽에서 먼저 모두 진술을 하시고요. 그리고 나서 그 항쟁을 하시는 반대를 하시는 쪽에서 모두 신문을 하시고 그리고 위원회에서 첫 번째 증인을 부를 텐데 그분께서는 조사관이십니다.
All right. So normally each side would have no more than 5 witnesses, and you'd have an hour to present your case. A motion was made by the protestant to have extra time. The board has granted that. However, remember this hearing has been done virtually. The hearing will be over when it's over. However, I do not want repetitive or redundant testimony, and I want us to move forward as quickly as possible to move this hearing along.
예, 이제 일반적인 경우에는 각 당사자께서 5명 미만의 증인을 참석을 시켜가지고 1시간 이내에 지금 그 사건에 대해서 소개를 하게 되는데 그런데 이제 그 반대하는 이제 그 당사자께서 저 더 긴 시간을 달라고 신청을 하셨습니다. 그리고 그 신청에 대해서 인정을 했습니다. 하지만은 저희가 오늘 이 심리를 온라인으로 진행하고 있기 때문에 저희가 심리가 끝날 때면은 끝나는 경우이긴 하지만은 그렇다 하더라도 여러분께서 계속 똑같은 말을 반복해 주시지 마시고 되도록이면 빨리 이 심리를 진행할 수 있도록 도와주시기 바랍니다.
Yes, Mr. Conrad.
Can you
Conrad,
just
see?
confirm that Mr. Kim can see the screen so that we can avoid using exhibits over and over again to shorten the examination?
예,
Mr. Conrad, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
예.
Go ahead.
카네드 씨, 예, 말씀하세요. 저희가 그 미스 킴이 그 스크린에 나올 수 있도록 하는 게 어떨까요? 그렇게 하면은 계속 저희가 증거물을 반복해서 보여주는 걸 피할 수가 있을 것 같거든요.
Mr. Conrad, that's one of the reasons why I wanted his camera, but that's not going to happen. So we're doing the best we can, and we're going to move on. So we'll see where we go, sir.
예, 카네드 씨. 그래서 저희가 아까 미스 킴에게 카메라를 켜라고 했는데 그게 지금 제대로 되지가 않았습니다. 저희가 할 수 있는 최선을 다하고 있기 때문에 일단은 이 부분을 그냥 넘어가도록 하겠습니다.
All right. All right. As I stated before, it is now on the record that both Mr. Conrad and Mr. Lee are attorneys. So I expect both parties, if there are objections to be raised, that we raise an objection. I do not expect to have any irrelevant testimony, redundant testimony. And so that's my expectation. And I expect this hearing to move promptly along because it's being conducted by two attorneys. All right.
예. 그래서 아까 제가 말씀드린 대로 지금 미스터 카네드 씨하고 미스 리께서 변호사님이시기 때문에 잘 아시겠지만은 이의가 있으면은 이의를 제기를 하시면 됩니다. 하지만은 제가 기대하는 것은 어떤 관계가 없는 증언이라든가 반복된 증언을 피해 주시고요. 오늘 저희가 이 심리를 온라인으로 진행하고 있기 때문에 되도록이면 빨리 진행을 해 주시는데 협조를 해 주시기 바랍니다.
All right, thank you. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Sun Pak?
그러면은 앤드루스 씨, 선박 씨를 이렇게 조인을 시켜 주십시오.
Mr. Pack is calling. I'm going to go ahead and unmute his line.
Yes, I'm here right now.
Mr. Pak, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
미스터 박 선생님, 박 선생님, 선생님 성함을 말씀해 주시고 영어 철자를 불러주세요.
Yeah. My name is Sun, S-U-N, and your last name is P-A-K, Park.
Mr. Pak, do you require we have a Korean interpreter. Do you require interpretation service, sir?
Not necessarily.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, okay. All right. So each side has 5 minutes to do an opening statement, and so let's start with the applicant.
저희가 신청인 쪽부터 그 모두 진술을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
네. Okay.
Good afternoon, board members and everybody. Mr. Kim, the license applied for the renewal of the current Class A license for the holiday liquors, which is being protested by ANCAC. Mr. Kim has leased and operated a liquor store since 2013.
잠깐만요. 안녕하십니까 여러분 모두. 미스 킴께서는 할리데이 리커스의 클래스 A 그 허가증을 갱신하는 것을 신청을 했지만은 ANCAC로부터 반대를 받았고요. 그리고 미스 킴께서는 잠깐만 기다리세요. Mr. Lee, did you say that since when did you say since when 2013 or 2003?
2013.
Thank you. 2013년도부터 그 가게를 운영을 해 왔습니다.
According to DC Geographic Information System, Holiday Liquor is the only Abra establishment within a 1,200-foot radius that sells beer, wine, and spirits in this area.
그리고 그 DC의 어떤 그 지역적인 정보에 따르면은 할리데이 리코스가 1200 그 이렇게 푸트 스퀘어 내에서 유일하게 있는 가게입니다. 그리고 그것이 어떤 그 가게에 대해서 많은 것을 이야기해 준다고 생각합니다.
Holiday Liquors is located in the strip mall where the two other businesses such as cleaner and the market.
할리데이 리코스 같은 경우에는 스틸몰에 위치를 하는데 거기에 또 다른 두 개의 가게가 있는데 하나는 클리너이고 그리고 나머지는 마켓입니다.
There is a current voluntary agreement with the Anacostia Coordinating Council in 2006.
현재 2006년에 아나코스타 카운슬과 맺은 어떤 동의서도 있습니다. 자발적인.
This area is densely populated. Majority of customers are from the neighborhood and travel by foot.
예, 그리고 이 지역은 아주 인구가 많고요. 그리고 대부분의 그 손님들은 지역에 사는 사람들이고요. 그리고 그 음식을 사기 위해서 오는 사람들입니다.
People living near the establishment already have access to alcohol, which is legally purchased in DC.
대부분의 사람들은 그 알코올을 살 수 있는 접속을 할 수가 있고요. 그리고 그것은 DC에서는 합법적입니다.
The business employed two local community members to work inside and keep the property clean.
그 가게에서는 두 사람의 어떤 지역 사람을 가게 안에서 일을 하고 청소를 하도록 고용을 했습니다.
The owner is well aware of the responsibility that comes with the ABC license.
그 오너께서는 ABC 허가증과 함께 오는 그 책임에 지켜야 될 사항을 잘 알고 있었습니다.
He has attended the ABRA training.
그분께서는 에브라 그 트레이닝에 참석을 하셨고요.
He is willing to cooperate with the community for the safety issue.
그리고 그 지역의 어떤 안전 문제에 있어서 협조적이었고요.
So we strongly believe that granting the renewal application is proper and will not detrimentally impact the community.
제가 생각했을 때는 그 허가증을 갱신하는 것이 적절하며 그리고 그 지역에 어떤 해로운 영향을 주지 않을 것이라고 생각합니다.
Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Mr. Conrad, do you wish to do an opening statement, please?
그러면 카넬 씨께서 그 모두 진술을 해 주시기 바랍니다.
You're on mute, Mr. Conrad.
카넬 씨 마이크 켜주세요.
Ms. Kim, can I break this up by paragraphs for the sake of brevity? Are you able to track that for translation purposes?
I would prefer you pausing maybe every 2 to 3 sentences, if that's okay.
Okay, I'll try my best. I want to make sure that we have.
Mr. Conrad, I couldn't hear you.
You are on mute, Mr. Conrad.
My name is Chris Conrad. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Chris Conrad and I represent the ANC for Ward 8. Today we ask you to deny Holiday Liquor's application for its liquor license renewal.
제 이름은 크리스토프 카네드이고 저는 ANC 그 보드를 대리를 하고 있고요. 저희는 그 허가 갱신 신청을 디나이 해주기를 지금 신청을 하고 있습니다.
On June 16th, legal counsel for the board cautioned that the ANC will not obtain license revocation except for in the most egregious circumstances. That may be true as a factual matter, but it misstates the applicable legal standard for appropriateness and revocation.
잠깐만 기다리세요. Mr. Conrad, could you repeat what you just said, please? My apologies.
Sure. On June 16th, legal counsel for the board cautioned the ANC that license revocation does not occur often except in the most egregious circumstances. That may be
6월 16일 날 6월 16일 날 그 리걸 카운슬 그러니까 법률자문위원회에서는 그 허가 취소가 아주 상당히 심각한 경우가 아니지 않는 한은 일어나지 않는다고 말씀을 했습니다.
That may be true as a factual matter, but it misstates the applicable legal standard for appropriateness and revocation.
그 말은 어떤 적절한 그 취소에 대한 어떤 사실적인 정황뿐만이 아니라 어떤 법률적인 정황이 있어야 한다는 말입니다.
Section 1711.5 of the DC Code teaches that in all protest hearings before the board, the applicant shall have the burden of proof to show by substantial evidence in the record that the licensing action meets the appropriateness standards of Section 25.313.
적절한 어떤 DC 법률 절차에 따르면은 프로테스트 항의를 하는 그 쪽에 어떤 이 사건에 대한 어떤 입증 신청인께서 이 사건에 대해서 지금 입증을 할 책임이 있다는 것을 확실히 하고 있습니다.
Under Section 1505.1, the presumption that a license is appropriate only exists if no objection to that license is filed. That's black letter law that we urge you to dutifully follow, please.
그리고 그 적절한 법에 따르면은 어떤 적절한 적절성이 있을 때만이 허가가 내려진다고 하고 있으며 그것은 블랙 레터 로라고 불립니다.
But even if the most egregious circumstances standard was law, which it is not, the ANC could make the requisite showing as to holiday liquors here today. You all are well versed in the appropriateness standard, so I will not offer an exposition on it, but I do want to focus on the key elements at issue in this protest.
그리고 비록 어떤 심각한 상황이 어떤 합법적이라 하더라도 그리고 저는 그것이 이 경우에 해당되지 않는다고 생각합니다. ANC 같은 경우에 저희 ANC에서는 할리데이 리커스가 어떤 그 적절성이 부족한 것을 이렇게 보여줄 수 있다고 생각하며 저는 그렇지만은 어떤 주요한 그 사안에 대해서 오늘 집중을 하고 싶습니다.
Start with peace and order. We will adduce evidence showing that holiday liquors' method of operation is fundamentally incompatible with peace in our community.
그리고 저희가 오늘 순서대로 말씀을 드린다면은 저희가 증거를 통해서 보여줄 것이 할리데이 리커스가 어떤 그 커뮤니티의 어떤 적절한 어떤 그런 방식으로 그 사업을 운영할 수가 없다는 것을 보여드릴 것입니다.
The applicants will argue that the documented devastating violence that occurs on the store's premises has nothing to do with the store. That 2 murders and numerous shootings over the last 2 years had nothing to do with the store. That 9 liquor laws.
그리고 저희 신청인 쪽에서 보여드릴 것은 지금 그 어떤 남북한 해해가 일어난 것 그러니까 그것이 이 사건과 전혀 관련이 없으며 지난 2년 동안 일어났던 어떤 2개의 살인 사건과 여러 차례의 그 슈팅과는 이 사건이 전혀 무관하다는 것입니다.
9 liquor law violations on the premises over the existing license period had nothing to do with the store. That scores of other non-liquor offenses on the premises over the existing license period, documented by the MPD, had nothing to do with the store.
잠깐만 기다리세요. My apologies, Mr. Conner. Could you repeat what you just said, please?
Yes. The applicants will argue that 9 liquor law violations on the premises over the existing license period had nothing to do with the store, and that scores of other non-liquor offenses on the premises over the existing license period, carefully documented by the MPD, had nothing to do with the store.
그리고 저희 신청인 중에서 보여줄 것은 그 9 리거 위반 사항이 이 가게와 전혀 상관이 없으며 그리고 그것이 리크와 관련되지 않은 사안에도 해당이 되고, 그리고 이것이 NPD에서 기록을 면밀하게 했는데 이것도 이 가계와는 상관이 없습니다.
Mr. Chair, I'm moving as fast as I can. I appreciate the patience. How will the store make that argument? Well, we know from the disclosures that they've made. They will argue, and I quote, "The store is not the problem, it's the citizens."
지금 회장님, 제가 되도록이면 빨리 진행을 하려고 하고 있습니다. 그 가게에서는 주장하는 것이 문제가 그 가게가 아니라 그 시민이라고 했습니다.
They'll say, "We've put up security cameras, we've hired security guards, and that's all we can do from behind our plexiglass barrier." Well, we submit, any evidence will show that what the applicant casts as an intractable problem with the citizens is really carelessness and indifference on their part.
예. 그리고 그분들께서는 그 시큐리티 카메라하고 그리고 그 보안 요원을 그 카메라를 설치를 하고 보안 요원을 하이어를 했기 때문에 더 이상 할 수 있는 게 없다고 했습니다. 하지만 저희 입장에서는, 그리고 증거로 보여드릴 텐데, 이 가게가 그 지역에 어떤 큰 고질적인 문제를 일으키고 있다는 것입니다.
We're happy to look the other way, to allow gangs and other criminals to accumulate on their property as long as they can maintain steady revenues from this neighborhood. And when the day ends, they lock the storefront and they leave all the carnage behind to return to their safe homes in other states.
그리고 잠깐만 기다려주세요. Mr. Conrad, my apologies again. Could you repeat what you just said, please?
I can. The store is happy to look the other way, to allow gangs and other criminals to accumulate on their property as long as they can maintain their steady revenues from the neighborhood. And when the day ends and they lock the storefront, they leave all the carnage behind to return to their safe homes in other states.
예, 지금 갱 멤버들이 그 가게가 어떤 안정적인 수입을 유지하는 한 갱 일원이 그 가게 근처에 모여드는 것을 허용을 했으며, 그리고 그러니까 영업이 끝나면은 그 가게 문을 닫고요. 그리고 다른 주에 사는 사람들이 안전하게 갈 수 있도록 했습니다.
And we're here, police tape up, wondering how a 15-year-old boy was gunned down with two others based off of an errant hit targeted a group of individuals that were known to hang out in front of holiday liquors.
그리고 15살의 아이가 그 총을 맞고 쓰러졌고요. 그리고 또 다른 두 사람 외에, 그리고 가게 근처에 여러 사람들이 모여들었습니다.
And that assumes that the store is not actively diverting police resources away from fighting violent crime in the community that they blame for the issues on their premises, which they have done repeatedly by their own admission in their
지금 이쪽에서는 그 부지에 대해서 지금 책임을 이렇게 전가를 하고 있습니다.
And that brings me to my second point on peace and order, which is the education of our community's children.
그래서 지금 이 경우에 지금 이렇게 말씀드리는 바가, 제가 질서와 어떤 평화에 대한 제 주제는 어떤 두 번째 점을 건드리고 있는데요. 그것은 그 지역에 있는 아이들에 대한 어떤 교육을 말을 하고 있습니다.
You won't find any meaningful discussion of schools and children in the applicant's brief. The inspector somehow determined that no school is located within 400 feet of the holiday liquor store. That's an absolute gerrymander.
지금 조사관께서는 그 400피트 내에 학교가 없다고 했고요. 그렇지만 이 경우에는 이것은 절대적인 어떤 제리맨더링입니다.
We'll introduce pictures taken from the front door of Holiday Liquors that shows Eagle Academy 75 feet right across the street. We'll
그리고
introduce property
저희가
surveys from the DC government that make this clear as well.
Mr. Conrad, could you repeat the latter part of what you said, please?
Yes, I'm trying to go 2 sentences at a time here. So we'll introduce pictures taken from the front door of Holiday Liquors that shows Eagle Academy 75 feet away, right across the street. And we'll also introduce property surveys from the DC government that makes this clear.
예, 저희가 그 가게에서 가게 앞에서 찍은 그 사진도 보여드릴 텐데요. 거기 보면은 이글 아카데미가 있는데 그게 길 건너서 어떤 75피트 떨어진 곳에 있고요. 그리고 그 DC 정부에서 서베이에서 하면서 찍은 것도 보여드릴 수가 있습니다.
We've already submitted a letter from Dr. Reed, Ward 8's representative to the State Board of Education, that talks about the terror felt by students that attend the nearby schools.
그리고 저희가 이미 접수를 시킨 것이 닥터 리드 씨가 그 리커스토어와 그 학교에 관련되어서 쓴 편지입니다.
Dr. Reed talks about the Safe Passages program, which was implemented to route students around Holiday Liquors to protect them on their way to classes.
그리고 그 닥터 리드스의 편지는 학생들이 학교를 갈 때 안전하게 가는 것에 대해서 쓴 것인데 이것은 Safety Passage라고도 불립니다.
We'll hear testimony from Lauren Catalano, principal of KIPP DC. That school was the school Maurice Scott was attending when he was gunned down in front of Holiday Liquors.
예, 그리고 저희가 KTC의 교장인 로렌 캔텔리스부터도 증언을 드릴 텐데요. 이 학교는 그 학교는 총에 맞아서 쓰러진 모리스 씨가 다닌 학교였습니다.
Ms. Catalano will talk about the awful impact this tragedy has had on her student body, but she'll also get into other specifics about how her students purchase liquor and cigarettes from Holiday Liquors, about how they fight on the premises, and about how they were verbally threatened by individuals who hang out on the premises.
예, 그래서 미스 카탈라네 씨가 지금 이 가게가 그 학교의 학생에 어떤 나쁜 영향을 끼치고 있는지를 말씀을 드릴 거고, 그리고 어떤 식으로 그 할리데이 리커스에서 학생들이 술과 담배를 사고, 그리고 거기서 싸우고, 그리고 거기서 이렇게 말로 협박을 하는지에 대해서도 등에 대해서도 이야기를 할 것입니다.
And you don't have to take Ms. Catalano's word for it. We've also introduced evidence from ABRA detailing 3 separate instances over the last 5 years when Holiday Liquors sold alcohol to minors.
예, 그리고 단순히 미스 카탈라노스의 말씀만 들을 필요도 없습니다. 왜냐하면은 아브라 자체에서 증거가 있는데 지난 5년 동안 3가지 세 가지 다른 사건이 일어났고 그 사건의 경우에는 미성년자에게 알코올을 판매를 한 것이었습니다.
The applicant will insist that they have nothing to do with this and that the citizens of this community, of my community, are the problem. But there is a nexus to the store. This isn't a referendum on violence in Ward 8.
그 신청인께서는 자신의 가게는 전혀 문제가 없고 다만 시민이 문제라고 말을 하고 있습니다. 하지만은 분명히 거기에는 어떤 관련성이 있습니다.
Rather, this is a surgical community effort to excise the malignant source of violence and crime in the school corridor. And again, we don't have to show that this is an egregious circumstance for you to deny renewal, but we will and we can.
예, 저희가 어떤 그 지역에서 난폭한 행위를 근본적으로 제거하기 위해서 노력을 하고 있고요. 그리고 다시 한번 말씀드리건데 이것이 어떤 심각한 상황이라는 것을 저희가 보여줄 필요조차 없습니다.
Finally, I want to talk about litter and property values, which is a big part of the appropriateness standard.
그리고 마지막으로 제가 술과 그리고 그 부지 그 가치에 대해서 이야기를 할 것입니다.
It seems a bit silly to talk about litter and property values in the shadow of a murder of a 15-year-old, droves of liquor law violations, drug distribution, and disorderly conduct where a man was arrested for pulling his pants down, exposing himself, and urinating on the wall of holiday liquors.
잠깐만 좀 기다리세요. Mr. Connell, could you repeat what you just said, please? My apologies.
No, it's okay. It seems a bit silly to talk about litter and property values in the shadow of the murder of a 15-year-old, droves of liquor law violations, drug distribution, and disorderly conduct where a man was arrested for pulling his pants down, exposing himself, and urinating on the wall of holiday liquors.
지금 저희가 그 15세의 아이가 살인을 당한 상황에서 그리고 마약이 이렇게 배분이 되는 상황에서 그리고 소란이 있고 그리고 어떤 성인 남자가 할리데이 리커스 앞에서 바지를 내리고 어떤 성기를 노출하고 이런 배경에서 어떤 술과 그리고 어떤 부동산의 어떤 가격에 대해서 이야기한다는 게 좀 웃기게 느껴지기도 합니다.
Nonetheless, these are important components of the appropriateness standard, and we will submit that we can adduce evidence on these issues alone, on litter and property values, that is sufficient to warrant denying license renewal.
그렇지만은 저희는 지금 그 점이 적절하다고 생각하고 그리고 그 증거만으로도 저희가 자격 갱신을 부인하는데 어떤 충분하다는 것을 저희가 주장을 할 생각입니다.
Again, we ask you to exercise your common sense. The applicant will essentially argue that this community doesn't have value, and we were asking you to put lipstick on a pig.
저는 여러분께서 어떤 커먼 센스를 이용을 해서 판단을 해 주시기를 바라고요. 그리고 신청인께서는 지금 이 동네에 어떤 그 가치가 없다고 주장을 하고 있는데 그렇지 않습니다.
But I live here. Yes, sir.
Hold on a minute, please. Mr. Conrad.
Yes, sir.
You had 5 minutes to do your opening statement, okay? I know that it's been translated, and so I know that's more time. But sir, that's more than 5 minutes, so I need you to wrap up your opening statement.
Okay, I'm on paragraph 3. I could have done this in 2 minutes.
You have not done it in 2 minutes, sir. This has been going on
Because
for a
the
long
translator.
time. No, sir, it's not the translator. I've taken, all right. I'm taking some consideration that it's been translated.
Yeah.
So I'm given, so therefore,
Okay.
But this has been going on for more than 10 minutes, I believe, sir. So that's not the translator. So I need you to wrap up so we can start the case. And I'm going to be very specific with the timelines because we have a lot of hearing, we have a lot of witnesses, and I do not intend for this hearing to go on until tomorrow morning. Okay, we're going to wrap this evening. So I need you to bring close to your opening, sir.
Okay. Finally, I want to discuss remedies. We had the option to settle this case and to kick the can down the road again. That was done in 2006 when Holiday Liquors entered a cooperative agreement. But they breached this cooperative agreement over and over again. Enough is enough.
예, 저희가 그리고 마지막으로 저희가 어떤 해결책에서 이야기를 할 건데 2006년에 어떤 해결책에 대해서 저희가 협조에 대해서 이야기를 동의를 했지만은 계속해서 여기에서 협조안에 대해서 위반 행위가 있었습니다.
Only revocation can remedy the decades-long disservice to this community that the store has inflicted, and accordingly, we respectfully request that you rule in favor of the ANC in its protest.
예, 저희 생각에는 이 문제를 해결할 수 있는 유일한 방법은 이제 면허 취소라는 것입니다. 그래서 저희가 ANC에 저희 반대인의 어떤 주장에 유리하게 판결을 내려주시기를 바랍니다.
All right, thank you.
감사합니다.
All right, the board will now call its first witness. Although each side has an opportunity to cross-examine the board's witness. I am just putting each side on notice. Please do not use all your time during cross-examination. It's best to use your time to move forward during direct examination. I will try. I was trying not to time the hearing by giving parties a reasonable period of time, but I'm just asking the parties, please be brief, because we have a lot of witnesses and we need to get through this evening. So as I stated before, we're two attorneys. We should know how to cut to the chase to get to the heart of the case while we're here today, okay?
예, 예. 그래서 이제 위원회에서는 증인을 부르도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 각 파티에서는 각 당사자께서는 그 증인에 대해서 반대 신문을 할 수가 있습니다. 하지만은 반대 신문에 너무 시간을 쓰시는 것보다는 직접 신문에 시간을 더 써줘서 이 심리의 진도를 빨리 빼주시는 게 가장 좋다고 생각합니다. 그래서 제가 오늘 이 심리에 대해서 시간을 재지는 않겠지만은 되도록이면 간단하게 해 주십시오. 왜냐하면 저희가 지금 이야기할 게 굉장히 많고 증인이 많기 때문입니다. 제가 아까 말씀드린 바와 같이 오늘 변호사분들이 계시기 때문에 정말 중요한 문제로 바로 단도직입적으로 말씀해 주실 것을 기대합니다.
All right, the board will call its first witness. We'll call Earl Jones.
그러면 저희가 얼 존스 씨 첫 번째 증인을 부르겠습니다.
Mr. Jones, can you raise your right hand, please?
오른손을 들어주세요.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, where are you currently employed?
With the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
존스 씨 어디에서 일을 하십니까? 저는 알코올 규제 위원회에서 일을 합니다.
And what is your role at the agency, sir?
I conduct inspection.
그러면은 역할이 어떻게 되십니까? 저는 조사를 합니다.
I conduct inspections and investigations of licensed ABC establishments within the District of Columbia.
저는 워싱턴 DC에 그 허가를 받고 주류를 판매하는 곳에서 그 검사를 하는 역할을 하고 있습니다.
And how long have you been employed at the agency, sir?
그러면 에이전시에서 얼마나 오랫동안 일을 하셨습니까?
11 years, sir.
11년간입니다.
And approximately, do you know approximately how many protest hearings you have testified in?
그러면은 대충 어떤 식으로 그 프로세스를 하는지 아십니까?
I would give a guesstimate. I would say around 50 or 60, sir.
보통 50에서 60여 개요.
Are you familiar with Holiday Liquors? And if you are, how did you become familiar with this establishment?
그러면 선생님께서는 할리데이 리코스를 알고 계십니까? 알고 계시다면은 어떤 식으로 아시게 됐습니까?
I apologize. I am familiar with Holiday Liquors due to being assigned the protest investigation of this establishment recently.
네, 저는 잘 알고 있습니다. 왜냐하면은 지금 이 사건에 관련돼 가지고 그 어떤 항의와 관련돼 가지고 조사를 받았기 때문입니다.
Did there come a time that you wrote a case report regarding this case, sir?
그러면 이 사건에 대해서 케이스 리포트를 쓰신 적이 있습니까? 그렇습니다.
Yes, sir.
What I'll ask you to do, Mr. Jones, I'll ask a question, she will translate, and then you answer, okay?
I keep forgetting. Yes, sir.
All right, can you, do you have your report you can share with us?
Yes, sir.
그러면은 지금 그 리포트를 저에게 주셨습니까? 네, 그렇습니다.
Ms. Andrews, can you give Mr. Jones the ability to share his screen, please?
그러면은 앤드류 씨, 존스 씨가 그 리포트를 저희와 공유를 할 수 있도록 해 주십시오.
Sure, stand by.
예, 잠깐 기다리세요.
Mr. Jones, you may now share your screen.
Thank you.
존스 씨 이제 공유해 주세요.
Okay, sir.
All right. So this a copy of your report?
Yes, it is, sir.
지금 이게 선생님의 그 리포트 사본입니까? 네, 맞습니다.
So can you tell us who were you able to interview as a result? Who were you able to interview regarding writing your report?
그러면 이 리포트를 쓰실 때 선생님께서 어떤 분을 인터뷰를 하셨나요?
I attempted to interview the owner of Holiday Liquors.
제가 그 할리데이 리커스의 주인 되시는 분을 인터뷰하려고 했습니다.
Due to visiting the establishment, to tour the establishment and do a regulatory inspection.
제가 그쪽을 방문하고 그리고 규제를 위해서 그 조사를 했을 때요.
So just go through your report for us, please.
그러면은 지금 이 리포트에 대해서 하나씩 말씀해 주십시오.
I conducted a protest investigation of Holiday Family Liquors, Inc., which is located at 3505 Wheeler Road Southeast, 2032.
제가 윌러 로드에 있는 그 할리데이 리커스에 대해서 항의 조사를 했습니다.
This establishment is located towards the eastern end of Wheeler Road Southeast and Mississippi Ave Southeast.
지금 이 가게 같은 경우에는 이스트 윌러드 미시시피 그 가게에 위치해 있고요.
And is bounded by Upsall Street Southeast to the west, 7th Street Southeast to the north.
그리고 7th Street Southeast와 접해 있고요.
With the Eagle Academy Public Charter School being directly across the street to the south.
그리고 이글 아카데미라고 차터 스쿨이 바로 건너편에 있습니다.
The license renewal application for Holiday Liquors is being protested by
지금 허가 갱신에 대한 것이 갱신에 대해서 항의를 한 사람이
two groups that have merged as one.
그룹이 두 개가 있었는데 하나로 합쳐졌습니다.
One being represented by Mr. Christopher Conrad, who is a representative of a group of 5 or more.
그리고 그 첫 번째 그 집단 같은 경우에는 미스터 코넬 씨가 대리를 하고 있는데 이분은 5명 이상의 그룹을 대리를 하고 있습니다.
Who ultimately merged with Mr. Commissioner Salim Adolfo of the ANC 8C.
그리고 나중에 그 그룹이 살림 아돌프 씨가 살림 아돌프 씨의 그룹과 나중에 조인을 했는데 이분은 ANC 8C입니다.
The protest issues are adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet, and real property values.
지금 그 항의를 한 그 사안은 무엇이냐면은 그 평화와 어떤 질서에 대한 문제와 그리고 그 지역의 어떤 부동산 어떤 그 가치에 관한 것이었습니다.
On July 9, 2021,
2021년 7월 9일 날
I spoke with Commissioner Salim Adolfo of ANC 8C regarding the issues and concerns of the license being renewed for Holiday Liquors.
제가 그 할리데이 리커스의 어떤 라이센스 갱신에 대해서 ANC AC 위원인 살림 아돌프 씨와 이 사안에 대해서 이야기를 나누었습니다.
Mr. Adolfo stated that the main issues of the ANC Mr. Adolfo stated that the main issues of the ANC and the surrounding neighbors are primarily peace, order, and quiet, to include environmental issues.
그 미스터 아돌프 씨가 이야기를 한 것이 그 ANC와 그리고 그 지역이 제기하는 주된 이유는 그 지역의 어떤 평화로운 평화와 질서라고 이야기를 했습니다.
Commissioner Adolfo stated that the main concerns of the establishment retaining an alcohol license
아돌프 씨가 이야기를 하기를 그 가게에서 리커 라이센스를 계속 유지를 하고 있는 것이
or it being situated between several schools
그리고 그것이 그 가게가 여러 학교와 중간에 있고요.
minors being sold alcohol 3 times over the last 5 years,
지난 5년 동안 3차례나 미성년자에게 술이 판매가 되어졌으며
while being caught by ABRA's agency doing undercover assignments,
그리고 에브라 에이전시에 의해서 이렇게 발각이 되었고요.
and the violence in the area has skyrocketed to include a student being gunned down and killed in front of the establishment.
그리고 너무나 폭력적인 상황이 심해져가지고 가게 바로 앞에서 학생이 총에 맞아서 죽는 일이 발생을 했습니다.
Commissioner Adolfo added that there needs to be a reduction in alcohol establishments in the community
아돌포 씨께서는 그 지역에 술을 파는 가게의 숫자가 줄어들어야 된다고 했습니다.
in order to be vibrant and healthy once again.
다시 한번 그 지역의 어떤 그 활력을 살리기 위해서요.
On July 12, 2021,
2021년 7월 12일 날
I telephonically spoke to Mr. Kevin Lee,
제가 케빈 리시하고 전화 통화를 했는데요.
attorney representative for Holiday Liquors,
그분께서는 할리데이 리커스의 그 변호사이신데요.
with regards to the establishment being protested by the ANC-AC.
그리고 그 이야기를 한 내용은 ANCAC가 그 할리데이 리커스에 대해서 항의를 한 것에 관한 것이었습니다.
Mr. Lee stated that he was aware of Holiday Liquors being protested by the ANC,
미스 리께서는 ANCAC가 할리데이 리커스에 대해서 항의를 하고 있다는 것을 알고 있다고 말씀을 하셨습니다.
Mr. Lee stated that he believes the main issues surround alcohol being sold to minors,
미스 리께서는 말씀하시기를 미성인에게 술이 판매가 되는 것이
violent acts,
그리고 난폭한 행동
and a recent fatal shooting of a child taking place in front of the business.
그리고 가게 바로 앞에서 최근에 학생이 총에 맞아서 사망한 사건
Mr. Lee stated that he has spoken to Mr. Kim, the owner, about the selling of alcohol to minors,
미스 리께서는 미성년자에게 술을 판매하는 것에 대해서 미스터 킴과 이야기를 했다고 하셨고요.
how to mitigate these issues,
그리고 이 문제를 어떤 식으로 경감을 시킬 수가 있으며
and taking more safety precautions for his patrons and staff members.
그리고 손님과 직원을 위해서 더 어떤 식으로 더 안전 조치를 취할 수 있는지에 대해서
Mr. Kim stated that Holiday Liquors wants to work with the community to coexist in peace.
미스 킴께서는 할리데이 리커스가 지역 사회와 이렇게 공존하기 위해서 협조를 하고 싶다고 했습니다.
Holiday Liquors was monitored by ABRA personnel a total of 10 times from July 9, 2021 until August 6, 2021.
할리데이 리커스 같은 경우에는 2021년 7월 21일부터 2021년 8월 6일까지 10차례 모니터링을 받았고요.
During these visits, there were no ABRA violations observed.
그리고 이 기간 동안에서는 어떤 위반 사항이 없었습니다.
Holiday Liquors was monitored during all hours to determine pedestrian traffic,
그리고 그 기간 동안에 할리데이 리커스에서는 어떤 그 걸어 다니는 사람의 어떤 그 트래픽도 모니터링을 했고요.
peace, order, and quiet concerns,
그리고 그 평화와 질서에 대한 어떤 우려점에 대해서도
as well as routine day-to-day activity in the surrounding areas.
그리고 그 부근의 어떤 일상적으로 일어난 상황에 대해서도
Although during most of the visits,
비록 대부분의 어떤 방문에서
there were individuals always either standing around or sitting in lawn chairs at the end of the storefront.
가게 근처나 그 가게 끝쪽에서 앉아 있는 사람들이 항상 몇 사람이 있었는데,
However, there were no signs of peace, order, and quiet issues.
그렇지만은 그렇다고 해가지고 어떤 평화와 질서를 깨는 어떤 행위는 없었습니다.
Regarding real property values,
그 부동산 가치에 대한 그 사안의 경우
ABRA investigators are not certified or trained to ascertain real property values.
아브라에서 교육을 받은 사람이 프로퍼티 가치를 평가를 했는데요.
And finally, I was able to obtain information regarding the calls for service,
그리고 마지막으로 제가 전화와 어떤 서비스에 대한 정보를 제가 입수할 수가 있었고요.
from the Office of Unified Communications,
그 Unified Communication 사무실로부터요.
for 3505 Wheeler Road Southeast from July 2020 to July 2021.
그 기간은 윌러드 로드에 있는 그 가게에 대해서 2020년 7월 달부터 2021년 7월간의 기간 동안이었습니다.
There were a total of 163 calls for service made to this address in which MPD responded.
그리고 163개의 서비스 콜이 이루어졌으며 거기에 대해서 MPD가 대응을 했고요.
Which are the following:
그리고 그것은 다음과 같습니다.
drug by calls 30,
드럭 바이 콜이 30개,
disorderly calls 52,
그리고 문란 행위로 전화를 한 것이 52건,
disorderly unwanted person calls 33,
그리고 원하지 않는 사람이 소란을 일으킨 것이, 잠깐만 기다리세요. How many calls did you say?
33.
33건.
Sounds of shots fired 5,
그리고 총소리가 난 게 5건.
mental health calls 2,
그리고 어떤 정신적인 문제로 전화를 한 것이 2개.
calls for fights 3,
그리고 싸우는 것 때문에 전화를 한 것이 3건.
unknown situation calls 3,
미상인 사건이 3건.
threat in person calls 1,
그리고 협박 때문에 전화를 한 것이 한 차례.
other city ordinance calls 5,
그리고 다른 어떤 도시에 관련된 문제가 how many calls were they?
5.
5건이었고요.
Police needed 1,
경찰을 필요로 하는 것이 1건.
accident property damage 1,
그리고 주변의 기물 손상으로 인한 전화가 1건.
aggravated assault calls 1,
그리고 가중된 폭력으로 1건.
hit and run 1,
그리고 뺑소니 차로 1건.
parking complaints 1,
그리고 소란으로 불만을 제기한 게 하나.
drug other calls 2,
그리고 마약하고 또 다른 전화가 2건.
person with weapon 4,
무기를 소지한 사람 때문에 전화를 한 것이 4차례.
counterfeit money 1,
위조 지폐 하나.
accident unknown injury 1,
그리고 알려지지 않았지만 어떤 상해로 인한 게 1건.
suspicious vehicle 1,
그리고 이상한 그 차에 대한 거 하나.
suspicious person 1,
이상한 사람에 대한 전화 하나.
stolen vehicle 1,
훔친 자동차 하나.
theft of property 1,
그리고 기물 이렇게 훔쳐간 거 하나.
accident involving a pedestrian or bike, 1.
자전거를 탄 사람이나 보행인에 대한 어떤 사건 하나.
And finally, 10 miscellaneous calls.
그리고 마지막으로 10가지 이런저런 전화였습니다.
Out of the 163 calls for service,
163개의 서비스 콜 중에서
that were dedicated to the address of Holiday Liquors,
그 중에서 할리데이 리커스에 해당하는 것이
according to the establishment's investigative history,
조사관이 조사한 그 기록에 따르면
none were found to be ABBA-related violations.
그 중에서 그 어떤 것도 에브라에 관련된 것에 위반한 것이 없는 걸로 알려졌습니다.
That's all.
이상입니다.
What is in your report? Did you list their investigative history?
Yes, sir.
그러면은 사건 조사 역에 대해서 보고를 한 게 있나요? 네, 있습니다.
Can you provide for the record what's the investigative history for this establishment?
그러면 기록을 위해서 이 경우에 그 사건 이력이 어떻게 됩니까?
There are 2 entries.
지금 엔트리가 2개 있는데요.
One is for, the first entry is for 1/4/2020.
첫 번째는 2020년 1월 4일자.
It's case number 20cc00005.
케이스 번호는 20-cc-00005.
Sale to minor.
미성년자에게 판매한 것.
There was a $3,000 fine paid at the time, 5-day suspension.
그리고 그 결과로 3,000불의 벌금하고 그리고 5일 동안 영업 중지.
The second entry is from 10/4/2018.
그리고 두 번째 같은 경우에는 2018년 10월 4일 날.
And that one is case number 18CIT00603.
그리고 그 경우에는 케이스 번호가 18-CIT-00603인데
Failure to follow settlement agreement.
여기서는 합의서를 따르지 않은 것이 이유가 되었습니다.
To the best of your knowledge, is this the entire investigative history for this establishment?
그러면 선생님이 아시는 한 지금 이게 어떤 그 조사 이력의 전부입니까?
Yes, sir. We negate 3 years past the year that we're currently in. So when there was a report of other sale to minors that had taken place, they took place back in I wanted to say 2016 and 15.
네, 맞습니다. 왜냐하면은 저희가 현재 시점에서 그 3년이 넘은 것은 삭제를 하기 때문입니다. 그래서 2015년하고 16년에 다른 어떤 미성년자에게 수립한 그런 보고가 있었긴 했습니다.
Are there exhibits attached to your report?
그러면은 이 보고서에 증거물이 어태치가 되었습니까?
Yes, sir.
Can
네.
you go through the
그러면 말씀해
Can you go through
주시겠습니까?
Can you go through the exhibits that's attached to your report, please? Just briefly summarize them, please.
Okay.
그러면은 하나씩 말씀을 해주시고 간략하게 요약을 해주시죠. 내용에 대해서.
The first exhibit should be Advisory Neighborhood Commission AHC's letter to the board indicating that they would like to protest the liquor license being renewed.
그리고 첫 번째는 지금 그 보드에 쓴 편지로 지금 이 리커 라이선스 갱신에 대해서 항의를 하고 싶다는 것이고요.
Next one is a exhibit that of an email that I sent to our representative from the Office of Unified Communications for the calls for service.
그리고 그 다음 증거물 같은 경우에는 제가 이메일로 유니피케이션 오피스의 콜 서비스에 대해서 지금 쓴 이메일이고요.
The next exhibit is the regulatory inspection that I conducted.
그리고 그 다음 것은 제가 그 규제적으로 하는 어떤 조사를 벌인 거고요.
The next exhibit is the email that I sent to Commissioner Adolfo requesting communication with regards to this protest.
그리고 그 다음 증거물은 제가 아돌포 씨에게 이 프로테스트에 대해서 이메일을 보낸 거고요.
The next exhibit is the DC mapping for that area.
그리고 그 다음은 그 이 지역을 이렇게 매핑을 그 부근의 그러니까 DC 부근을 지금 매핑을 한 것이고요. 그림으로.
Which is a MU3A zone.
그게 MU3A 그 존입니다.
And that basically means mixed use development properties.
그 말은 기본적으로 그곳이 어떤 그 혼합형 사용 용도라는 것입니다.
The next exhibit I have is a legend from the GIS information system.
그리고 제가 다음번에 지금 보여주고 있는 것은 GIS 인포메이션 시스템에서 발췌한 그 지도인데
which according to this, it indicates that there are no ABC establishments within 1,200 feet of the establishment.
거기서 보여주는 것은 지금 200피트 반경 내에 ABC에 연관된 어떤 그 가게가 없다는 것입니다.
Mr. Jones, but you testified that Eagle Academy was across the street. So is this a contradiction or what does that mean?
I do believe so, sir.
그런데 아까 존스 씨 지금 근처에 이글 아카데미가 있다고 그랬는데 그렇다면은 이게 지금 그 상충된 것이 아닙니까? 그렇습니다.
So you're saying that there are ABC establishments within there are schools or recreational centers within 1,200 feet of this establishment?
I would
그러면은
say,
그러면은 선생님께서 지금 말씀하시는 게 이 가게 200피트 그 반경 내에 ABC에서 관련된 그 시설 그러니까 학교와 레크리에이션 센터가 있다는 말입니까?
what I found was visiting the establishment.
제가 그 시설을 방문하면서 알게 된 것은
as well as doing my own measurements.
그리고 또한 제가 측정을 한 결과
I found that the Eagle Academy public charter school was within 100 feet of the establishment.
그 퍼블릭 차트 스크린 이글 아카데미가 그 가게에서 100피트 반경에 있다는 것이었습니다.
Just want to ask you a question. How is it then if the Eagle Academy is within 100 feet of this establishment? How could it have a liquor license? Do you know why? How do you know?
그러면은 만약에 지금 이 이글 아카데미가 100피트 반경에 있다면은 어떻게 그 리커 라이센스를 가질 수 있었습니까? 혹시 아십니까?
Holiday Liquors was established in 1982.
할리데이 리커스 같은 경우에는 맨 처음 문을 연 것이 1982년이었는데요.
Eagle Academy Public Charter School began operations in 2003.
그리고 이글 아카데미 같은 경우에는 문을 연 것이 2003년이었습니다.
So is it then your statement that because the liquor store was there prior to the school, that's appropriate?
Yes, sir.
그렇다면은 지금 그 리커 스토어가 그 학교가 문을 열기 전이었기 때문에 적절하다는 말씀이십니까? 네, 맞습니다.
Yes, sir.
네.
All right, let's move on to the rest of your exhibits, please.
그러면 나머지 그 증거물 말씀을 해주세요.
The following exhibits are all from the calls for service from Office of Unified Communications.
That's fine. Go ahead, please.
예, 그러면은 그 나머지는 전부 다 Unified Communications에서 발췌한 어떤 서비스에 관한 건데요.
And that concludes the exhibits.
All right, thank you.
감사합니다.
Just let me ask you a question. Did you have a chance to speak to any representative of the Conrad Group?
그러면은 그 칸네드 그룹의 그 대리인과 이야기를 할 수 있는 기회가 있었나요?
No, I didn't.
아니요.
What happened was when I was first assigned this case, from what I understood, there were two groups. However, I was quickly notified that the second group, which was represented by Mr. Conrad, had been dismissed due to failure to produce an additional member. And that was on June 30th. I was then, I'm sorry.
예, 제가 알고 있는 바로는 제가 첫 번째 처음으로 이 사건에 지정이 되었을 때 그때는 당시에는 그 그룹이 두 개가 있었는데 그런데 그 두 번째 그룹 그러니까 카네기 씨가 그 대리하고 있는 그 그룹이 기각이 되었는데 왜냐하면은 그 멤버가 부족을 했기 때문에 그리고 그 날짜는 6월 30일이었습니다.
I had just been recently notified that Mr. Conrad and his group had been reinstated on July 15th.
그리고 최근에 제가 알게 된 것이 카넬 씨와 그 그룹이 7월 15일 날 다시 재정비가 그룹으로 결성이 되었다는 것.
However, I was also advised that the group had merged with Commissioner Adolfo under the ANC AC umbrella.
그렇지만은 또한 제가 들은 것은 그 ANC, AC 그 아래에 아돌포스의 그룹으로 이렇게 같이 조인이 됐다는 것입니다.
All right, thank you. You can close your screen.
예, 이제 스크린을 닫아 주십시오.
Are there any questions by any other board members?
그러면은 보드 멤버 중에서 질문이 있으신 분이 계십니까?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
thank you.
그랜디스 씨 말씀하세요.
Mr. Jones, I want to thank you for your very expert testimony and participating today and the service you give to the agency. So
Thank you,
thank you
sir.
very much.
존스 씨 오늘 그 보고를 잘 해주시고 그리고 기아가 해주시는 그 역할에 대해서 대단히 감사하게 생각합니다.
I think you may have addressed this, but just for my own edification, in your report or in any of the exhibits that you have provided, there are no pictures of inside the establishment, are there?
지금 이미 말씀하셨는지는 모르겠지만은 스넬께서 보여주신 그 보고서나 그 증거물에 어떤 시설의 사진이 들어있지는 않습니다. 맞습니까?
There aren't any pictures of inside of the establishment. We had gone through some issues here with the quarantine, and I wasn't able to get those pictures in, sir.
예, 그 시설 내에 사진을 저희가 그 격리나 그런 문제 때문에 넣을 수가 없었습니다.
Next, and you also may have addressed this, you had numerous visits to that location during your investigation. How many would you say were after 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night? This roughly.
예. 그러면은 이것도 말씀하셨을 수 있지만은 선생님께서 지금 이곳에 수차례 방문을 하셨던 걸로 아는데 그렇다면은 그 중에서 밤 8시나 9시 이후에 간 것이 대충 몇 번이 됩니까?
Four were visited. Four times the establishment was visited after hours, sir.
네 차례가 영업시간 이후에 방문한 것입니다.
I'm sorry, after hours, could you clarify what you mean by that?
Meaning
그러면
after 10 o'clock. Oh, sorry.
영업시간 후라는 게 지금 정확히 뭘 말씀을 하시는 겁니까? 그러니까 10시 이후요.
Meaning either close to when the establishment was closing or after the establishment closed.
그러니까 그 가게가 문을 닫기 직전이나 그 후를 말씀드리는 것입니다.
So for clarification, where there's any visitation, let's say after 6 p.m. but before the closing hour. I'm just trying to get a sense on if you noticed how many patrons were in there, if you just noticed any loitering, anything like that during these evening visits. Thank you.
예. 제가 좀 더 이렇게 확실하기 위해서 그러면은 6시 이후부터 영업 종료 전까지 방문을 하신 적이 있습니까? 제가 이 말씀을 드리는 것이 그 시간 동안에 그 손님들이 어떤 식으로 그 가게에 있는지를 알고 싶기 때문에 그렇습니다. 그리고 어떤 식으로 사람들이 배회를 하는지.
There were about 2 times or 3 times that were visited prior to the establishment closing.
제가 그 영업시간 이전에 방문한 것이 2번이나 3번이 되는데요.
In which there were either moderate crowds as far as inside in the parking lot, and also what I've noted in the report, and I guess it's kind of a congregation spot for individuals that they like to kind of sit on the edge of or the end of the storefront, and so they're like lawn chairs out there.
예. 그래서 제가 봤을 때는 그 가게 그 주차장 안에 그렇게 큰 무리는 아니었고 작은 무리가 있었는데 그 보고받은 바에 따르면은 지금 이곳이 사람들이 모이는 곳인데 그러니까 그 긴 의자가 있고 사람들이 그 가게 끝이나 그 이렇게 그 가게 끝에 앉아 있습니다.
So you're saying these lawn chairs or individuals sitting, is that on the property of the establishment? I'm just trying to, once again, is it public space? Is it on the property?
그러면은 지금 이 긴 의자라는 게 이게 지금 그 가게 건물 내에 있습니까? 아니면은 지금 이게 공공 그 소유의 그 의자입니까?
No, it doesn't appear to be on the property. It seems to be like right on the edge of the property, right close to Wheeler Road.
예, 그게 그 가게가 소유하고 있는 것처럼 보이지는 않고요. 그 윌러 로드의 그 끝쪽에 있습니다.
And they don't seem to be, it doesn't seem to be a situation where they are, a rowdy bunch. I haven't seen that at all.
그리고 그 사람들이 모인 게 막 이렇게 왁자지껄한 그런 어떤 상황이 아니었던 걸로 보입니다.
Okay, and I heard you bring up a parking lot. Is this a private area parking for that particular business, or is this a more general parking area?
그러면 아까 그 주차장을 말씀하셨는데 이거 같은 경우에는 어떤 그 가게가 이렇게 가게가 쓰고 있는 어떤 개인적인 주차장입니까? 아니면은 일반 사람들이 쓸 수 있는 주차장입니까?
There is a parking lot that is situated directly in front of Holiday Liquors.
할리데이 리커스 바로 앞에 그 주차장이 있는데요.
There is also a cleaners in this strip mall.
그리고 그 스트리머에 클리너도 있는데요.
And Holiday Market.
그리고 할리데이 마켓이 있습니다.
So the parking lot encompasses, I would assume, those 3 businesses.
그래서 제 생각에는 그 세 가게를 위해서 주차장이 있는 걸로 알고 있습니다.
Did you learn, or is there any knowledge of if the liquor store has any responsibility to that parking lot.
그러면은 그 리커 스토어가 그 주차장에서 어떤 책임이 있는지 그 여부를 알게 되었는지 혹은 알고 있습니까?
My understanding is that the owner of Holiday Liquors keeps the storefront clean as well as parts of the parking lot. Yes, sir.
그렇습니다. 제가 알기로는 그러니까 그 가게의 주인께서 그 가게 앞을 되도록이면 깨끗하게 이렇게 하려고 하십니다.
Okay, and you put into the record that there is a charter school within 100 feet of this establishment. Did I understand that correctly?
그리고 그 스님께서 이제 기록에 따르면은 그 가게의 100피트 반경에 차터 스쿨이 있다고 했는데 맞습니까?
I did a measurement from the front door to two sides of this school that is directly across the street, Eagle Academy Public Charter School.
그러니까 그 가게 양쪽 끝에서 그 이글 차트 스쿨까지 측정을 했는데요.
I took one measurement with our measure wheel from the front door of Holiday Liquors to the front door, or where the front door that is designated to be, and that was 555 feet.
500.
제가 그 메저 윌로 측정을 했더니 할리데이 리커스의 그 출입 앞문에서 그 학교에 그 앞문 혹은 앞문으로 지정된 데를 쟀더니 555피트였습니다.
Thank you for that clarification. My question is, because there is that school, has ever, or doing your inspections during this process of doing your investigation, was there any visits to this establishment shortly after the school closes in the afternoon, to see if there is loitering by the kids either inside or nearby the front door of this establishment?
그러면은 아까 정보를 확실하게 말씀을 해주셔서 감사하고요. 제 질문은 그러면 학교가 지금 그 가게 근처에 있기 때문에 드리는 말씀인데, 이 조사를 하시는 동안에 그 학교가 바로 이렇게 끝나고 나서 아이들이 그 가게 안이나 아니면 그 주변이나 옆에 배회하는지를 보기 위해서 그 가게에 들른 적이 있습니까?
There were a few visits that were done during school hours as well as right after school hours to determine the patronage of the students.
그 학교가 수업이 있는 시간 그리고 수업이 끝난 후에 그 혹시 학생들이 그 가게 손님을 있는지 보기 위해서 몇 차례 방문을 했었습니다.
Unfortunately, due to recently speaking with the director of operations and facilities over at the Eagle Academy Public School, who advised me that there is also a new entrance, which is a secondary entrance, because the entire school encompasses that entire block. So I did a follow-up measurement.
네네. 그런데 불행히도 그 이글 아카데미의 이제 퍼블릭 차트 스쿨의 그 운영자께서 말씀하시기를 그 학교가 블록 전체를 차지하기 때문에 두 번째 문이 있는데 문이 있다고 출입문이 있다고 말씀을 하셨습니다. 그래서 제가 다시 측정을 하게 되었습니다.
During this time, I focused more on the store and the patronage of children during this time.
그래서 이제 그때는 제가 그 가게하고 그리고 그 아이들이 아이들 손님에 대해서 집중을 했는데요.
as well as I took a second measurement to the rear, to the secondary entrance, which is directly across the street from Holiday Liquors.
그래서 그리고 나서 제가 두 번째로 측정을 했는데 이번에는 그 뒷문까지를 측정을 했는데 그 학교의 그 두 번째 그 출입문에서요.
This is a new addition to the school. It's an area where there's drop off for the kids. There's a playground area, and there's also parking. And so children and staff are constantly in that area. And so with it being a secondary entrance, I took another measurement and that came to 101 feet.
네, 그래서 지금 이 공간 같은 경우에는 학교에 새로 생긴 공간인데 거기에 아이들을 이렇게 차로 데려다 주는 내려주는 그런 공간이고 운동장도 있고 그리고 주차장도 있습니다. 그래서 그 공간에 항상 직원과 학생들이 있는데 그래서 제가 두 번째로 그거를 측정을 했을 때는 110이 나왔습니다.
So in the discussions with the representative of the school, did they bring to your attention any concerns about underage purchasing or problems directly related to that establishment?
그러면은 선생님께서 그 학교의 대표와 이야기를 하는 동안에 아이들이 그 가게에서 뭐 구입을 하는 것 같은 그런 사안에 대해서 어떤 우려점이 제기가 되었나요?
There were concerns, however, from what I understand, there is someone who is to believe to be representing Eagle Academy during this proceedings. So, but there were concerns that were shared, sir.
우려점이 제기가 되었습니다. 하지만은 지금 이 과정 동안에 그 학교를 대리하는 사람이 있었는데 어쨌든 우려점이 제기가 된 것은 사실입니다.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
감사합니다.
Are there any other questions by any other board members?
그러면은 위원회 위원장 또 다른 질문이 있으신 분이 계십니까?
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr.
Short
Chairman.
C.
Investigator Jones, I want to thank you for a very thorough and comprehensive report. And your testimony has been compelling.
예, 존스 씨, 오늘 그리고 종합적이고 그리고 철저하게 보고를 해주셔서 감사합니다. 그리고 증언하시는 것에 굉장히 증언하신 것이 굉장히 저에게 큰 놀라움을 주었습니다.
Thank you, sir.
감사합니다.
Investigator Jones, how long has this licensee been in this operating in this location?
그러면은 지금 이 가게가 이 허가를 받은 가게가 이곳에서 얼마나 오랫동안 영업을 해왔습니까?
I'm not quite sure, sir. I know that the establishment has been in existence, as I mentioned earlier, since '86. I want to say 2013, somewhere around there, but I'm not specifically sure what year.
확실히 저도 모르겠습니다. 거기에 가게가 처음 있었던 건 1986년이라고 제가 이미 말씀을 드렸는데 이 가게 같은 경우에는 2013년부터요. 하지만은 제가 확실하지는 않습니다.
Okay, Investigator Jones, if you know the answer to this, please give it. If you don't, I do understand. My question is, how many times during renewals of this license have there been protests by the community about renewing this license, if you know?
존스 씨, 만약에 지금 이 질문 같은 경우에는 답을 알고 계시면은 말씀을 해주십시오. 선생님께서는 지금 이 가게가 그 허가 갱신을 신청했을 때 몇 번이나 항의를 반대에 부닥쳤는지 혹시 아십니까?
I don't know specifically every time. However, I do know that whenever you have a renewal, the ANC as well as the neighboring community has the right to protest you. I can't tell you that, what the issues were every time they've been protested. But I know that this has been an ongoing issue from talking to the ANCs, from talking to everybody else involved.
Okay.
저도 구체적으로는 모르겠습니다. 하지만은 ANC와 그 커뮤니티에서 그 리커 리뉴얼이 있을 때마다 항의를 할 수 있는 권리가 있다는 것을 알고 있습니다. 저도 문제는 어떤 문제인지 구체적으로 모릅니다. 하지만은 제가 ANC와 그리고 관계자들과 이야기를 한 결과 이것이 항상 계속 있어온 문제라는 것을 알게 되었습니다.
Investigator Jones, just for the record, because I've heard you addressed in several different ways by different people at this hearing, what is your official alcoholic beverage regulation administrative title? What is your title, sir?
예, 존스 존스 조사관님, 그러면은 선생님께서 지금 그 알코올 규제 위원회에서 정확하게 선생님의 어떤 그 직함이 어떻게 되십니까?
I'm a lead investigator here with the agency.
저는 이 에이전시에서 주된 조사관입니다. 주요 조사관입니다.
Lead Investigator Jones, thank you for your testimony and thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
예, 그러면은 책임 조사관님이신 존슨 씨에게 오늘 선생님이 그동안 일을 해주신 것과 오늘 증언해 주셔서 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
Are there any other questions by any other board members?
그러면은 다른 위원님께서 질문이 있으신가요?
Mr. Lee, any questions of Mr.
Thank you. Thanks for the time to testify today, and I truly appreciate your work and service, Mr. Jones.
미스터 존스, 오늘 증언해 주시고 그리고 선생님이 하시는 역할에 대해서 감사드립니다.
Did you witness or allow this store to drug dealing while you visited?
잠깐만 기다리세요. Miss Lee, could you repeat what you just said, please?
Have you witnessed or the store allowed drug dealing while you visit?
그러면 선생님께서 이 가게를 방문하는 동안에 이 가게가 어떤 마약 거래를 허용하는 것을 보신 적이 있습니까?
No, I haven't.
아니요, 없습니다.
So have you witnessed any allowed the criminal activities that this store provided to the community?
그러면은 이 가게에서 어떤 범죄 활동을 허용하는 것을 선생님께서 보신 적이 있나요?
No, I haven't.
아니요, 없습니다.
Your investigative history said that there is two incidents. One is a Saint Minor, one is a failed to settlement agreement. But you said that there are 3 violations in 2015, 2016, and 2020. So how we calculate why we count only 3 years?
예, 지금 아까 그 조사 이력에서 그 사건이 2개가 있는데 첫 번째는 미성년자에게 판매, 두 번째는 어떤 합의서 위약인데 그리고 추가해가지고 2015년, 16년, 2020년에 3개의 어떤 위반 사항이 있다고 그랬는데 왜 지난 3년 것만 포함을 시키는 겁니까?
You are correct. There were 3 occurrences for sale to minor with Holiday Liquors.
맞습니다. 그 할리데이 리커스가 그 미성년자에게 술을 판매한 그 사건이 3개가 있습니다.
The latest one was March 17, 2020.
가장 최근 것은 2021년 3월 17일입니다.
Prior to that was June 28, 2016.
그리고 그 전에는 2016년 6월 28일이었고요.
And prior to that was May 2nd, 2015.
그리고 그 전에는 2015년 5월 2일이었고요.
Within our agency, we only count the last 3 years, so we negate anything past 3 years.
저희 기관에서는 지난 3년 것만 하고 그 이전의 것은 삭제를 합니다.
That's the reason why it's not showing on the history.
그래서 그 이력에 나오지 않았습니다.
So my question is, do you know the why we count only 3 years lately?
그런데 제 질문은 왜 지난 3년 것만 간주를 하느냐는 것이었습니다.
Go ahead.
Yeah, do we ignore the previous violation? It's not worth to consider, or what does it mean? And why we count only last 3 years?
왜 지난 3년 동안 간주를 하는지 아십니까? 그 전에 것은 무시를 하는 겁니까? 아니면은 뭐 제거할 가치가 없기 때문입니까?
So the previous violations have already been adjudicated.
그러니까 그 이전의 것은 이미 어떤 거기에 대해서 판결이 났습니다.
Once they've been adjudicated, and I'm assuming that you may be aware of what took place during these times.
그러니까 이미 그 판결이 난 사건에 대해서는 그리고 제가 지금 선생님께서는 이미 그 사건에 대해서 어떤 일이라는지 알고 계실 거라고 생각을 하는데요.
So in an effort to clean up the histories and in an effort to, not elongate histories, we go 3 years, and then
예,
that's the end of it.
예, 그러니까 저희가 그 이력을 정리를 하고 그리고 불필요하게 어떤 그 이력을 길게 하지 않기 위해서 3년으로 제한을 합니다.
Thank you. And then what is the normal procedure inside the ABRA whenever there is an accident or incident involving PD-251?
그러면은 그 아브라 내에서 PD-251 그 사건이 있을 때마다 어떤 식으로 일을 처리하는 것이 관례입니까?
Is there something, sir, that you're asking specifically?
지금
Yes.
구체적으로 물어보시는 게 있습니까?
Yeah, because on your investigator report, page 8, and then there's a course for service record. Then 163 cases, and the course is kind of a lot of them, and it's nearly concerned to the community. We understand that, but your finding is although you said that although these courses were dedicated to the address holiday liquids are located, according to the establishment investigator history, none were found to be ever related to violation. That means even though it's 163 course, but if it is involved with the PD-251, it doesn't go through the ABC board, so it's not related to the holiday liquors.
그러니까 지금 그 선생님의 어떤 보고서 8페이지를 보면은 그 서비스 콜에 관한 것인데요. 163차례의 콜이 되었으면은 굉장히 많은데도 많고 그리고 이것이 지금 할리데이 리크스와 관련이 있지만은 지금 그 중에 어떤 것도 아브라 위반이 아니라고 했습니다. 그렇다면은 이 163차례의 그 콜이 실제로 그 할리데이 리크워스와 관련이 없다는 이야기입니까?
Doing a comparison between the calls for service.
그러니까 그 서비스 콜과
and our and ABRA's investigative history.
그 아브라의 그 조사 이력을 봤을 때
None of the 163 calls that were dedicated to 3505 Wheeler Road, Southeast.
그 3530 윌러 사우스 이스트 그 주소에 그 주소로부터 나온 곳으로 보이는 163개의 전화 중에서 그 어떤 것도
resulted in ABRA violations. So with that being said, there were no MPD 251s that were sent out for that location.
그 중에 어떤 것도 앱과 관련된 위반 사항이 없었기 때문에 MPD 그 51 그 통계가 보내지지 않았습니다. 통계에 넣어지지가 않았습니다.
Okay. Have you observed the police presence whenever you visit the establishment?
그러면은 선생님께서 그 가게를 방문하셨을 때 경찰이 있는 것을 보셨습니까?
I honestly did not see MPD there one time.
제가 솔직히 말씀드리면 한 번도 MPD를 본 적이 없습니다.
Have you talked with the security, private security, and the mall?
그러면 몰에 있는 그 사설 그 시큐리티 오피서하고 이야기를 하신 적이 있습니까?
No, I haven't.
아니요.
Okay. You said that there's a history of sale to minor 3 times. In your experience, this SDM violation history is very unique compared to other establishments in DC, based on your experience.
그러면은 그 선생님께서 아까 3차례 동안 미성년자에게 판매한 어떤 전력이 있다고 그랬는데 선생님의 경험에 의하면은 이것이 어떤 DC의 그 다른 가게에 비교했을 때 아주 특별한 경우입니까?
Based on my experience, I've seen establishments that have done the same.
Yes.
잠깐만 기다리세요. Investigator Jones, could you repeat your reply, please?
Based on my experience, I have come across establishments that have done the exact same.
예, 제 경험에 의하면은 그렇게 똑같이 한 그 가게를 보아왔고요.
Have done more.
더 한 경우도 봤고.
And have also been good operators and don't have any.
그리고 운영을 잘해서 전혀 없는 곳도 있고요.
Thank you. I'm just to make one more clarification about the school. You said the first measurement is over 500 feet, and the second measurement from the secondary entrance is around 110. So, what is the correct measurement we consider to EBRA regulation?
그러면은 제가 한 가지 더 좀 더 그 학교 관련돼 가지고 확실히 할 사항이 있는데 아까 선생님께서 말씀하시기를 첫 번째 측정을 했을 때는 500피트가 넘었고 두 번째 그 이렇게 출입구에서 쟀더니 두 번째 측정했을 때는 110피트라고 그랬습니다. 그러면은 지금 에브라와 관련돼 가지고 저희가 고려해야 할 정확한 그 거리가 어떻게 됩니까?
Per ABRA regulation and the GIS, it indicates that there are no schools within 400 feet of the establishment.
그러니까 그 규정과 GIS에 따르면은 400피트 이내에서는 가게가 없어야 합니다.
Although there is a secondary building or a newer structure that was constructed on the campus for the Eagle Academy Public Charter School.
하지만은 그 퍼블릭 차터 스쿨인 이글 아카데미의 그 캠퍼스에 두 번째 그 건물이 지어지고 있는데요.
I have to go by, and although there is a secondary entrance, and I understand that.
그리고 그 두 번째 출입문이 있다는 것을 제가 알고 있긴 하지만
If you go by address to address,
만약에 주소 대 주소식으로 이렇게 한다면
front door to front door,
그러니까 정문에서 정문까지
555 feet.
그렇게 되면 555피트.
So it is outside the 400 feet radius, right?
잠깐만 기다리세요. Miss Lee, could you repeat that, please?
So that means it's a school located outside the 400 feet radius, right?
그렇다면은 그 학교가 400 그 반경 내에 있다는 말이나 맞습니까?
If we go location to location, address to address, it is outside of the 400-foot radius. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
만약에 저희가 한 장소에서 다른 장소까지, 한 주소에서 다른 주소까지 한다면은 선생님 말씀이 맞습니다. 그러면은 400 반경을 넘어섭니다.
And based on your experience, what's your suggestion to the store to improve the safety issue? That's the community nearly concerned about that because of shooting and all criminal activities, drug dealing. So what's your suggestion to the store to improve their problem with the community?
Can you repeat that, sir?
그러면은 선생님의 경험에 따르면은 지금 그 지역사회에 있는 이 모든 문제들 안전 그리고 뭐 총격 사건 그리고 마약 거래 이런 문제를 향상시키기 위해서 선생님께서 이 가게가 어떤 식으로 할 것을 제안을 하십니까?
You are
Mr. Lee, yeah, Mr. Lee, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah. So based on your experience, I know you're a real investigator, more than 10 years experience. So compared to other store, other community, what your suggestion to the store? Because a store owner willing to cooperate and improve the safety issue. What's your suggestion to the store to improve the safety issue around that area?
그러면은 지금 선생님께서 10년 넘게 10년 넘게 일하신 조사관으로서 지금 그 근처에 다른 가게에 비교했을 때 선생님께서 이 근처에 이 지역에 안전 문제를 향상시키기 위해서 선생님께서 이 가게에 제안하실 사항은 어떤 겁니까? 왜냐하면은 이 가게에서는 협조를 할 생각입니다.
There are a couple of things that I'd like to say at this point.
제가 한두 가지 말씀드리고 싶은 게 있는데
It's not normal at this point in time for me to give my opinion on how things should go and what you all should do. However, I will say that what needs to happen is you need to be more cognizant of minors that come in.
예, 제가 이 시점에서 지금 어떤 식으로 해야 되고 사람들이 어떤 식으로 해야 되는지에 대해서 제 의견을 주는 것은 좀 적절하지가 않은 것은 알고 있습니다. 하지만은 제 생각에서는 그 미성년자들이 가게에 오는 것에 대해서 사람들이 더 잘 알고 있어야 된다고 생각합니다.
Have training on IDs.
그리고 그 아이디 체크하는 거에 대해서 교육을 하고
And also, I understand you said that there are basically the strip mall security.
그리고 아까 선생님께서 말씀하시기를 그 스트릿몰에 그 사설 그 시큐리티가 있다고 하셨는데요.
I'm not sure if their hours need to be extended.
그 사람들의 근무 시간이 연장해야 될 수도 있지 않나 하는 생각이 들기도 하고요.
But things that have been reported seem to be happening pretty regularly.
그런데 저희한테 보고된 그런 일들이 아주 규칙적으로 일어나고 있는 것 같습니다.
The other thing that I wanted to mention was that the additional building that I spoke of across the street for Eagle Academy was constructed in 2011. And so I'm not sure if GIS has picked that up yet.
예. 그리고 또 다른 거 말씀드릴 것은 그 이글 아카데미 바로 건너편에 2011년도부터 이제 추가 건물을 세우고 있는데요. GIS에서 그것을 포착을 했는지 그 여부는 모르겠습니다.
But I would be remiss not to mention that only due to when you're standing on the property, you can clearly see that there's a school directly across the street.
그런데 제가 분명히 말씀드릴 수 있는 것은 그 학교 건물에서 이렇게 보면은 바로 건너편에 건물이 보인다는 것입니다.
Okay, thank you very much. And no further question.
Yes, sir.
네, 감사합니다. 더 이상 질문 없습니다.
Mr. Conrad.
칸네드 씨?
Thank you, Inspector Jones. I appreciate you being here today. Do you mind if I share my screen?
Ms. Andrews, can you give Mr. Conrad the opportunity to share his screen, please?
Sure, stand by.
네, 감사합니다. 제가 그러면은 문서를 공유하도록 하겠습니다.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Conrad, you can share your screen now.
Thank you very much. So this is the property survey.
지금 이게 그 부지를 이렇게 서베이를 한 건데요.
I understand there's been some confusion and you're talking about secondary doors and developments, but I just
hold on a minute, Mr. Conrad. Hold on 1 minute. I think there's a clarification within that. I'm not sure where you're going with that, but it appears to me, and maybe I can be wrong, that the liquor store was in the vicinity prior to the school. So if the liquor store was in the location prior to the school, the 400 feet is not relevant. So because the liquor store, the license was grandfathered in. I just want to clarify that for the record. So it's irrelevant where it is. If you want to make another argument, yes.
I do want to make another
argument.
Yeah.
If the liquor store was there prior, the location is not relevant. Okay.
I absolutely agree. And we're not making an argument based off of the 400-foot parameters. I just want to clarify the distance because it does bear on order and safety for children.
All right. Let the translator translate, please.
예. 지금 그러니까 이제 회장님께서 말씀하신 게 지금 여기 리커스토어 같은 경우에는 지금 학교가 있기 전에 이미 존재를 했기 때문에 지금 400피트 그 규정이라는 것이 사실은 적용이 되지 않습니다. 그 코네드 변호사께서 말씀하시기를 그것에 대해서는 저희도 동의를 합니다. 하지만은 지금 이 척생된 거리가 어떤 그 지역의 질서와 안전에 대해서 관련이 있기 때문에 제가 다른 식으로 주장을 하도록 하겠습니다.
We're just talking a lot about this and there have been a lot of questions. So I just wanted to clarify it for everyone. This is the view from Holiday Liquors, correct?
지금 여러 가지 혼란이 있었기 때문에 제가 지금 이 사진을 보여주는데요. 지금 이게 그 할리데이 리커스 정문에서 봤을 때 찍은 사진 맞습니까?
Mr. Jones?
존스 씨?
I'm sorry, that looks to be the view. I know now that there's, it looks different only because of the foliage that's there and that fence.
Yeah.
But that looks to be the view, yes.
Let me give you,
네,
so
지금,
here's from the other side.
예, 지금 이렇게 이제는 나무에 잎이 나고 그리고 펜스가 있기 때문에 달라 보이는데 대충 그런 것 같습니다. 그러면은 지금 여기 이 사진은 어떻습니까? 이 사진을 보여드리겠습니다.
Yes, sir, that's it.
Okay.
예,
So
맞습니다.
is it fair to say that, if you're looking at your investigative report, that without this little caveat that according to the GIS, which is missing from this portion, that there really are schools and places where kids go nearby the liquor store? That's really all I'm trying to point out, that there is a kind of throughway where there are a lot of children nearby.
예. 지금 뭐 GIS 같은 경우에서 포착을 못했다는 그런 어떤 점을 뺀다면은 지금 이 가게 근처에 학교가 있고 아이들이 많이 있다고 이야기를 하는 게 맞지 않습니까?
Yes, in close proximity to the establishment, you have the Eagle Academy Public Charter School. You have KIPP DC. You have Somerset College Preparatory Public School.
Thank you,
예.
sir.
그래서 이 가게 근처에 그 퍼블릭 차터 스쿨인 이글 아카데미가 있고요. 키드 DC가 있고 그리고 그 프랩 스쿨인 서머셋이 있습니다.
Thank you, sir. And
Southeast Tennis and Learning Center and Charles Hart Middle School.
차일드 하트 러닝 미들 스쿨하고 그리고 러닝 센터가 있고요.
And although they are in close proximity, they're not within, those distances, the radius.
예. 비록 그것이 근방에 있지만은 그 반경에 들지는 않습니다.
all right, thank you, sir. And then if you did not have a land survey in front of you, I'm just curious as to how you would know that where these guys were out on the lawn chairs, that wasn't on the property.
그러면은 선생님께서 그 랜드 서베이가 없는 상태에서 이 사람들이 그 이렇게 긴 의자에 앉아 있는 것을 어떻게 알 수가 있었는가 하는 것입니다.
So if you were to go back to your first exhibit.
Yes, sir.
그 첫 번째 그 선생님 증거물로 가보면은
I apologize. The second one.
두 번째로 가주세요.
This one right here or this one?
That one.
Okay.
요?
So this is their property because they erected the fence there. So that's one of the questions I have is that seems to extend out pretty far towards the street.
예, 지금 이게 이제 그 가게에 이제 가게 그 건물인데 왜냐하면은 그 펜스를 그쪽에 세웠기 때문에 보면은 그 길거리로 바짝 다가서 있는 것 같습니다.
Is this is a picture of the first driveway that leads into the parking lot because there's two driveways.
Yeah, let me flip it around for you so you can see it.
지금 여기 보면은 드라이브웨이가 두 개가 있는데 이게 첫 번째 드라이브웨이입니다.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
So that is their property where that kind of fencing is. And I went and walked the grounds yesterday and saw a few guys in lawn chairs right about here, which was inside the boundaries. So I'm just curious about
지금
your
이게
impressions.
어떤 그 건물하고 그리고 펜스를 보여주는데 어제 제가 갔더니 그 사람들이 그 부지 내에 있는 그 긴 의자에 몇 사람이 앉아 있었습니다.
So where you have in this picture, where you have where the red car is located.
Yes, sir. Right here.
That's where, yes. Right on that inside area, kind of landing, that's where the lawn chairs normally are. They're not on the property. They're not in front of the store. They're kind of in that dirt area. There's a dirt area right there.
Where the tree is.
Yes, where the tree is. And they're kind of sitting, they're actually sitting under the tree.
Okay.
예, 예, 지금 이거에 그 사진을 보면은 차가 보이시죠? 그 차 안쪽으로 이렇게 보면은 그 긴 의자가 있는데 사실 그 긴 의자가 건물 내에 있는 것도 아니고요. 그 지금 이렇게 흙 같은 게 이렇게 보이는데 나무 밑에 거기에 사람들이 앉아 있습니다.
Yeah, so if you look at this, it doesn't appear that that extends out to where the people were sitting, the property lines.
지금 이 사진을 보면은 그 사람들이 앉아 있는 쪽으로 이렇게 나와 있는 것 같지가 않은데요.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
맞습니다.
And you brought up Eagle Academy. We don't represent them at all. And so you mentioned that you heard some negative feedback, but then you stopped. They're not a part of this protest. So I wanted to hear what they said because we don't have any testimony or exhibits from them.
예. 그리고 제가 말씀드리고 싶은 건 저희 쪽에서는 이글 아카데미를 대리를 하지 않습니다. 근데 선생님께서 아까 그 학교로부터 어떤 불만을 들었다고 그랬는데 지금 그분들이 오늘 증언하고 있지 않기 때문에 선생님께서 들으신 어떤 그 말이 어떤 것인지 알려주십시오.
From what I was told, it's pretty much recanting what has been told to me through Mr. Commissioner Adolfo.
Recanting is taking back. So is
I'm
that
sorry,
what
not recanting. I'm sorry, recalling everything that basically what he was saying. It's dealing with the violent piece. violent behavior.
그러니까 제가 이제 그 학교 측으로부터 들은 것은 아돌포 씨로부터 들은 내용을 다 거의 다 상기시키는 내용이었는데요. 그러니까 그 위반 사항에 관한 것이었습니다.
Violent crime in the area has taken a rise.
그러니까 그 주변에서 난폭한 그 범죄 행위가 일어나고
Drugs are being sold in the area.
그리고 마약 판매가 되고 그 지역에서
and you know the mention of the child, the youth that was gunned down in the parking lot.
그리고 그 주차장에서 총에 맞아서 죽은 아이에 대해서도 언급이 되었고요.
Thank you, sir. And then you also commented that 2017 was the last time that a minor was sold liquor.
그리고 아까 선생님께서 다시 한번 또 말씀하신 게 2017년에 그 미성년자한테 판매가 된 게 마지막이었다고 하셨습니다.
Is that correct?
No, sir. Actually, the last time was March 17th, 2020.
Okay, so you misspoke earlier.
No, go ahead.
예, 아닙니다. 마지막으로 판매가 된 것이 2020년 3월 17일이었습니다. 그렇다면 선생님께서 잘못 말씀하셨다는 말씀입니까? 아니, 그런 건 아니었습니다.
My apologies. I thought that I had said 2020 because I was asked about it in the history and it reads 2020. So if I said 2017, that's my apology.
No problem.
예, 죄송합니다. 제가 2017년이라고 말했다면 제가 아마 그 이력하고 헷갈려서 이렇게 말씀을 드린 것 같고 2020년입니다.
Okay, and one of the other things that stuck out in my mind is, you know, your 3-year time limit, right? You said, well, we try not to elongate going back. I don't understand why that is. I think Mr. Lee was getting to this, but why not elongate the history that you consider when it's an important decision like renewing a liquor license that's sold to minors?
예, 그리고 그 이제 다른 거 중에서 한 가지는 아까 선생님께서 이제 그 기관에서 3년간만 그 기록을 킵을 그랬는데 그 이유가 뭐 과거를 이렇게 계속 길게 끌고 가고 싶지가 않아서라고 그랬는데 제 질문은 허가 갱신 같은 그런 중요한 문제 있어가지고 그거를 오히려 과거를 길게 끌고 가야 되는 게 아닌지요.
Unfortunately, sir, that's something that I can't answer.
예, 죄송하지만 거기에 대해서는 제가 답변을 할 수 있는 내용이 아닙니다.
So another question, I guess, on that point is if the 3 years is the key number, why only request police calls back a year?
그러면은 거기에 관련돼 가지고 제가 여쭤보고 싶은 것은 만약에 그렇게 3년간만 그 3년간만 기록을 한다는 것에 대해서 제가 다시 한번 여쭤본다면은 그러니까 경찰에 전화한 것 같은 경우는 왜 1년간만을 간주를 합니까?
When conducting protest investigations, the normal statute is for us to only go for a year, sir. A year prior to.
예, 저희가 그 프로테스트에 대해서 조사를 하는 경우에는 1년 이전으로만 소급을 하게 되어 있습니다.
That's true even though the liquor license period is 3 years?
Yes, sir.
그렇다면은 그게 리커 라이센스가 3년인데도 1년만 하는 겁니까? 네, 그렇습니다.
Can you tell me how many, just for my purposes, because I want to go back 3 years, because I do think it's relevant to the safety and order, how many liquor law violations you see within the license period that's currently operative? Right here, they're highlighted.
Mr. Conrad, I don't know what it is that you're referencing, but whatever you're referencing, that's not what's on the screen. So you need to identify what is on the screen that you're trying the witness to testify to, sir.
I'm sorry, sir. Do you see a highlighted list right here?
예. 지금 그러면은 선생님 지금 이 화면에 이렇게 하이라이트 쳐진 거 보이십니까?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see the 9 liquor law violations in the current license period by Holiday Liquors? This is a FOIA request from the MPD.
할리데이 리커스에서 위반한 그 9개의 경우가 지금 보이십니까?
I'm sorry, what is it that, can you, all right, what is it that's on the screen? Can you identify what is on the screen?
Absolutely, absolutely. There are 9 liquor law violations that were offenses reported by the MPD within the current license period of the last 3 years by Holiday Liquors. Open container violations, drinking in public, different liquor law violations on the premises. That's what's being shown on the screen.
지금 이 스크린샷으로 지금 이 화면에 뜬 게 할리데이 리커스가 그 라이센스 기간 동안에 MPD에 따르면은 9개의 그 리커 법을 위반한 사항을 보여주는데 그게 포함되는 것이 그 공공장소에서 술을 마시고 그리고 다른 어떤 그 위반 행위입니다.
So unfortunately, excuse me. So unfortunately, if MPD does not report these incidents to us, we have no idea that they happened.
예, 불행히도 만약에 MPD가 이런 사건을 저희에게 보고를 하지 않으면은 저희는 알 수가 없게 되어 있습니다.
I understand completely, and I agree with you. I want you to look at this email. This is a request for the incident reports from you all. And I just want you to confirm that basically what you just said, that you guys didn't have any as of June 29th, 2021, because there hadn't been any reporting. Is that correct?
지금 거기에 대해서는 동의를 하고요. 지금 이 이메일을 봐주시면 좋겠는데 지금 2021년 6월 29일 이후에는 보고가 없는 게 맞습니까?
That is correct, sir.
맞습니다.
So you're aware that if there's a FOIA request made of ABRA, there's an ongoing duty to disclose under section 25804. So this stuff should have been forwarded to me when you received it about 10 days later in July.
잠깐만 기다리세요. Mr. Conrad, my apologies. Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. This was a FOIA request made to the board. The board at this moment didn't have any MPD reports because they don't come automatically, as the witness said. And so I'm asking if he's aware that there's an ongoing duty to disclose under the FOIA rules that would require all those reports that came in on July, I believe it was 10th or 11th, to be sent to the protestant in this matter.
그러면 선생님께서는 지금 어떤 그 정보를 어떤 공개해야 한다는 그런 그 요청이 계속적으로 있었다는 것을 알고 계십니까? 제 생각에는 10에서 11일까지로 알고 있는데.
From what I know, when there's a FOIA request that is submitted, normally the process is to adhere to that. However, I can't speak for the board. I can't speak for anyone else within the agency because I had no idea that this was taking place, sir.
제가 알기로는 어떤 요청이 있는 경우에는 그 과정을 밟아야 되는데 제가 이 시점에서 그 에이전시 내에 그 기관 내에 그 위원회나 그런 다른 사람을 대변해서 말씀을 드릴 수가 없는 입장입니다. 알겠습니다.
To that point, you write on page 8, out of 163 calls for service over the last year, although these calls were dedicated to the address of Holiday Liquors, according to the establishment investigative history, none were found to be ABRA-related violations. Is that correct?
지금 그 선생님께서 쓰신 그 보고서 8페이지를 보면은 163개의 서비스 콜이 있었고 그것이 지금 그 가게의 주소에 연계가 되었지만은 그 조사 결과 그 에브라 관련된 위반 사항이 전혀 없었다고 했습니다.
That is correct. And again, dealing with MPD, if they don't report, these incidents to us, we have no idea that they've taken place.
맞습니다. 그리고 다시 한번 말씀드리건데 MPD가 이런 사건이 있었다고 저희에게 보고를 하지 않는 한 저희는 알 수가 없습니다.
I guess my question is it in any way difficult or unreasonable to say that none of those calls were violations when you didn't learn of them until after this protest was initiated because of your own request to the MPD? I understand that there's limitations that you weren't provided them, but it's kind of a leap faith to say that none of them were liquor violations for which the establishment was responsible, correct?
그러니까 제 질문은 그 선생님께서 나중에 그 위반 사항에 대해서 보고를 받았기 때문에 지금 이 서비스 콜이 리커 법을 위반하지 않았다고 말을 하는 것이 어렵거나 혹은 부적절하지 않다고 할 수 있지 않나요?
I can't make a clear identification on a violation if we haven't investigated it, sir.
선생님, 저희가 조사를 하지 않는 한은 어떤 위반 사항이 있는지에 대해서 말씀을 드릴 수가 없습니다.
Thank you, sir. And I have just two more areas for examination, if you'll bear with me. The first is your coverage of the external area of the property. I noticed that you did not mention the back of the property, but you briefly said that there is an exit back there that goes to the abutting lot. Were you able to reach that area? Did you go back there?
예. 감사합니다. 그리고 두 가지 더 이렇게 심리를 할 것이 있는데 첫 번째는 아까 선생님께서 그 외관에 대해서 측정한 거에 대해서 이야기를 하셨을 때 선생님께서 그 부지의 바깥 그 뒤편에 대해서는 언급을 하지 않으셨는데요. 그렇지만 거기에도 어떤 출입구가 있다고 하셨는데 거기를 선생님께서 가 보신 적이 있습니까?
Yes, towards the rear of the establishment, there is an older dwelling, a house that looked to be made over into a church.
예, 그렇습니다. 그 가게의 뒤쪽 편에 보면은 오래된 그 거주지가 있는데 집, 근데 그게 오래된 교회 같이 보입니다.
And they have a lot that extends down to Mississippi Avenue.
그리고 그게 미시시피 애버뉴로 많이 다가서 있습니다.
I think it's called Fellowship Bible Way Church.
제
If
생각에
it's still in existence.
펠로우십 지금도 있다면은 펠로우십 바이블 처치라고 되어 이름이었던 것 같습니다.
To the other side of the strip mall area are apartments and residential areas.
그리고 그 스트립몰의 다른 쪽은 거주 지역입니다.
Sir, you're aware that section 25-726, which deals with litter, says that the establishment must take reasonable measures to ensure that the immediate environment of the establishment, including adjacent alleys, sidewalks, and other private property or public property immediately adjacent to the establishment, isn't afflicted by litter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the litter condition behind the establishment in the adjacent lot, the abutting lot?
선생님께서는 그 좁은 길을 포함해 가지고 그 근처에 어떤 쓰레기 투척에 대한 어떤 그런 것도 규정도 지켜야 되는 것을 알고 있는데 선생님께서는 그 부지 뒤편에 어떤 쓰레기 투척 그 정도는 어떤 것이었는지 알고 있습니까?
On each time that I visited the establishment, which was a total outside of the other investigators, which was a total of 5 times.
제가 조사 외에 그 가게를 방문한 것이 총 5번이었는데요.
And that's outside of the last few times that I'd gone to do measurements.
그때가 그 측정을 하기 위해서 나가게 되었는데요. 바깥으로.
I did not observe the frontage of the establishment to be littered.
그 가게의 그 앞쪽이 쓰레기가 있는 것을 보지 못했습니다.
The parking lot area to be littered.
혹은 그 파킹랏에 쓰레기가 있다거나.
The rear of the establishment to be littered.
혹은 그 건물의 건물의 뒤편이 쓰레기가 있다거나.
But I did notice litter from the edge of the establishment where I mentioned earlier about the individuals that are sitting there.
그렇지만은 그 쓰레기가 아까 제가 언급했던 그 긴 사람들이 앉아 있는 곳, 거기 그러니까 그 가게의 그 끝점에 쓰레기가 있는 것을 보았습니다.
So that area I found to be littered, as
그
well as Wheeler Road.
Right. Would you agree that this area is an adjacent property?
그러면은 그곳하고 그리고 그 윌러 로드에 쓰레기가 있었습니다. 그렇다면 선생님께서는 이곳이 그 가까이 붙어 있는 그 프로퍼티라는 것에 동의를 하십니까?
Yes, I would.
네, 동의합니다.
And are you aware of, there's some more litter. There's some water damage. This is a property immediately behind the store.
I'm sorry, and this is not, and I expect Mr. Lee to be objecting, but I need us to move ahead. The property that's been shown, why is it relevant? Is this a part of Holiday Liquors, or is this is some other property? Why are we looking at pictures that has nothing to do with this protestant?
Because of
예.
section 25-726, sir.
But I'm sorry, the question I'm asking, sir, and I expect Mr. Lee to be objecting. Why is this relevant? Is this the property? Is this property under the control of Holiday Liquors, or is this a separate property?
It doesn't need to be under control under section 25.
No, sir. It has to be. And this is all right. And I expect Mr. Lee to be. This is not relevant. You need to be talking about property that's within the control of Holiday Liquors.
This is
okay.
rental
I
from
will.
Holiday Liquors.
I'm not gonna. I'm sorry. I am not going to entertain any testimony about adjacent properties. Okay. So if this is not Holiday Liquors, let's stop and let's move on. We need to move this along, sir. This has been going on since 3:15, 3:17. I'm giving you leeway, but this is not relevant. So let's move on.
This is reversible error. This absolutely is
I'm sorry,
relevant.
sir.
This is
This is
reversible
not
error.
relevant. This is not Holiday Liquors. This is about the liquor license renewal for Holiday Liquors. You can talk, if the parking lot belongs to them, fine. Talk about their property line, sir. They are only responsible for their property line. I will not entertain any testimony, any further testimony on adjacent properties. So if it's not related, it is not relevant, and let's move on.
Okay.
예, 제가 지금 그 콘네드 변호사께서 지금 그 주변 그 건물의 그 쓰레기 투척의 정도에 대해서 이야기를 하셨는데요. 지금 그 회장님께서 이거에 대해서 지금 미스터 리 변호사께서도 아마 이의를 제기를 하실 거라고 생각하신다고 하시고요. 지금 저희가 그 오늘 이 심리를 하는 것은 이 가게의 리커 리뉴얼에 대한 거기 때문에 그 지금 이 사안이 그 가게의 어떤 그 통제에 있는 사안이 아닌 경우에는 지금 여기에 대해서 이야기를 하는 것이, 그러니까 주변 건물의 어떤 쓰레기 투척 상황에 대해서 이야기를 하는 것은 무관하기 때문에 여기에 대해서 이야기하는 것을 이야기하지 말아 주시기를 바랍니다.
Okay, Mr. Jones, are you aware that Holiday Liquors was fined by DCRA due to what was depicted in the prior picture or activities undertaken on their property?
존스 씨, 그러면은 할리데이 리커스가 아까 그 사진에 나오는 그런 사진에 제가 보여드렸던 그런 문제로 DCRA에서 벌금 처분을 받았던 것을 알고 계십니까?
No, I wasn't, sir.
아니,
My
몰랐습니다.
I'm sorry. I just have one last question for you, sir, and I thank you for your patience and your service in doing all this. I see that in the applicant's protest form, he has a police log. Were you familiar with the police log? I know that you were able to speak with counsel.
예, 지금 제 말씀을 인내심 있게 들어주신 데 대해서 감사드리고요. 제가 마지막 질문 드리겠습니다. 지금 선생님께서는 그 신청자의 그 항의서에 보면은 경찰 로고가 있는데 선생님께서는 카운슬하고 이야기를 하시니까 이 폴리스 로고에 대해서 알고 계시나요?
No, sir.
아니요.
I know you said that you didn't see cops come or the police come once, but I wanted to point out that the owner actually called them. They responded without prompt to a false alarm, and the owner also called them to try and help him with his protest, to ask them to litigate the protest on his behalf. I called 911, explained there will be a protest for a liquor license, and he goes on to say that somebody actually showed up. Officer Can came to our store and asked for detail. Does that surprise you that an officer would be that responsive to such a frivolous claim that didn't involve any sort of active issue?
그러면은 지금 아까 선생님께서는 경찰이 온 것을 한 번도 보신 적이 없다고 그랬는데 그런데 또 제가 이제 들은 것은 뭐냐면은 그 주인이 전화를 해가지고 경찰이 왔는데 실제로 문제는 없었다. 그리고 여기에 보이는 게 뭐 미스터 켄트 같은 그런 경관이 실제로 경찰이 나타났다, 현장에 나타났다 이런 이야기가 있는데 그렇다면은 선생님께서는 그렇게 중요하지 않은 문제로 경찰이 그렇게 급하게 현장에 도착할 수가 있다는 말입니까?
Unfortunately, sir, in these proceedings, I can only be objective. I can't answer that question.
아, 불행히도 제가 이 심리에서는 객관적으로 이야기를 할 수밖에 없는데 그 질문에 대해서는 제가 답변을 드릴 수가 없습니다.
I understand completely. I guess my objective question is, would it surprise you that officers have been pretty responsive to incidents that the owner has initiated when there have been calls for help from the office? I'm sorry, from the owner.
예. 그러니까 제 질문은 경찰이 그렇게 중요하지 않은 문제에 대응을 했다는 것에 대해서 선생님께서 거기에 대해서 어떤 놀랍지가 않았느냐 하는 것입니다.
I could only assume that MPD is responding to calls regarding if they feel that it's an issue and they feel that they should respond. Other than that, I don't know if they're frivolous calls. I can't determine that.
Understood.
예. 제가 말씀드릴 수 있는 것은 MPD가 그쪽에서 만약에 출동을 해야 된다고 생각했으면은 그 전화에 대해서 대응을 했을 거라는 것입니다. 그 전화가 뭐 경미한 일이었는지에 대해서는 제가 결정을 내릴 수 있는 상황이 아닙니다. 알겠습니다.
Okay, my last question, sir. Your report states that Holiday Liquors is located in a strip mall unit that houses two other businesses, the Cleaners and Holiday Market, that are both owned by Mr. Kim as well. Is that correct?
지금 마지막 질문은 선생님께서 증언을 하실 때 스틸몰의 할리데이 리크스가 또 다른 두 개의 어떤 사업체와 같이 있었는데 하나는 클리너고 나머지 하나는 할리데이 마트인데 그 두 개 다 미스터 킴이 소유하는 거 맞습니까?
I believe this is what, yes, I was told by Mr. Lee.
예, 미스터 리가 저에게 그렇게 이야기를 했습니다.
So as owner of all three of these establishments.
그러면은 그분께서 지금 이 세 군데 그 비즈니스를 다 소유를 하십니까?
From what I understand, yes, sir.
예, 제가 알기로는 그렇습니다. 감사합니다.
Can I make a correction about it?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, what did you say, Mr. Lee?
Yeah, actually, that's a misunderstanding. It's Mr. Kim only owned the Holiday Liquors, and the other two businesses separately. Probably we just miscommunicate when we telephone interview with Mr. Jones. So I'm just correction on it.
예, 거기에 대해서 정정하도록 하겠습니다. 미스터 킴이 소유하는 것은 할리데이 리커스 뿐입니다. 그리고 나머지 두 개는 다른 주인이 따로 있습니다. 아무래도 그 전화상으로 이렇게 존스 씨하고 인터뷰를 했을 때 커뮤니케이션이 잘못된 것 같습니다.
My apology, sir.
죄송합니다.
That was my understanding as well, what Mr. Lee said. So I was just trying to see if there was an error in the report.
예, 거기 에러가 있는지 제가 확인하려고 했던 것 뿐입니다. 감사합니다.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
이상입니다.
Can you close your screen, please? Thank you.
감사합니다.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Jones. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
미스 존스에 대해서 질문이 더 이상 없습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
All right, Mr. Lee, you have a
Yeah.
witness, and I'm imploring both parties, please spend the majority of your time direct examination of your own witnesses and not cross-examination, so this hearing can move along. Okay, so who's your first witness, sir?
My personal witness will be owner, Mr. Chong Kim.
제 첫 번째 증인은 주인이신 종김 씨이십니다.
Mr. Kim.
접니다. 김종전입니다.
Yes, this is 종진 Kim.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
오른손을 들어주세요.
들었습니다.
Is your hand raised, sir?
오른손 드셨나요?
네.
Yes.
What did he say? Is his hand raised? I can't see him, so he needs to tell me.
Yeah. Yes, I have raised my hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
선생님께서는 진실만을 오직 진실만을 말씀하실 것을 맹세하거나 화약하시나요?
네.
Yes.
You're witness, Mr. Lee.
Okay, Mr. Kim.
네.
Are you the president of the corporation?
김 선생님, 선생님께서 그 가게의 그 사장님이십니까?
네, 맞습니다.
When did you take over the business?
그 가게를 이수를 언제 하셨어요?
2013년 1월 1일부터 했습니다.
I started to own the business January the 1st, 2013.
Who operated the business?
누가 그 사업체를 운영했나요?
저와 와이프, 아들, 딸 그리고 캐시 한 명, 스타 한 명이 같이 교대로 근무하고 있습니다.
잠깐만 기다리세요. The interviewer needs to clarify one thing. Give me 1 second, please. Casey 한 명이라고 그러셨는데 Casey가 캐시어 말씀하시는 거예요?
네, 캐시. 예.
예, 알겠습니다. So we take turns. We meaning me, my wife, my daughter, my son, and the cashier. One cashier.
네.
What are your hours of operation?
영업 시간이 어떻게 되시나요?
Sunday는 9 to 10입니다.
Sundays 9 to 10.
Ma'am, he's speaking English. You don't need to translate that, ma'am. Thank you.
그리고 월요일에서 토요일까지는 9시에서 11시까지입니다.
And Mondays through Saturdays 9 to 11.
How about the markets on the same mall? Hours in the same mall?
그러면은 그 같은 몰에 있는 마켓 같은 경우에는 영업 시간이 어떻게 되나요?
Sunday는 8시에서 7시.
Monday 8 to 7.
Monday에서 Saturday는 8 to 9.
Mondays through Saturdays 8 to 9.
Okay. How many employees do you have now?
선생님 지금 직원이 몇 분이 되시죠?
저와 와이프, 아들, 딸, 캐셔 한 명, 스타 한 명, 그 교대에 가면서 근무하고 있습니다.
So we operate the business by taking turns among me, my wife, my daughter, my son, one cashier, and one stocking person, stocker.
How many people is that?
그래서 몇 사람이에요?
전부 6명이 교대를 하고 있습니다.
A total of 6 people take turns.
So did you hire any employees from the community?
그러면은 그 지역에서 선생님께서 사람을 고용하신 적이 있어요?
예, 지금 사람을 쓰고 있습니다.
Yes, currently, yes.
So how do you train your employees?
직원은 어떤 식으로 교육을 시켜요?
교육을 아이디 체크하는 것을 POS 기계에 제품을 스캔할 때마다 아이디 체크하라는 경고 문구가 뜨게 하고 그걸 뜬 다음
Oh, we make it sure that the warning message is prompted whenever someone scans something on the IB system for whenever someone scans something on the IB on the PO system, a warning for ID check is prompted.
그 다음에 이제 제품 S를 누르면 제품 가격이 뜹니다.
And then when you press the product S, then you see the price.
그리고 종업원이 물건을 팔 때도 저를 포함하여 저희 가족 모두가 종업원이 물건을 팔 때도 저를 포함 저희 가족 모두가
And also when every employee, including my family, sells something,
아이디 체크를 말하거나 아이디 확인을 도와줍니다.
we say ID check or we help the ID check.
그리고 카운터 주변에 아이디 체크하라는 표시판 및 문구를 세 곳에 설치해 놓았습니다.
And also we have placed 3 signs for checking ID on the on and around the counter.
What is your business experience before?
그럼 그 전에 선생님 그 사업한 그 이력이 어떻게 되세요?
그 전에는 리코스 하기 전에는 메릴랜드 파사데나라는 곳에서 세탁소, 공장과 픽업 스토어를 10년 동안 운영했습니다.
Before the liquor store, I ran a business in a place called Pasadena in Maryland. I ran a cleaner, and I ran it for 10 years.
Well, what's your experience from that business experience? What's the learning from that?
그래서 그 사업을 하시고 나서 뭘 배우셨어요?
손님들에게 친절하게 잘 대해주는 것과 또 이웃과 잘 지내는 것 그리고 모든 것에 최선의 서비스를 해야 된다고 배웠습니다.
Well, what I learned was that I should be kind to my customers, and I should be on good terms with my community, and I should provide the best possible service.
So can you describe your overall business plan, including security plan or cleaning, trash pickup, hiring? In other words, how do you compete with other liquor store or make a difference from them?
그러면은 선생님께서 사업을 이렇게 사업 계획에 대해서 조금 알려주시겠어요? 그러니까 예를 들면은 어떤 식으로 그러니까 안전이라든가 그리고 직원 고용이라든가 아니면은 쓰레기 청소하는 그런 면에서 어떤 식으로 계획을 하는지, 그러니까 어떤 식으로 선생님께서 다른 동종 업계하고 어떤 차별을 두려고 하는지 말씀을 해보세요.
먼저 보안 계획에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다.
I'm going to talk about my safety plan.
시큐리티 2명이 교대에 가면서 오픈 투 크로스를 함께 하고 있습니다.
2 security guards, they take turns to open the business and close the business.
파킹 라드에는 8대의 카메라를 설치되어 있습니다.
And also 8 cameras have been installed in the parking lot.
밤에 파킹 랏을 환하게 비추기 위해서 10개의 등불이 설치되어 있습니다.
And also 8 lights have been installed so that it can shine the parking lot at night bright.
그리고 펜스를 새로 설치하여 손님 외에는 파킹랏 안에는 아무도 있을 수 없도록 하고 있습니다.
Also, by putting up a fence, we are trying to make sure that only the customers can use the parking lot.
그리고 문제 있을 때 폴리스에 전화를 해서 도움을 받습니다.
And also, when a problem occurs, we try to get help by calling the police.
그리고 청소 계획에 대해서는 청소는 2명이서 하는데 한 명은 안에서 스타하고 청소를 하고 한 명은 파킹랏하고 그 주변을 청소하고 있습니다.
And when it comes to cleaning, 2 people are responsible for that. One person cleans up the inside the store, and the other person cleans the parking lot and also the areas surrounding the business.
그리고 쓰레기 청소는 MEI라는 회사에서 일주일에 2번 화요일, 금요일에 쓰레기를 수거해 가고 있습니다.
And also, when it comes to picking up garbage, we use MEI service, which picks up the garbage twice a week, Tuesdays and Fridays.
가끔 요일이 바뀔 때도 있습니다.
Occasionally, their garbage collection days may vary.
그리고 고용 계획은 캐셔나 스탁을 쓸 때는 그 분야의 경험이 많은 사람을 쓰고 있습니다.
잠깐만 좀 기다려주세요. The interpreter is going to ask Mr. Kim to repeat himself. 다시 말씀해 주세요.
어떤 걸요?
금방 말씀하신 거 제가 다 못 알아들었거든요. 다시 한번 고용 계획.
고용 계획은 캐셔나 스탁맨을 쓸 때 그 분야의 경험이 많은 사람을 쓰고 있습니다.
And as for the hiring plan, when we hire a cashier or stockman, we try to find someone who has rich experience.
이상입니다.
That's it.
So you know that you have a 3 sales minor violation in the past 5 years. Can you explain what happened and how it happened?
지금 지난 5년 동안 그 3차례의 미성년자에게 그 판매를 한 경우가 있었는데 어떤 식으로 일어났는지 말씀해 보시겠어요?
첫 번째는 2015년 5월 1일 날 민장이 팔았습니다.
Okay, so the first instance was where Im Jang sold something on May 1st, 2015.
두 번째는 2016년 6월 28일 은주지가 팔았습니다.
And then the second one was sold by Eunju Ji on June the 28th, 2016.
세 번째는 2020년 1월 4일 순철 박이 팔았습니다.
The third one was sold by Sun Cheol Bak on January the 4th, 2020.
이상입니다.
That's it.
And then all 3 people are your employees?
그러면은 그 3사람이 전부 선생님의 직원이었습니까?
네, 그렇습니다.
Yes, correct.
And then do you think that's their personal violation, not related to you? And the owner is responsible for the violation. You know that.
그러면은 그 지금 위반 사항이 어떤 개인적으로 위반을 하고 그 주인에게는 관련이 없고 그리고 그 선생님의 책임이 아니라는 것을 알고 계십니까?
제 책임은 아닌 줄은 알고 있지만은 그래도 종업원이 했기 때문에 그것을 같이 해결했습니다.
Well, even though it wasn't exactly my responsibility because my employees did it, we tried to solve the issue together.
No, what I'm saying is the owner is responsible for the violation, even though its employee made a mistake.
This is
제
this is a
질문은
little bit leading.
있습니다.
He
유도하고
was, all right,
있습니다.
I'm going to overrule the objection, but he was just doing some clarification. I need both attorneys to be on the ball in raising objections and making sure that you do not ask leading questions.
Okay.
예. 두 분, 변호사분, 모두 심리를 하실 때는 유도 질문을 하지 말아 주십시오.
How these violations were resolved?
그러면은 지금 이 위반 사항이 어떤 식으로 해결이 되었습니까?
1차는 경고를 받았습니다.
For the first one, we received a warning.
2차에는 2016년 11월 2일 날에 벌금 4,000불을 냈습니다.
And for the second one, we paid a penalty in the amount of $4,000 on November the 2nd, 2016.
그리고 3차에는 2020년 2월 21일에 벌금 3,000불을 냈습니다. 그래서 냈습니다.
And then for the third one, we paid $3,000 for the penalty on February 21st, 2020, and that's how they got reserved.
So what is your plan or measure to ensure that the same violation will not happen again?
그러면은 똑같은 위반 사항이 일어나지 않도록 선생님께서 어떤 계획을 두고 계세요?
항시 그 미성년자에게는 아이디를 체크할 수 있도록 하고
With the minors, we make sure that their IDs are checked.
그리고 아이들을 제시하지 않거나 다른 행동을 하는 것은 절대 판매를 하지 않고
And then in case they do not, they fail to produce their IDs or act differently, then we absolutely do not sell to them.
그리고 술 취한 사람이나 임산부에게도 술을 판매하지 않고 있습니다.
And also, we do not sell liquor to the pregnant or to the intoxicated.
Do you have any ID check machine?
혹시 선생님 아이디 체크하는 기계 가지고 있습니까?
네, 저희 그 기계에 그 아이디를 체크하라는 문구가 뜹니다. 이렇게 스캔을 하면은 물건을 살 때.
Yes, actually, if you scan a product at the time of a sale, our machine will prompt ID check for you.
So what's your instruction or policy to your employees regarding sale to minor?
그러면은 미성년자에게 판매하는 것에 대해서 선생님이 직원들에게 알려주는 어떤 규정 그런 게 어떤 거죠?
규정을 꼭 아이디를 전 미성년자에게 체크를 하도록 저희가 항상 지시를 하고 있습니다.
We always tell them to check the ID when it comes to a minor.
What is your hiring policy or standard whenever you pick your employees?
그러면은 선생님께서 직원을 고용하셨을 때 고용하는 어떤 규정 그런 게 뭐예요?
그 규정은 리코스토어 직원은 한 2년 이상 경험이 있는 사람을 위주로 쓰고 있습니다.
잠깐만 기다리세요. The interpreter has to clarify something. Give me 1 second, please. 몇 년 이상 일하신 분이요?
5년 이상.
So as for the hiring policy, we hire someone who has at least 5-year experience.
그리고 손님 관리 및 영업 회화가 완전해야 합니다.
And also, this person has to be perfect or complete with managing customers and communicating in English.
이상입니다.
That's it.
Do you understand that community concern about the school kids?
그러면은 그 지역 사회에서 학생들에 대해서 우려하고 있다는 거 알고 계세요?
네, 알고 있습니다.
Yes,
So do you
I
have
am aware.
Do you have any specific plan to protect the kids?
그러면은 그 아이를 보호하기 위해서 어떤 구체적인 플랜 같은 걸 갖고 계세요?
네, 가지고 있습니다.
Yes, I do.
어린 아이들은 학부모 동반 외에는 가게 안에 출입을 시키지 않고 있고
We do not let children in unless they are accompanied by their parents.
그리고 청소년들은 가게 출입과 물건, 음료수, 물, 과자,
And
청소년들의 가게 출입,
예, 다시 말씀하세요. 청소년 출입할 때는
청소년들이 물건을 사러 올 때는 음료수와 물과 과자 외에는 판매를 하지 않고 있습니다.
And also, when an adolescent comes in as a customer, we sell only beverages, snacks, and water.
이상입니다.
That's it.
Do you have any sign in front of that as the kids not allowed or something like that? Do you have any signage?
그러면은 그 건물 외관에 선생님께서 이렇게 아이 출입 금지 뭐 그런 어떤 그 사인이 붙어 있어요?
있습니다. 없습니다.
Yes. Yes, there is.
Okay. Do you know there is several fatal shootings occurred around your business?
그러면은 그 선생님 가게 근처에서 심각한 그 총기 사고가 있었다는 것을 알고 계세요?
네, 알고 있습니다.
Yes, I
Can
do.
Can you explain what happened?
그러면은 무슨 일이 일어났는지 잠깐 설명해 보시겠어요?
네, 제가 영업하는 중에 이제 숫자를 정확하게 기록을 하지 않아서 알 수는 없습니다. 그러나 대략 뭐 7, 8회 정도로 기억을 하고 있는데 킹낫 안에서 2건의 살인 사건이 있었습니다.
예, 잠깐만요. Okay, so while I was running that business, because I didn't record it, I don't know the exact number, but 7 to 8 times there was a murder in the parking lot.
2건의 살인 사건이 있었습니다.
잠깐 몇 건이라고 하셨죠?
2건이요, 2건.
I'm sorry, the interpreter misspoke. There were 2 murders that occurred in the parking lot.
첫 번째는 마크 맥콜리라는 젊은 청년인데
So the first one involved a youth called Mike Macaulay.
예, 25에서 30세 정도 남자입니다.
And his age seemed to be somewhere between 25 and 30.
토요일 10월 20일 2018년
On Saturday, October the 20th, 2018,
오후 1시 55분에
at 1:55 p.m.
3509 할리데이 마켓 그로서리 앞에서 죽었습니다.
He died in front of Holiday Market.
그리고 두 번째는
네.
말큐스 스콧이라는 청소년입니다.
이름이 어떻게 된다고 했죠?
MAURICE SCOTT.
So
MAU RICE.
so the second one involved an adolescent called Maurice Scott.
예, 일하는 청소년입니다.
An adolescent,
15인데 남자에게
15-year-old male.
일요일 5월 26일 2019년
And this happened on a Sunday, May the 26th, 2019.
오전 10시 35분에 우리 가게는 오픈도 하지 않은 상태에서 할리데이 마켓 앞에서 죽었습니다.
And he died in front of Holiday Market at 10:35 a.m., at which time my store was not open.
이상입니다.
That's it.
So have you been investigated by Metropolitan Police Department or ABC board?
ABC 보드나 그 메트로폴리탄 경찰국으로부터 선생님께서 조사를 받으셨어요?
받지 않았습니다.
No, I was not.
What was the finding?
그러면은 그 결과가 어떻게 됐어요?
결과는 저는 그거에 대한 결과를 제가 받지 않아서 잘 모르겠는데.
The finding I wouldn't know I don't know very well because I didn't receive a report on the finding.
Do you have any operating or management policy to deal with the criminal activity around your business?
그러면은 선생님 그 가게 근처에서 일어나는 그런 어떤 범죄 활동에 대해서 어떤 운영이라든가 관리 방침 같은 게 있어요?
네, 그것을 아까도 잠시 말씀을 드렸는데 파킹 랏에 살필 수 있는 카메라가 8대 설치돼 있고 8대가
Okay, so regarding that, I think I explained that. So 8 cameras have been installed in the parking lot.
스크리티가 2명이 교대로 근무하고 있고
And then 2 security guards were taking turns.
야간에 주변과 파킹 랏을 비추는 조명이 10개가 있습니다.
And also there are 10 lights illuminating at night.
입구와 출구에 펜스가 새롭게 설치되어 있어서
Also there's a newly installed fence at the entrance, at the exit and entrance.
보안 및 사고 예방에 많은 도움이 되고 있습니다.
So that has helped a lot in terms of safety and prevention of incidents.
그리고 가게 안이나 바깥에 문제가 있을 때는 폴리스에게 도움을 요청해서 도움을 많이 받고 있습니다.
And then by contacting the police whenever there is a problem, either inside or outside of a store, we contact the police.
이상입니다.
That's it.
So have you seriously discussed with the landlord or owner of the other businesses in the mall or community members or MPD about how to improve the safety issue around your store?
그러면은 선생님 가게 주변의 어떤 안전에 대해서 심각하게 어떤 상의를 하기 위해서 선생님께서 집주인이나 아니면은 그 지역에 뭐 사는 사람들이나 MPD와 이야기를 상의를 해보신 적이 있어요?
MPD하고는 상의를 하잖아. 그거는 주인이 한 것 같고요. 저는 건물주하고 그로소리 사장하고 수시로 얘기를 하고 있습니다.
I didn't directly discuss with the MPD. Probably the landlord have discussed it with them, but I have been I have been communicating with the owner of the property and the owner of the grocery store.
So what will come out whenever you talk to with the landlord and the owner of the other business? You just
그러면은 선생님,
go ahead.
선생님께서 그 건물주하고 또 그 다른 이제 가게 사장님하고 이야기를 하면은 어떤 걸 알게 돼요?
이 가게 파킹랏에 그런 문제가 생기지 않도록 서로 의논을 합니다.
So we discuss so that we discuss what we could do in order to prevent incidents in our parking lot.
What I'm saying is just not talking, and the community wants a more detailed plan or more safety issue. So do you have anything come out from the communication with the landlord or other business?
그러면은 지금 그냥 단순히 말로만 하는 게 아니라 실제로 어떤 이후 이제 그 지역의 그 안전을 좀 더 보완하기 위해서 구체적인 어떤 뭐 플랜 같은 거 그 이웃 이제 가게하고 상의 중인 그런 게 있어요? 구체적인 게?
네, 그거는 것은
Yes.
이제 좀 더 ANC나 그 경찰서와 같이 잘 이렇게 협조해서 그런 일이 발생하지 않도록 해야 된다고 생각하고 있습니다.
Yes, I think that we should cooperate with the ANC or the police in order to prevent this kind of incident.
So you provide the supporter list and a letter memo from your customer. How did you get this?
그러면 선생님께서 그 이제 지원 이제 이렇게 하는 편지하고 그리고 지원하고 그 지원하는 편지를 받으셨는데 어떤 식으로 손님들로부터 어떤 식으로 받아내셨어요?
저희 가게를 라이센스 리뉴얼 하는데 좀 도와줄 수 있느냐 그렇게 얘기했습니다.
I asked them whether they could help me since we were trying to apply for the license renewal.
So you just put on the cashier desk or just put on the table for that and then customer voluntarily sign on it?
그러면은 그 선생님께서 그 캐시어 같은 데는 아니면 테이블 같은데 그런 어떤 이제 사인을 이렇게 붙여 놓으면은 손님들이 이렇게 자발적으로 이렇게 한 거예요?
자발적으로 한 것도 있고 저희들이 이렇게 보여드리고 이렇게 도움을 요청한 적도 있습니다.
Sometimes some were done voluntarily, and sometimes we showed it, and then they did it for us.
Are you familiar with the ABC rules and regulations?
그러면 그 ABC 그 규정하고 규칙을 잘 알고 계세요, 선생님?
네, 알고 있습니다.
Yes.
How did you get an idea or information about it?
그러면은 그 아이디어하고 정보를 어디서 어떻게 구하세요?
ABC에서 요구하는 모든 사항에 충실히 이행하고 있습니다.
We faithfully comply with all the requirements set by the ABC.
Have you taken ABC training before?
그러면은 ABC 교육을 이전에 받으신 적이 있으세요?
네, 제가
Yes.
3번을 받았습니다.
Three
How many
times. Three
How-
times.
3 times?
Yes.
How about your employees?
직원분들은요?
지구는 제가 주로 많이 갔다 왔습니다. 갔다 와서 직원한테 설명을 했습니다.
Mostly I would receive the training and then convey what I learned to my employees.
In this situation, are you willing to send your employees together with you to have a training in the future.
그러면은 이 경우에는 이제 나중에 선생님께서 그 직원분하고 함께 교육을 받는 거를 고려를 하시겠어요?
네, 그렇게 하겠습니다.
I will do that.
How often trash be collected?
그러면은 잠깐만 기다리세요. Could you repeat your question, please?
How often trash be collected?
그러면 쓰레기 수집이 얼마나 자주 되죠?
일주일에 2번을 취급하고 있습니다.
It's been collected twice a week.
Then how often you trash pick up in the area?
그러면 선생님께서 쓰레기를 얼마나 자주 주우세요? 그 지역에서?
매일 뭐 수차례 줍고 있습니다.
Several times every day.
Did you hire somebody to pick it up?
그러면은 그 쓰레기 주우라고 사람을 고용하셨어요?
Mr. Lee, these
Yes.
questions were all asked and answered. Can we move on, please? Your client at the beginning, he talked about the trash is picked up twice a day. He talked about the company that picks it up. So can we move on to another area, sir?
The reason why I asked about it, and then the protestant showed the trash littering problem in the back of the property. So that's why I just
Well, then ask him about that, sir. He's already covered the issues about when trash is
Okay.
picked up on the property, sir.
Thank you. How do you, or what's your plan to meet the need of the community?
그러면은 그 지역에서 커뮤니티에서 어떤 요구하는 거를 이렇게 충족시키기 위해서 어떤 계획을 갖고 계세요?
커뮤니티가 그 요구하는 사항이 무엇인지를 알아가지고 거기에 적극적으로 협조하려고 노력하고 있습니다.
I would like to find out what the needs of the community are, and then actively make active efforts to meet them.
So how did you find out that the way you can find out that what the community need? It includes everything. It's a trashy and safety issue, everything. How do you get the idea of that?
그러면은 지금 그 커뮤니티에서 필요로 하는 게 모든 거거든요. 그러니까 쓰레기부터 해가지고 안전부터 해가지고 그러면은 그 커뮤니티가 원하는 게 뭔지를 알아내기 위해서 어떤 식으로 선생님께서 알아내시겠어요?
이번 오늘 미팅이 히어링이 끝나고 나서 커뮤니티에 연락을 해서 저희가 할 수 있는 일이 뭔지 한 번 더 의논을 해보겠습니다.
So after this meeting or this hearing is over, I'm going to contact the community to discuss what I could do.
Okay, no further question. Thank you.
이상입니다.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad.
카네드 씨.
Thank you. Mr. Kim, can you explain why you had no involvement in the 9 liquor law violations that have occurred on your premises in the last 3 years?
Mr. Conrad, Mr. Lee has already, I'm sorry, Mr. Jones informed you that there were not ABRA violations because they were not brought to the attention of ABRA. So if they're not brought to the attention of ABRA, they're not ABRA violations. In order for there to be an ABRA violation, one of our investigators have to personally observe it. You have a report that the police state are liquor violations, but they were not brought to our attention, so they're not ABRA violations, sir. Concerns our experience about ABRA violations. If you want to talk to him, if you want to ask him about his investigative history, the violations and the history, fine, but we should not be talking about alleged violations on an MPD report where the FOI request said that they were not brought to us, and Mr. Jones testified that he's not aware of it because they were not brought to ABRA.
It has nothing to do with ABRA violations. It has to do with conduct on his premises, right? It's criminal conduct. Doesn't that go to order?
Go ahead, sir. I'm just trying to limit where we're going.
No,
Okay.
I appreciate that.
This is the renewal of his license. Let us address issues that concerns ABRA issues that he has, or ABRA violations, sir. A violation that are ABRA violations that we can enforce, sir.
So the school shooting was not an ABRA violation, so we can't talk about the student shooting at all?
Sir, if you can tie that to say that it was directly attributable to the operation of his business, yes. But if some random person just got shot in front of his business, if it just happened that someone got shot in front of his business, no. But if it had something to do with the operation of his business, if you can tie the shooting into the operation of his business, of course, yes, go ahead and ask questions. But not because, unfortunately, not because someone got shot in front of his business. If there is no nexus between the operation of his business and the shooting, it is not relevant to this hearing.
So my understanding is that 9 liquor law licenses in a short, 9 liquor law violations in a short period of time on the premises of a liquor store can be tied. There's a nexus there, sir.
This is what I said to you, sir. You're talking about 9 liquor law violations. They are not ABRA violations.
No, I know. I'm not saying that.
So I don't know if who says that they're liquor law
the MPD. They made arrests and charged them under that law.
MPD said that there were people who committed liquor law violations on the property.
Correct.
MPD did not say, at least my reading of the report, MPD did not say that Holiday Liquors committed these violations. It says that individuals that neither myself or Holiday Liquor has any jurisdiction over committed these violations. This is a hearing, sir, that I need you to talk about what it is that they have done. What it is, not that other people have done things on the property, but what is it that Holiday Liquors has done? Why is it, you tell us, why is it that you're saying that we should not renew their license because of the violations that they have occurred? That is what you need to ask questions on. Questions on violations that they have that they are responsible for, not that someone else not that something happened in the parking lot, not that there's trash on the back property that has nothing to do with this establishment. So you need to tie it directly to their operations, sir. If you do not tie it to the operations, I am going to interject and say that if Mr. Lee will not object to say it's not relevant, I am going to object to say it is not relevant and you need to move on.
Okay. Let me phrase it this way to appease the chairperson. Was your mode of operations conducive to the liquor law violations the MPD found on your premises, sir?
네, 선생님, MPD가 이렇게 보고한 9개의 리커 법 위반 사항의 경우에 선생님이 한 어떤 사업 운영하고 관련이 있습니까?
그 내용을 제가 잘 모르고 있습니다.
I don't know. I'm not very familiar with the content.
So you're not familiar with violations of law occurring on your premises?
그러면 선생님 이렇게 부지 내에서 발생한 위반 사항에 대해서 잘 모르신다는 말씀이세요?
아니 그것이 어떤 내용인지를 제가 모른다는 얘기입니다.
What I mean is that I don't know the exact details of them.
Okay. Can we talk about your police log, sir?
그러면은 선생님 폴리스 로고에 대해서 잠깐 이야기를 해보겠습니다.
I see that you twice called the police to have them arrive and support you at this hearing. Is that correct?
선생님께서 오늘 이제 이 심리에 좀 도움을 달라고 경찰에 두 차례 전화한 걸로 알고 있습니다. 맞습니까?
네, 그것은 ANC에서 우리 가게 앞에서 데모를 한다고 그래서 그걸 좀 도와달라고 했습니다.
Yes, after hearing that ANC is going to have demonstration in front of the store, I did so.
그런데 시위는 일어나지 않았습니다. 전혀.
However, the demonstration never took place.
So I'm a little confused. You understand that 911 is used for emergency calls, and when you call the police, they're diverted away from their crime fighting function of what you complain they're not doing. You understand that, sir?
근데 제가 지금 약간 헷갈리는 것은 그 스네이크에서 911 전화를 하는 이유는 그 긴급 상황이 있을 때고 그렇게 했을 때 그 경찰이 범죄에 쓸 수 있는 어떤 에너지를 좀 에너 신경 쓰는 것을 앗아간다는 것을 선생님 알고 계십니까?
그건 잘 모르고 있었습니다.
No, I wasn't too well aware of it.
Okay. I want to ask you about one of the statements in your exhibits that you put into evidence. It reads, "The store whose license is up for renewal is not the problem in the community, it is the citizens." What do you mean by that, sir?
그러면 선생님께서 그 이제 증거물로 제출된 거 중에서 선생님께서 하신 말씀에 대해서 한번 여쭤볼 건데요. 선생님께서 뭐라고 그러시냐면은 그 리뉴얼 신청을 한 그 가게의 잘못이 있는 것이 아니라 문제는 문제가 있는 것이 아니라 문제는 시민이다라고 했습니다. 그게 무슨 말씀이에요?
저는 그렇게 얘기한 적이 없습니다.
I didn't say that.
It's in your evidences and exhibit.
Mr. Conrad, no document has been moved into evidence, okay? So there are disclosures that are there. I am not going to have rulings on these documents until they're moved into evidence. So remember, the documents are just part of the disclosures. Both attorneys have to move these documents into the record. If both attorneys do not move these documents into the record, they will not move.
Okay. Are you okay with me moving the exhibits from our respective disclosures into the record? I'll do it jointly with you, Kevin.
You can make a motion. You can make a motion to move it into the evidence. I will ask Mr. Lee if he has an objection, and I will move on. I will move from there.
Sure.
예, 그러면은 제가 지금 콘네드 변호사께서 하신 말씀이 지금 그 증거 개시 단계에 있는 그 증거로 채택하는 신청을 해도 괜찮겠습니까? 그러면은 제가 미스 리에게 거기에 대해서 이의가 있는지를 물어보겠습니다.
Mr. Cornell, I'm just making sure that you mentioned to the Mr. Kim, which part is that? It's exhibit 4?
The CRAV letter, Mr. Lee.
And the exhibit 4 or 5?
Let me take a quick look, sir.
Yeah.
I believe it's 4.
It's a personal letter from the Mr. Kim.
Oh no, it's earlier than. It's the CRAV letter of what you're.
CRAV letter is not from the Mr. Kim. That's
Sure. It's attached in his PIF. I guess my question is what is meant by that, if it's adduced as evidence by Mr. Kim.
Actually, you're talking about the CRAB letter, then you have an opportunity to ask Miss Segar.
Sure, absolutely. I'm happy to ask her as well. Kevin, are you good to move everything from the PIFs and the impeachment exhibits into evidence for the chair's question?
Your impeachment exhibit?
Yes, sir.
You want to remove all of them?
I want to move all of them, as well as the disclosures that we made last Friday.
Why is that? I just review and everything.
What do you mean, why is that?
All right, okay. All right, what documents are we talking about? Hold on, all right.
They were all sent to Abra.
All right, hold on, Mr. Conway. It's you're cross-examining witnesses. So what documents are you trying to move into evidence? What documents?
Moving into the disclosures that Mr. Lee made last Thursday.
Why are you can't move Mr. Lee's documents and evidence. You know better than that, sir. Mr. Lee has to move his own documents and evidence. He might decide that he doesn't want to move them in evidence. So you can't move his documents and evidence.
Sure.
You can only move you can only move your documents and evidence.
So I was asking Mr. Lee if he wanted to make a joint motion to move our PIF disclosures into evidence.
Your PIF or my PIF? Your PIF?
Both joint motion.
No, actually, I'm just stay with my PIF form and the exhibits.
Okay, I'll move mine then as well.
What are the documents? No, sir. You have to go through the individual documents that you're trying to move in evidence, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Lee. And so, therefore, first and foremost, have you had anyone testify on a document? I don't know what these documents are. I haven't seen them, and so therefore, you're going to move the documents in evidence. I'm going to go through the documents. I'm going to ask Mr. Lee if he has any objection to it, and if he does, what the nature of his objection, and then I'm going to make a ruling whether or not I'm going to allow it to go in. So so I need to see what the documents that you're trying to move in evidence, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Lee if he has an objection.
Okay, would you like me to show them to you right now?
Go ahead, sir. You go through your documents that you're trying to move documents in evidence, but I would hope that. All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay, I am going to move, starting with the Abra investigative report, which
that's already in evidence. So you don't need to
evidence
move
by
that to
itself.
evidence. That is in the evidence. The Abra, it's part of our documents. So I'm sorry, that's exhibit what?
This is impeachment exhibit 1. This is the Eagle Academy photos. They were shown to Mr. Jones.
All right, hold on a minute. So you're saying exhibit 1. Your exhibit 1, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Mr. Lee, do you have an objection to moving exhibit 1 in the evidence?
I don't have any objection, but I'm just confused now because it's Mr. Conrad exhibit and he submitted to the ABC board. Then all of a sudden he wanted to remove his own exhibit.
But you know, Mr. Lee,
Yeah.
although they're in the PIP, they are not in evidence until they are moved in evidence. Yes, yes. So now he wants to move his documents in evidence. So fine. So exhibit 1 is moved into evidence without objection. What's the next one?
The land survey.
What exhibit is that, sir?
This is cross-examination impeachment exhibit 2 that shows the land survey from the DC government.
Exhibit 2.
Yes.
Mr. Lee, do you have any objection to exhibit 2?
So as long as his exhibit, I don't have any objection.
So moved. What's the next exhibit, sir?
All right. Exhibit 3. This is the DCRA complaint. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the discussion over FOIA with ABRA, with ABRA General Counsel.
This is a letter between yourself and whom?
ABRA Counsel, Ms. Randall, and I'm sorry, Austin Hill, who is the FOIA officer for ABRA.
Mr. Lee, any objection?
No objection.
So moved. What's the next one, sir?
This is the back of the store.
Whose property is this?
This
is
is
this a property within the control of Holiday Liquors?
This is Holiday Liquors right here, and this is the abutting property. And actually, I believe this is the Holiday Liquors dumpster, so this is also theirs. That's what
Do
Mr.
you have,
Jones
do you have an objection, Mr. Lee? Is this Holiday Liquors dumpster?
I don't have any objections.
So moved. This is exhibit 4. So moved.
Yeah, these are the photos. Okay.
What's the next one?
We have identified issues in plaintiff's exhibit and denoted them. For example, duplicate signatures of support.
Mr. Lee, I'm sorry, Mr. Conrad.
Yes.
Is this your exhibit, sir?
Yeah, we added these highlights and annotations.
But is this your exhibit? Is this one of your
It originally was Mr. Lee's exhibit, and we added to it.
No, I'm sorry. Is this one of your? What exhibit of yours is this?
This is cross-examination impeachment exhibit 5.
So this is one of your exhibits that this is in your PIP?
This is, yeah, I sent this to Abra. They have it. Mr. Lee originally put it in and we made the annotations.
No, listen. I'm asking a different question, sir. Is this document one of your exhibits in your PIP? That's it all, yes or no?
Oh, no, it doesn't have to be.
If it's not, Mr. Conrad, if this is not one of your exhibits, you cannot move it in evidence.
Sir,
you can, if it's a part of Mr. Lee's exhibit, when he attempts to move it in evidence, you can object to it and let me know what your reason for objecting. But you can't move his document. He has not moved his document to evidence.
That's incorrect, sir. Section 1713.6 reads, exhibits reasonably anticipated to be used for impeachment need not be included on or attached to the exhibit form in the PIF.
But what you're trying to do, sir, no, that's not impeachment. You're trying to move his documents into evidence. That's what you're trying to do.
This is impeaching.
Move his documents, Mr. Conrad. Now, I'm an attorney, and I practice administrative law.
Sure.
Now, I'm not aware of anyone trying to move my documents into the evidence. No, sir. When he tries to move his documents into evidence, if you want to do that, you can object, and I will make a ruling on your objection. But I'm not going to allow you to move his documents into evidence to say it's impeachment. I don't even know what it. I don't know how you're trying to. I don't know how you're trying to impeach him.
Sure,
I'm not gonna move this in evidence. If he tries to put this in evidence, you can object. You can let me know the basis of your objection, sir, and I will make a ruling at that time. What is the other exhibit?
These are the MPD crime card statistics.
What exhibit number, sir? Remember, Mr. Conrad, we have a court reporter who's reporting everything, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And in order to preserve the record, sir, I need you to identify the exhibit number. So therefore, if someone was to go and read the transcript, they will know what exhibit we're talking about. So that's why I keep on saying to you, please identify the exhibit number, sir. What exhibit is it?
Exhibit 1.
This is exhibit what?
PIF exhibit 1.
Wait, all right. Hold on. I'm confused.
I see that.
I thought we already had an exhibit 1. So what's the PIP? What are these two exhibits? We already. All right. You identified a document earlier as exhibit 1.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So what's the difference between that document and this document that you're now identifying?
One is an impeachment exhibit pursuant to 1713.6, and the other is attached to the PIF.
Mr. Conrad, it cannot be impeachment number 1. You have a list of exhibits. All right.
Trying to comply with what you're saying, sir. However you want me to do it, I'm happy to. I want to appease what you're asking for. I want to make sure that I bring it into compliance with what you're asking for.
All right, hold on. Let me look at it, because you're confusing me, and so let me see if I can find your PIP.
Sure.
Because I thought I was understanding the documents that are being moved into evidence, and I'm finding out that we're not on the same. The record is not clear because the documents I'm identified as exhibit number 1. Those are not the same documents that you are referencing. All right. Hold on. All right. On your PIP, exhibit 1, this is exhibit 1. The document this is the MPD, which is what you have identified as the MPD crime report statistics. Is this exhibit 1? Is that exhibit 1, sir?
Yep.
All right. I'm going to go back over all the other documents that were in the record because I want the record to be clear. All right. Okay. So Exhibit 1 is the MPD crime card statistics. Mr. Lee, do you have any objection to this document?
No objections.
All right. So Exhibit 1 has been moved into evidence without objection, and the Exhibit 1 is Exhibit 1 from the protestants' PIP. What's the next document, sir?
This is the summary offenses and incidents that were reported by the MPD via the FOIA request.
And this is Exhibit what, sir?
This is Exhibit 2 on the PIF.
Mr. Lee, do you have any objection to this document?
No objections.
Exhibit 2, moved without objections.
Okay, this
What's
is
the next exhibit?
This is Exhibit 3. This is the detailed reports that correspond with the summary report that was Exhibit 2. So this is Exhibit 3, MPD incident reports.
Any objection to Exhibit 3, Mr. Lee?
No objection. But at this moment, can I ask Mr. Conrad why your own Exhibit 2 wanted to be removed?
I'm sorry, say that again, Mr. Lee.
What's your reason you ask for your request for remove your exhibit? So
Let Mr. Lee, let's one thing at a time, okay? Exhibit 3
I
so
understand.
moved.
Yeah.
What's the next exhibit you want to move, sir?
All right, Exhibit 4. These are 114 community disclosures, community surveys that were performed with individual names and their opinion on the renewal of the liquor license that was collected by the ANC.
Can you have your witness? Can you move this document later on where you have Mr. Adolfo? Can you ask Mr. Adolfo on this document and once he testifies about what the document is, because it's on ANC, so you can have someone who can testify about the document and then he can.
Absolutely. Yep.
So we'll hold on.
We'll hold off that one. This is the ABRA FOIA of the 5 violations that had occurred at Holiday Liquors.
Exhibit 5, Exhibit 5, that's one of our records. That's ABRA's record, so it's moved. It's for part of the record, Exhibit 5.
Okay. This is Dr. Reed's submission.
Is Dr. Reed going to testify?
No.
Well, can you have someone who can talk about this report?
Well, it was sent to me directly. I can testify that it came from her. I can testify to its authenticity.
You can't testify, Mr. You can't testify about. Do you have someone else, one of your witnesses, who can testify about this document?
Salim can do it if you want him to do it instead. That's fine.
If not, if I want him to do it, sir, it's a proper procedure how to do it.
Sure.
What's the next one? So what's the next exhibit?
This is essentially rendered superfluous by the other survey detail that was provided in the earlier exhibit. So
let's move on. So we're not. You said that. So forget about Exhibit 7. What's the next one?
These are periodicals.
You need to have someone testify about it, sir.
I'm not sure how I would have someone testify about periodicals. Aren't they self-validating under?
You can have someone testify what the documents are, sir, and then you can move to. You can call one of your witnesses and have your witness talk about what it is, and then you can ask to move it into evidence, sir.
Sounds great. I'll have Salim do that as well. Same with the establishment reviews. It's the same thing. He'll have to testify as to what they are.
Fine. What's the next one, sir?
Okay, this is the photos that we discussed earlier.
What exhibit number is this?
These are not submitted with the PIF. They are exhibits that are submitted pursuant to 13.6, right? These were used to impeach the inspector on his claim that this was outside of 400 feet.
Mr. Lee?
No objection.
I'm sorry, what exhibit was this?
Well, it was impeachment, Exhibit 1. We can make it, this was sent to ABRA as such.
No, we need to continue with the numbers. So what's the next? The last exhibit that I submitted was exhibit 5.
Yeah, the
So
PIF
what
goes
number
up to
was
9, so let's make this 10. Is that all right?
So exhibit 10, and what is exhibit 10?
This is photos of Eagle Academy from the premises and then vice versa. So photos from the premises or photos of the premises from Eagle Academy.
Fine, that's exhibit 10. What's it without objection? What's the next one, sir?
The property survey. So this is 11 then.
All right. Is that it?
We have the FOIA correspondence with Abra, Austin Hills FOIA officer. This
And
would
what
be 12.
number is this, sir?
This would be 12.
All right. Anything else?
Rear property photos. The dumpster.
Were they? Rear property, are these, is this a part of Holiday Liquor's property, or this is just some random
The dumpster,
property?
yes, I believe this is part of the property, sir.
Is this, Mr. Lee, do you have any objection, or?
No objections.
So move, that's exhibit 13.
Sir. And then we have the supporters list, which I'll discuss when Mr. Lee brings it up. It's just for impeachment purposes, so we need to move it in.
We're not going to discuss that at the moment, sir. All
That's
right.
fine. That's what I just said. I agree. And then we have a DCRA complaint as to the store. This would be exhibit 15.
Can you have someone testify about that, sir?
I can have Salim testify to it.
Fine. Are you done asking questions of Mr. Kim?
No, let's pick it back up. All right. Mr. Kim, are you still there?
김 지금 전화 받고 계세요?
네, 그냥 저기 보고 있습니다.
Yes, I have been here.
All right, Mr. Kim, is it your position that the litter that comes from your store as a result of your operations does not have any negative impact on the property values that surround the store?
그러면은 그 선생님 가게에서 나오는 그 쓰레기가 그 선생님 어떤 주변에 그 이제 부동산 가치에 어떤 부정적인 영향을 주지 않나요?
그렇게 생각하고 있지는 않습니다. 왜냐하면 저희도 항상 깨끗하게 하려고 노력을 하고 있기 때문에 그렇게 생각하지 않고 있습니다.
I do not necessarily think so because we have been doing our best to clean up our store and in front of the store as much as possible.
I appreciate that you're trying your best. I just want to ask if you have any affirmative evidence that your store hasn't had a negative impact on the local landowner's property. This is one of the appropriateness standard factors that we wanted to evaluate.
그러면은 그러니까 선생님께서 그렇게 노력하고 있다는 건 좋은데 그 선생님 그 가게에서 나오는 그 쓰레기가 주변의 어떤 그 property value에 부정적인 영향을 끼친다는 어떤 그런 증거를 가지고 있습니까?
저희가 나가는 쓰레기가 주로 박스가 나갑니다. 박스. 왜 술이나 물건을 이렇게 박스 포장으로 되어 오기 때문에 박스가 나가기 때문에 음식물이나 지저분한 그런 쓰레기가 저희는 없습니다.
So most of our litter would be boxes because things are delivered in boxes. The litter from our store is not dirty litter such as like food particles or liquid.
그리고 이제 그 사진에 나온 그 쓰레기는 우리 가게 주변이 아니고 그로소리 마켓 주변에 있는 쓰레기입니다. 그 안쪽으로.
And then also the litter that you saw in the picture, that litter is not from our store, but from the grocery market.
I hate to ask again, but I need an affirmative yes or no. Was there any evidence that you have that your store has not negatively impacted abutting properties or local properties? Yes or no question.
예, 제가 드린 질문에 이렇게 예 혹은 아니요로 그냥 답변해 주세요. 그 선생님 그 가게에서 나온 쓰레기가 주변에 그 프로퍼티 밸류를 떨어뜨리지 않는다는 것을 보여주는 증거가 있습니까?
증거를 뭘 보여줘야 됩니까?
Evidence, what would you need?
Okay, it sounds like the answer is no.
Mr. Conroy, can you please stop sharing your screen, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Let me remove. So I think the answer is that there's no affirmative evidence as to property values that you can offer.
그러면은 지금 그 답변은 그렇게 물어보시면은 선생님께서 그 증거를 제시를 할 수가 없다는 것으로 보입니다.
하여튼 더 열심히 더 청소를 하겠습니다.
Anyway, we are going to put in more effort to clean up.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about the DCRA complaint for which you were fined that resulted from your litter and drainage from your store ending up in abutting properties?
그러면은 그 선생님 그 가게에서 나온 쓰레기하고 뭐 이렇게 그 물 같은 거 그런 것 때문에 물이 그 근처에 이제 그 주변 환경을 더럽게 한다고 DCRA에서 이제 민원을 제기했는데 거기에 대해서 잠깐 말씀을 해주시겠어요?
그 쓰레기는 뭐 쓰레기 청소차가 치과니까 저희가 그렇게 쓰레기를 청소하고 있고요. 물은 우리 가게 안에 바닥을 닦은 물입니다. 그래서 그렇게 뭐 오염되거나 나쁜 물이 아닙니다.
Oh, as for the litter, so I won't say much because that's to be collected by trash truck. As for the water, that's from the cleaning of the inside of the store. It's not too dirty.
So you would agree that you were fined by DCRA. I want to make sure I get a straight answer from you, sir. I understand there's a language difficulty, so do your best.
예. 그러면은 그 선생님께서 어쨌든 그 DCRA의 그 민원으로 인해서 벌금을 이게 받으신 게 맞는 거죠?
그거는 몇 년 전에 제가 기억은 잘 안 나는데 한 5, 6년 전에 그런 일이 한 번 있었던 것 같습니다. 그것도 우리 가게 쪽이 아니고 저쪽 막 그레소리 쪽으로 주로 많이 그런 게 있었습니다.
So that happened a few years ago, 5 to 6 years ago. So I don't remember exactly. But anyway, even then, it wasn't really related to the side of our store, but more on the side of the grocery market.
All right. So I'll move on because I think your testimony speaks for itself, and I want to keep things moving. So the cooperative agreement that you entered in 2006, you would agree that it still binds you.
예. 그러면은 저희가 그 선생님 답변 자체가 이렇게 그 대답이 되는 것 같기 때문에 계속 진도로 나가도록 하겠습니다. 2006년에 그 서명을 한 그 합의서 그 내용이 지금도 효과가 있다고 하셨습니다. 맞습니까?
그거는 제가 변호사님한테 물어봐야 될 것 같습니다.
That's something I need to consult with my attorney.
Well, it was an exhibit in your own submissions, so I just want to ask if you understand whether you're still bound by it. It's an operative agreement. You have some legal duties under it. So I just want to ask about your understanding.
예, 그게 지금 그 선생님 쪽에 증거물에 포함이 돼 있기 때문에 그냥 제가 그 이제 합의서에 보면은 그 선생님께서 해야 될 일이라든가 어떤 법적인 어떤 책임 같은 그런 게 있는데 그거를 선생님이 알고 계신가 해서 여쭤본 거예요.
네, 알고는 있습니다. 알고는 있는데 그게 제가 서명한 게 아니고 그 전 주연이 했던 거기 때문에 그거에 대한 법적인 것을 저는 잘 모르겠습니다.
I am aware of it. However, that wasn't signed by me, but was signed by a former owner. So I'm not very familiar with the legal terms.
Okay, so you're not aware as to whether you breached the cooperative agreement that you included in your submissions to ABRA or the board, is that correct?
그러면 선생님께서 그 아브라하고 합의서를 작성했을 때 그 이제 합의서 그 작성한 거에 합의서 작성한 것에서 선생님께서 그 사안을 위반했는지 안 했는지 그 여부도 모른다는 말씀이세요?
무엇을 위반했다는 겁니까?
So what breaches are you talking about?
The document says you can't sell to minors, it says you can't sell to drunk people, it says you can't sell cigarettes to minors. We know that there's been at least 3 violations of that cooperative agreement.
보면은 적어도 3개의 어떤 위반 사항이 있었는데 어쨌든 그 조항이 그 미성년자한테 뭐 담배나 담배를 이렇게 담배나 술을 판매할 수 없는 것 그리고 술 취한 사람에게 뭐 술을 판매할 수 없는 거 이런 거요.
그런 거는 뭐 지금도 존재하고 있습니다.
Those are still followed.
Okay, I'll let the witnesses' answers speak for themselves. My last question is about your support log. You've collected supporters that have signed a petition in favor of you remaining in business and your license being maintained. Is that correct?
그 선생님의 답변이 그냥 답변을 그대로 해준다고 생각하고요. 마지막 질문이 그 선생님 어떤 그 서포트 로고에 관한 건데 선생님께서 사업을 계속할 수 허가증을 가지고 사업을 계속할 수 있도록 그 사인을 해달라고 이렇게 부탁을 했는데 맞습니까?
사인을 부탁을 보여주고 좀 도와달라고 그랬습니다.
I showed it and then asked them if they would like to sign.
Okay. Chairman Anderson, I'm just going to, this is my last exhibit. I'm not moving it into evidence, but I will show the exhibit for impeachment purposes right now, if that's all right with you.
예, 제가 지금 보여주고 싶은 것은 증거물에 들어있지는 않지만은 지금 공유를 하고 싶은 부분입니다. 그 임피치먼트를 위해서.
Sir, can you see the screen?
지금 화면 보이십니까?
네.
Do you see the name at 2 on page 1 and 2 on page 2? I'll let you look at this one and tell me when you're ready. I'll move back to the first one.
예, 지금 그 2번에 그 이름 보이십니까? 그리고 그리고 나서 내가 다음 페이지에 이름 이렇게 표시된 거 보여드리겠습니다. 보이십니까?
그것은 이제 제가 근무할 날 받는 경우도 있고 제가 근무하지 않는 날 받은 경우도 있기 때문에 그게 뭐 겹칠 수도 있다고 생각은 하는데 저희가 일부러 그렇게 한 건 아닙니다.
So sometimes the signature was received, obtained on days I worked and sometimes on days I didn't work. So there may be some overlap. However, it wasn't intentional.
Okay, so there are duplicates, but it was not intentional.
그러니까 지금 이렇게 똑같은 사람이 2사람 있는데 그게 이제 의도적인 것은 아니었다는 말씀이세요?
그거는 한 사람이 하나의 부부가 와서 쏘는 경우도 있고 그렇기 때문에 저는 그거에 대해서는 확실하게 제가 대답을 드릴 수가 없습니다.
So because in that case actually it was a pair, 2 people as a pair, they signed up. So because of those things, I cannot really give you answer exactly.
You won't admit that this says Daryl Holloman twice on 2 separate lines.
지금 그 이 이름, 그러니까 데리 헐먼스는 이 이름이 그 줄 두 군데 나와 있거든요.
그러니까는 제가 다 받은 게 아니고 저대로 받았기 때문에 그걸 제가 확실히 저는 모르겠어요. 그것이 어떤 건지.
So as I said, not every signature was obtained by me. People took tons obtaining them, so I can't really answer you like exactly.
Okay. And do you see potential forgeries on this list as well, labeled as 3, which I'm showing right now, labeled as 1, which I'm showing right now based off of the handwriting, and which I'm showing as 4 right here based off of the handwriting and the addresses.
지금 여기 보면은 그 이렇게 위조를 한 그 흔적이 보이지 않나요? 지금 여기 보면은 그 4번 이렇게 보면은 이렇게 그렇게 보이는데요.
저희는 절대 그런 적이 없습니다.
No, we've never we have never done that.
Gotta let the exhibits speak for themselves. My last question, Mr. Kim, and thank you for your time. I want you to read the name right here. Some of these names marked as X are illegible, and I want to make sure that you're not seeing anything that I can't.
네, 그리고 그 증거물 자체가 답변을 해줄 거라고 생각하는데요. 김 선생님 시간에 감사드리는데 일단 마지막 질문 드리겠습니다. 여기 이 지금 제가 표시한 이 이름을 한번 읽어 보시겠어요? 그러니까 이게 지금 잘 읽기가 힘든데.
글쎄, 그거는 제 능력으로는 힘들 것 같습니다.
I don't think I am with my I'm capable of reading them.
Me neither, sir. All right, no further questions. That's everything I have. Thank you.
예, 더 이상 질문이 없습니다. 감사합니다.
Please stop sharing your screen. All right. Any questions by the board members?
보드 멤버 중에서 질문 있으신 분 계십니까?
I just have a question to ask you, Mr. Kim. What is the difference between holiday liquors and holiday market?
그냥 미스터 김에게 제 질문이 하나가 있는데요. 할리데이 리커스하고 할리데이 마트하고 차이가 뭐예요?
할리데이 리코는 리코하고 비어 와인을 팔 수 있고, 그래서 그 옆에 할리데이 마켓은 그것을 팔 수가 없는 곳입니다.
So, holiday liquors is authorized to sell liquor, beer, and wine, whereas holiday markets is not authorized to do so.
Do you own both establishments?
그러면 선생님께서 그 두 군데 둘 다를 소유하고 계세요?
아닙니다. 하나만 할리데이 리코 스토어만 하고 있습니다.
No, I only own liquor, holidays liquor.
So where's holiday market? Is that I've been hearing the term in the hearing. So where's holiday market?
그러면 지금 할리데이 마켓 이야기를 많이 했는데 할리데이 마켓은 어디에 있어요?
그 같은 건물에 이렇게 기역자를 이렇게 꺾어져서 양코너에 있습니다.
So it's in the same premises. So it looks like the Korean alphabet, the first Korean alphabet letter, and it's on one end.
No, I'm sorry. I don't understand what you. So these are two establishments in this shopping in this plaza. Is that correct?
그러면은 제 질문은 지금 이 두 가게가 그 같은 그 이렇게 플라자에 있는 독립적인 두 가게라는 말씀이세요?
네, 그렇습니다.
예?
주인도 저는 한국 사람이고, 리코스타는 저는 한국 사람이고, 그 그로소리 그 주인은 이디오피아 사람으로 알고 있습니다.
I think even yes. My understanding is that the owner of the grocery store is originally from Ethiopia.
All right, hold on. All right, Mr. Kim, when when you gave your direct testimony, you said that the hours of operation for your business was Sunday from 9 to 10, Monday through Saturday 9 to 11. Then you said the market was open from 8 to 7 on Sundays and from Monday through Saturday from 8 to 9 p.m. Why were you giving me the hours of operation for holiday liquors and a holiday market? Why did you give that?
지금
아,
말씀하세요.
지금 아까 잠깐만 기다리세요. This is interpreter speaking. So I heard the hours and what was the last part of the question? So why did you
why did he provide the board with the hours of operation for holiday liquors and holiday market if
Okay,
these are two establishments that he doesn't own them?
오케이. 근데 지금 아까 선생님께서 그 직접 그 증언에서 그러니까 할리데이 리커스 같은 경우에는 일요일 날은 9시에서 10시, 월요일에서 토요일까지는 9시에서 11시, 그리고 할리데이 마켓 같은 경우에는 일요일은 8시에서 7시, 월요일에서 토요일까지는 8시에서 9시라고 그러셨는데요. 만약에 선생님께서 이거를 둘 다를 소유로 하시는 게 아니면은 왜 이 두 가게의 영업 시간을 알려주셨어요?
여기 변호사님이 좀 말씀하신 겁니다.
So that's said by my attorney.
That was my direct question to him.
I don't know what the question I was asked, Mr. I am saying I took notes. He gave Mr. Kim, in responding, he gave the times of operation for holiday liquors and holiday market. And I'm just trying to figure out if he owned both establishments. That he said that no, he did not. So, okay, so fine. I'm fine. All right.
했습니다. 제가 예.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
그러면 다른 위원회 분께서 질문이 있으신가요?
All right, Mr. Lee, any redirect questions that you need to ask of this witness?
I don't have one.
예, 그러면은 제 직접 신문이 있으십니까? 없습니다.
All right, thank you. All right. How many more witnesses do you have, Mr. Lee?
I have a security and 2 more witnesses, so hold 3 more to go.
You have 3 more witnesses. Okay, we've been doing this for 4 hours. It's now 6:18. We're going to take a 12-minute break at 6:30. So I'm saying, folks, we just need to take a break. So 11 minutes. So it's now 6:19. We need to be back here. So you don't need to log off. You can just turn your screen off, but we will be back. So we'll be off the record until 6:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back in the record. I'm trying to wait. I'm trying to see 3 board members so we can start. 1, 2, 3. I see board members. All right, Mr. Lee. Yes, Mr. Conrad.
Sir, I have a witness that has a hard stop due to a medical appointment at, well, soon. She said 6:45. I think she might have a little bit of leeway. I've spoken with Mr. Lee over the break, and he doesn't have an objection to her jumping in line. Would that be acceptable to you if we just get her out of the way so she has an opportunity?
Where's Mr. Lee?
Hello.
Mr. Lee.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just back.
Mr. Conrad stated that he has an issue with a witness that he needs to testify out of order. What's your position on that, sir?
Yeah, he just emailed me. I understand that, and let him do it first. It's okay.
Thank you,
예,
Kevin.
지금 미스 콘네드 씨 쪽 그 증인께서 조금 이따 병원에 가셔야 되기 때문에 미스 리의 증인의 증언을 먼저 듣는 거 그 전에 콘네드 씨의 증인의 증언을 듣도록 하겠습니다.
All right, Mr. Conrad, who is this witness?
This is Miss Lauren Catalano. She's the principal of KIPP DC.
예, 킵 DC의 교장 선생님이신 로렌 카탈라노 씨의 증언을 듣도록 하겠습니다.
Miss Catalano, what location KIPP are you at?
I am at
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
카탈라노 씨 어느 위치에 있나? 지금 계신 곳이 어디입니까?
I'm at KIPP DC Legacy College Prep, which was formerly KIPP DC Somerset College Prep.
Okay, I just saw a news flash about an incident at one of the high schools. I'm sorry to hear that. All right. All right. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You're a witness, Mr. Conrad.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I guess it's evening now, Miss Catalano. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lauren Catalano, LAUREN CATALANO.
Thank you. And what is your title?
I am the principal of KIPP DC Legacy College Prep.
Thank you. And has KIPP DC, oh, I'll allow the translator, I'm sorry.
Yes. 그러면 그 선생님의 직함이 어떻게 되십니까? 저는 캡 레거시 칼리지의 교장입니다.
And has the KIPP DC community been impacted by holiday liquors?
Hold on, 1 minute, please. How close is this facility to the school? I mean, I'm familiar with this school. The location. I'm not necessarily familiar with holiday liquors, but I am familiar with the location of the school. So can you just give us a little bit background to tie the relationship prior to, give us a proffer of like, okay, the relationship between KIPP DC and this, and can you please, Mr. Conrad?
Yes, absolutely. So KIPP DC is a school located almost exactly 1,000 feet to the left on the same side of the street on Wheeler. So I believe all told, maybe slightly less than a city block. Ms. Catalano will have to correct me. So it's quite close. It's the second closest school after Eagle Academy.
지금 캡 DC 같은 경우에는 그 윌러 왼편에서 한 1000피트 정도 떨어져 있으니까 할리데이 리크스에서 굉장히 가깝고요. 이글 아카데미 두 번째로 가까운 학교라고 생각이 됩니다. 만약에 제가 틀리면은 정정을 해주십시오. 카탈라노 씨.
May I proceed, Chairperson Anderson?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. And has the KIPP DC Wheeler campus and broader community been impacted by holiday liquors?
그러면은 윌러 캠퍼스의 캡 DC 학교가 지금 그 할리데이 리커스 때문에 안 좋은 영향을 받았습니까?
Hold on a minute, please, Mr. Hold on.
잠깐만요.
When did this crime occur?
지금 이 범죄가 언제 일어났습니까?
I take it that you're referring to Maurice Scott killing, but there's numerous crimes that she'll testify to.
All right, okay. When is it that KIPP DC assumed this property? Because this is not a school, and I'm sorry I'm doing this, but for relevancy's sake, all right? I am aware, based on my work, that this was a different school prior. So can we put some timeline we need to put in focus, okay? So is it that KIPP DC took over this building? And so therefore, if we're gonna talk about the impact, then we need to talk about the impact since KIPP DC has been running this facility, because it's my understanding that KIPP DC has taken over this facility a relatively short period of time. So let us put things in context about what time period we're talking about, please.
Sure. I think I
그러면은
can.
지금 이 문제에 대해서 그 맥락을 보여주고 시간대를 좀 정하기 위해서, 왜냐하면은 제가 알기로는 킵 DC 같은 경우에 언제부터 그 건물을 쓰기 시작했는지, 왜냐하면은 예전에 거기 다른 학교가 있었던 걸로 아는데 지금 언제부터 그 건물을 쓰기 시작했는지, 그렇게 해야 지금 이 사안에 어떤 관련성이 있는지를 알아낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Ms. Catalano, can you please speak a little bit about how KIPP DC came to own the existing property and whether there was overlap in staff, student body, et cetera, leadership that would tie and create a nexus between prior ownership and current ownership?
캐럴 레너스, 그러면은 지금 캡 DC가 언제부터 그 건물을 소유를 했고, 그리고 이전에 있었던 단체하고 어떤 뭐 직원이나 학생이나 어떤 그 리더십 부분에서 어떤 이렇게 오버랩되는 부분이 있었는지 좀 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
KIPP DC acquired Somerset Preparatory Academy on July 1st, 2019. Since then, almost 95% of the students in both the middle school in grades 6 through 8 and the high school in grades 9 through 11 remained students with the new network. And so the vast majority of our students remained with us. About, I would say, 60% of our staff between both the middle school and the high school, including leadership, also remained with the new network. And I am one of those people.
DC 캡스쿨 같은 경우에는 2019년 7월 1일에 건물을 입수를 했고요. 그리고 학생의 95%, 그러니까 중학생, 그리고 6에서 9학년까지, 그리고 고등학교 학생, 그러니까 9에서 10학년까지의 95%가 지금 현재 학교에 그대로 남아 있고요. 그리고 리더 관리자를 포함해서 직원의 60%가 직원의 60%가 중학교, 고등학교에 관리를 했던 직원의 60%가 그대로 남아 있는데, 제가 그 중에 한 사람입니다.
So, Ms. Catalano, you have knowledge, a foundation of knowledge to be able to speak to events that dated back to 2017, 2018. Is that fair to say?
그러면은 카탈라누스 2017년하고 2018년에 일어난 일에 대해서 선생님께서 말씀을 하실 수 있는 어떤 지식이 있다고 말해도 괜찮은 거죠?
Yes.
Thank you. So is there one incident that stands out as having significantly impacted what is now KIPP DC, what was formerly Somerset Prep?
Yes.
예. 지금 DC 캡틴을 어떤 개혁을 하게 만든 어떤 좀 특별한 사건이 하나가 있었는데요.
And can you describe that incident?
그러면 그 사건을 좀 설명해 주시겠습니까?
On May 26, 2019, Maurice Scott was shot and killed in front of the Holiday Mart. establishment.
예, 2019년 5월 26일에 모리스 스캇이 할리데이 리커스 가게 앞에서 총을 맞아서 죽었습니다.
And what was the impact of that shooting on your community, your student body?
그러면은 이 커뮤니티에 그러니까 그 학생들에게 지금 이 총기 사건이 어떤 영향을 주었습니까?
Our school community was deeply impacted. As I stated before, our school started in the 6th grade, and so this young man had been a part of our school community since he was in middle school. Our students had experienced pretty severe trauma from the loss of Maurice, as well as many of our staff members.
저희 학교가 굉장히 큰 충격을 받았습니다. 제가 아까 말씀을 드렸다시피 저희 학교 같은 경우에는 6학년부터 있기 때문에 모리스 같은 경우에는 중학교 때부터 저희 학교에 있었고요. 그래서 저희 학생 그리고 직원들이 트라우마가 이 사건을 인해서 굉장히 컸습니다.
Do you have anything else to add before I continue with a line of questioning?
그러면은 다른 질문 드리기 전에 my apologies, Mr. Conrad.
No, it's okay. It's all right.
Yeah. Could you repeat that, please?
I just wanted to make sure she had concluded her discussion of Maurice Scott.
모리스 스카시의 그 일에 대해서 제가 다른 질문을 이제 드리기 전에 또 하시고 싶은 말씀이 있으세요?
Yes, I have finished.
Thank you.
예, 제가 다 이야기를 드렸습니다.
So at issue in this protest hearing is holiday liquors specifically, not Holiday Mart. And so if you wouldn't mind, can you tell me a little bit about how your student body has been impacted by holiday liquors, giving examples as you choose or are aware of?
그럼 여기 저희가 문제가 되고 있는 사안이 그 할리데이 리커스와 관계가 되고 할리데이 마트는 아닌데요. 그 선생님께서 그러면은 그 할리데이 리커스가 그 선생님 학교의 학생들에게 어떤 영향을 주었는지 예가 있다면은 예를 들어가면서 좀 말씀을 해 주시겠습니까?
We've had several instances of students purchasing alcohol under the age, purchasing cigarettes under the age. We've had several family complaints because of the loitering in the front of the liquor store and how it impacts our students' safe passage. There's a lot of solicitation to our students for them to partake in activities that are not appropriate for children. And it also poses a major safety threat on their way to and from school.
몇 차례 그 사건이 있었는데요. 학생들이 술을 이렇게 술을 사고 그리고 그 미성년자가 이렇게 담배를 사고 그리고 몇 가족이 거기서 사람들이 이렇게 배회한다고 불만을 이렇게 터뜨렸고요. 그래서 그게 세이프 패시지 프로그램에 어떤 영향을 주었고, 그리고 이제 그 주의를 배회하도록 어떤 이렇게 권유 같은 거를 받고 그랬기 때문에 안전에 큰 영향을 주었습니다.
Ms. Catalano, I'm going to ask you to be specific because details are important. The owner has maintained that the last underage sale was when they were caught by investigators this year, and then after that it was 2016. Can you give specific examples of a tie between something you found in the liquor store, be it cigarettes or liquor, something that you have a nexus or a reason to believe was the result of Operation Liquor Store?
카탈라노스 구체적인 게 중요하니까 좀 더 약간 구체적으로 좀 말씀을 해 주실 수가 있나요? 그러니까 주인 같은 경우에는 그 조사로 인해서 발견된 게 전부라고 하고 그 마지막 이전에 게 2016년도에 사건이라고 말했습니다. 그렇다면은 선생님께서 이렇게 알아내게 된 것과 같은 어떤 구체적인 예가 있으면은 그러니까 담배 판매 같은 거 거기에 대해서 좀 말씀을 해 주시겠습니까?
Between the years of 2015 to 2019, I can recall at least 5 instances where students were brought to school from either the truancy officer or a school resource officer, and they had various substances on their person. Once we had alerted families, we had found out that they had purchased alcohol, tobacco products, etc., from the Holiday liquor store.
예,
Also,
그러니까 2015년에서 19년 그 기간 동안에 5건의 사건이 있었는데요. 학생들이 이제 학교의 어떤 그 관계자들이 발견하게 된 게 학생들이 여러 가지 어떤 이제 서브스턴스 같은 거를 소지를 하고 있는 것을 알게 되었고요. 그리고 또 가족들이 이렇게 저희에게 경고를 한 것이 그 할리데이 리커스에서 학생들이 술, 담배 등을 샀다고 했습니다.
Did you want to continue, Ms. Catalano?
yes,
칼론 씨
I
계속해 주시겠어요?
wanted to add that the evening of Maurice's vigil that we had at Holiday Mart, the liquor store was open and there were several underage children that I saw in that event even purchasing items that they should not have been purchasing.
그러니까 모리스의 어떤 그 이제 죽음을 기리는 어떤 그 비질에서 그날 밤에 할리데이 리커스 가게에 그 아이들이 이제 술을 사서는 안 되는데 그 술을 사고 그러니까 그 가게가 열려 있었고 그 이제 술을 사고 있었던 걸 제가 보았습니다.
Ms. Catalano, just to be clear, this was after May 2019 during the existing license period. Is that correct?
That is correct.
예, 제가 카탈라니아에서 확실하게 하기 위해서 말씀을 여쭤보는데 이것이 지금 2019년 5월 후에 일어난 일이 맞습니까? 맞습니다.
Do you have anything else to add? You'd like the board to take into consideration when it issues its decision?
그러면은 오늘 이 위원회에서 판결을 내릴 때 고려할 수 있도록 추가하고 싶은 내용이 있습니까?
In my opinion, I think that providing a safe environment is a basic requirement of any establishment that chooses to be a part of a community. In this case, I can say that my experience as a school leader over a number of years has not been that establishment has provided a safe environment at all for children.
예, 이제 제가 추가하고 싶은 것은 가게가 영업을 하기 위해서는 기본적으로 안전한 환경을 제공을 해야 된다고 생각합니다. 그렇지만은 제가 학교의 리더로서 수년간 경험을 해본 결과 이 가게의 경우에는 그런 어떤 안전한 환경을 제공하지 않는다고 생각하는 바입니다.
And the last piece that I would add to that is, as you may see in some of the documentation that was submitted, Dr. Carlene Reed has also added in her testimony that there was a citywide initiative for safe passage that actually ensured that our students and students of the like in the area were curtailed from even passing through the Holiday Mart, Holiday Liquor location because of the severe violence and trafficking that was going on at that location and continues to go on at that location.
그리고 마지막으로 제가 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 아까 그 문건에서 보면 아시겠지만은 닥터 리드가 도시 전체에 지금 적용이 되는 세이프 패시지 프로그램에서 이야기를 한 것이 학생들이 너무나 심각한 어떤 난폭한 행위로 인해서 할리데이 리커스 자체를 이렇게 지나가는 것을 금하고 있습니다.
Thank you. Ms. Catalano, I so appreciate your time. I understand that you have an appointment, so I'll turn you over to Mr. Lee. Thank you again for your testimony.
예. 감사합니다, 카탈로너 씨. 지금 선생님께서 약속이 있는 것을 알고 있기 때문에 오늘 시간을 내주신 것에 대해서 대단히 감사하게 생각합니다.
Mr. Lee.
Yes, I have several questions to Mr. Are you, where do you live? You
아,
live in
네,
DC?
네, 지금 카탈로너 씨에게 제가 몇 가지 질문이 있는데요. 어디에 사십니까? DC에 사십니까?
I live in Alexandria, Virginia.
저는 버지니아 알렉산드리아에 삽니다.
So do you go to Holiday Liquor and Holiday Market for shopping or visited that often?
그러면은
Let me ask, hold
선생님께서는
on. I'm sorry. Hold on, Mr. Lee. What is holiday liquor and what is holiday market? This hearing is about holiday liquor.
Okay. Yeah.
I was told there's no relationship between holiday liquor and holiday market. So please, let's keep the record clear, sir. Okay.
All right. Thank you. So where do you shopping for alcohol?
그러면은 선생님께서는 어디에서 술을 사십니까?
I'm sorry, was the question where do I shop for alcohol?
그 질문이 어디에서 제가 술을 사느냐는 것이었습니까?
Yes.
예.
I shop locally.
저는 저희 집 근처에서 삽니다.
So are you familiar with this area?
그러면은 선생님께서는 이 지역을 잘 아십니까?
Yes, I've worked there for 10 years.
예, 제가 10년간 일했기 때문에 잘 압니다.
Your school is located. Is there any other ABC establishment student go to shopping around your facility?
그러면은 그 선생님이 있는 학교 근처에 학생들이 술을 사기 위해서 가는 어떤 ABC 가게가 있습니까?
That is the only location I'm aware of.
제가 알고 있기는 그 가게뿐입니다.
So it's a chairperson know very well about this school, and then it's 1,000 feet away from the Holiday Liquor. So is there any other? I don't know, but any other ABC establishments like a market or liquor store around there?
그러면은 그 체어맨께서 그 학교 지역을 잘 아시겠지만은 그 1000피트 반경에 ABC에서 주관을 하는 ABC가 관여가 된 마켓이나 리커스토어 다른 게 있나요?
No.
아니요.
Okay. The owner of the store testified that I'm sorry to hear about the sad news about the Maurice Scott. I'm sorry to hear that. But the owner said that happened on Sunday. The liquor store open, and it's in front of the mart. So can you confirm that?
예. 그리고 제가 그 모리스 스카시의 죽음에 대해서는 굉장히 애도를 하는데 어쨌든 그 가게의 주인이 뭐라고 증언을 했냐 하면은 그 사람이 죽었을 때 자기 가게가 열기 전에 그 스카시가 죽었고 그리고 할리데이 마트 앞에서 죽었다고 했습니다. 그게 맞습니까?
Maurice was shot and killed in front of the mart. However, the group of individuals that were the target frequented the liquor store and were congregated on the property of Holiday Liquor and Holiday Mart.
모리스가 할리데이 마트 앞에서 총을 맞고 죽은 것은 사실이지만은 그렇지만은 그 목표 대상이 된 사람들은 할리데이 리커하고 할리데이 마트에 자주 갔던 사람들이었습니다.
As a principal of your facility, after the Maurice Scott incident, did you contact the owner of the mart or store, the liquor store owner, to talk to about this issue?
그러면은 그 선생님께서 그 학교의 교장으로서 그 모리스 스캇 사망 모리스 스캇 사건이 있고 난 후에 할리데이 마트나 리커 주인에게 전화를 해서 어떤 상의를 하기 위해서 연락을 한 적이 있습니까?
I was advised that I was not able to have a conversation with the owner of the establishment because it was an ongoing investigation. However, I was able to speak with them about having a mural painted on the side of the establishment where Maurice was killed.
Okay, what was the answer from the owner for the mural?
예, 지금 제가 그 조사가 진행 중이기 때문에 대화를 하지 말라는 그런 그 어드바이스를 받았고요. 하지만은 그 모리스가 죽은 곳 그쪽으로 그 벽에 페인팅을 할 수 있는지에 대해서 이야기를 나누게 했습니다. 그렇게 했을 때 그 주인의 답변이 어떻게 되었습니까?
Yes.
예라고 했습니다.
So have you been inside the establishment before?
Yes.
그러면은 그 전에 그 가게 안에 들어가 본 적이 있습니까? 예.
Have you discussed your concern with the other owner of the ABC establishment or other business owner in this area?
그러면은 이 지역에 다른 그 ABC 그 이제 가게나 그 가게의 주인하고 이런 우려점에 대해서 이야기를 나누신 적이 있습니까?
I'm unaware if the gentleman who's on the call is the person I've spoken to because I can't see his face, but I know that we have spoken to several personnel at the Holiday Mart and liquor store to express our concerns.
제가 지금 아까 전화상으로 참여하신 그분이 제가 직접 이야기를 한 분인지는 모르겠습니다. 왜냐하면 제가 얼굴을 볼 수가 없기 때문에. 하지만은 제가 그 할리데이 마트하고 할리데이 리커스 직원분하고 수차례 이야기를 했습니다.
So actually, there is a gathering in front of the business, but when you observe the violation, the underage kid go in. Did you report to the ABC board or file complaint to the MPD?
그러면은 사실 그 가게 앞에 어떤 사인이 붙어 있는데 선생님께서는 그런 어떤 위반 사항이 있을 때 ABC나 MPD에 보고를 하신 적이 있습니까?
I alerted the MPD authorities that were in the parking lot supervising the event.
잠깐만 기다리세요. Miss Catalano, could you repeat your reply, please?
Yes, I alerted the MPD officers that were supervising the event.
그 이벤트를 감독하고 있는 MPD에게 연락을 취했습니다.
Okay, no further question.
이상 질문이 없습니다.
Any questions by the board members?
그럼 보드 멤버 중에서는 질문이 있으신가요?
Any recross, Mr. Conrad?
카넬 씨, 제 반대 신문 있으십니까?
You're on mute, Mr. Conrad.
카넬 씨, 지금 마이크를 끊어오셨습니다.
No further questions on redirect. I thank you for your time, Ms. Catalano, and thank you, Mr. Lee, for allowing her to jump the line due to her time constraints.
네,
Thank you, Ms. Catalano, for your testimony. You're free to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
예, 다 끝났습니다.
Mr. Lee, who is your next witness?
Yeah, I'll call the chief, Mike Barnes.
Mr. Barnes, where's Mr. Barnes?
미스터 바운드 씨 어디 계십니까?
Is Mr. Barnes still on the line?
바운드 씨 전화
No,
받고
he is not.
계십니까? 아니요.
Where's your witness, Mr. Lee?
So we're gonna move to next witness, and then that is Mrs. Sandra Seeger.
샌드라 시가스 씨.
Miss Seeger.
시가스
Yes,
씨?
I am here.
All right, I know you're here, but I've not seen you all day. I've seen your background, so can you come on camera, please?
Oh, okay, sure. I was eating, that's why.
Well, I've seen your background all day. This first
No,
time
I was on and
today.
in. I was in and out. Don't accuse me.
No, you didn't have to appear as long as I've said I've seen that you've been logged in all this time. Anyway,
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Your witness, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. For the record, please state your name and address.
Sandra Seegers, 1107 Savannah Street Southeast, Washington, D.C. 20032.
How long have you been in this area?
Since 1969.
Wow.
그러면은 잠깐만요. 그러면은 선생님께서 이 지역에서 사신 지가 어떻게 됩니까? 1969년도 이래로 살았습니다.
How did you decide to testify for the business today?
그러면은 오늘 이 가게를 위해서 왜 증언을 하시기로 하셨습니까?
Because I've been frequenting that store for years. I don't drink though. I go there to buy junk food, sometimes to play a number when I feel lucky, and to get money orders to pay bills or to send to somebody in prison, family members and neighborhood members.
네네. 제가 수년간 그 가게에 단골로 갔었고요. 저는 사실 술을 마시지 않습니다. 그런데 그냥 정크푸드 같은 거 그거 뭐 사러 가거나 아니면은 그 머니 오더 같은 그런 거를 그러니까 가족이나 친구들이 감옥에 있으면 보내기 위해서 그 가게를 이용합니다.
Would you describe or explain your organization CRAB? And then your letter said that there are 6 members in your organization. Would you explain who are they and their title and experience?
Okay.
그러면은 그 선생님의 그 단체인 CIAB가 어떤 건지 말씀해 주시겠어요? 그리고 보면은 거기에 회원이 6분이 계신 것 같은데 어쨌든 좀 말씀을 해 주시겠습니까?
Yes, CRAVE stands for Concerned Residents Against Violence. And the 6 members, we have Reverend Motley, former Commissioner Stephen Slaughter, Ron Williams, Carmen McCall's associate, and who else for that? Is one more. And we don't really meet on a regular basis because of the pandemic, but we support the agencies and organizations that's fighting violence and interrupting or preventing. And we testified at city council hearings and things of that nature.
예. 지금 CRAB이라는 것은 concerns regarding 잠깐만 기다리세요. Miss Seegers, could you repeat what the CRAB stands for?
Yes, Concerned Residents Against Violence.
예. 지금 그 CRAB이라는 게 대표를 하는 게 Concerned Residents Against Violence, 그러니까 그 난폭한 행동에 반대하는 걱정하는 시민들인데 여기에는 회원분이 6분이 있고 몰리라는 분, 슬로스 그리고 리암스 그리고 그 칼스 어소시에이트 그리고 나머지 한 분은 지금 이름이 정확히 기억이 안 나는데요. 저희는 팬데믹으로 인해서 정규적으로 만나지는 않고요. 그 기관의 어떤 기관을 지원하고 그리고 그 폭력적인 행위를 예방하는데 저희가 도움을 주고요. 그리고 카운슬 같은 데다가 저희가 증언을 해주기도 합니다.
So as a liquor store owner, what do you find Mr. Kim's operating the store?
Well, let me go back a little ways. I met Mr. Kim through the former owner, Mike, and he died from cancer. And he introduced me so they could support the community, not for us to support them. And I find the liquor store for this area is pretty clean. I've never been there when there's a fight or any types of crime. I have seen a few people hang out on the grassy area before they put the fence up. And I've said something to them myself. I've said something to the police. I've called the police when I see something going on in a parking lot that's not right or any place within the area. But I've never seen any problem inside of the liquor store.
네네. 그러면은 그 주인분이 그 가게를 운영하는 거에 대해서 선생님께서 어떻게 생각하십니까? 일단 제가 먼저 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 제가 이전의 주인인 그 마이크를 통해서 미스터 킴을 만나게 됐는데요. 마이크 같은 경우에는 암으로 돌아가신 분입니다. 그리고 제가 알기로는 그 리커 스토어가 굉장히 깨끗하고요. 한 번도 싸우거나 뭐 범죄 행위가 있는 것을 본 적이 없고요. 물론 그 펜스를 설치를 하기 전에는 사람들이 이렇게 거기에 배회하는 것을 본 적이 있습니다. 그래서 저도 경찰에 보고를 한 적이 있고요. 만약에 그 파킹lot 좀 수상한 행동이 보이면은 보고를 했습니다. 하지만은 그 리커스토어 그 내부에서 무슨 일이 일어난 적은 없습니다.
Do you think the liquor store is directly contributed to the criminal activity around that area?
그러면은 선생님께서는 그 지역에 일어나고 있는 어떤 범죄 활동에 대해서 그 리커스토어가 직접적으로 원인 제공을 하고 있다고 생각하십니까?
No.
아니요.
And would you explain what you in your letter to supporting the renewal?
Mr. Lee, can you
Narrow down.
have her identify the letter, sir? Okay.
Okay.
So what exhibit is that? And have her identify the letter, and then you can have her talk about her letter, sir.
So I attached as a exhibit. Exhibit number 6 for my applicant to keep that letter from Mr. Seeger.
So can you ask her to describe what is exhibit 6? Ask her what it is, please.
That's exhibit 6, letter from the CRAB.
Can you, Mr. Lee?
Yes.
I shouldn't be doing this. Ask her to tell
Okay.
her what exhibit 6 is, please.
Want me to tell it?
Yes.
Okay, this is a letter I wrote in support of the renewal of the license for the liquor store Holiday on Willow Road.
What does the letter state, ma'am?
It states that the problems going on there are not directly from the liquor store. The problems going on there are from the market. And the people that's out there hanging out, they're not drinking liquor. I mean, there's a few old heads maybe, but most of them selling drugs. I witnessed them with marijuana hiding under the cars next to the market. And let me tell you what it looks like. The place is shaped like an L. When you first go into the driveway, it's a backward 7. The liquor store is first, then the cleaners, then the top part is the market.
예, 잠깐만요.
I'm going too long.
예, 그 증거물이 뭔지를 말씀해 주십시오. 그것은 제가 그 할리데이 리커스의 라이센스 리뉴얼을 지지하기 위해서 쓴 편지입니다. 그 편지에 보면은 할리데이 리커스 자체가 어떤 문제 제공을 하지 않는다고 썼고요. 오히려 마켓에서 문제 제공을 한다고 썼고요. 거기 보면 사람들이 이렇게 배회를 하고 있지만은 술은 뭐 몇 사람 빼고는 술을 마시고 있지 않고요. 그 마약 거래가 일어납니다. 제가 실제로 마리아나를 본 적도 있습니다. 그러니까 그 가게들이 어떤 식으로 배열이 됐냐면은 L자형으로 되어 있는데 먼저 일단 리커 가게가 있고요. 그 다음에 클리너가 있고, 그 다음 그 맨 위에 마켓이 있습니다.
And in Ward 8 and maybe a couple of other wards, if you close down every establishment that has people standing in front, usually on public property, if you close down everyone, you had to close down almost every business in this ward, including Giant.
예, 그래서 그 워드 8의 경우에 만약에 이런 식으로 가게를 폐쇄를 한다면은 그러면은 자이언트를 필요해가지고 모든 어떤 그 가게가 비즈니스가 문을 닫아야 될 것입니다.
And I don't think it's in the letter, but immediately behind the liquor store is the church. The property behind the liquor store belongs to the church. So anything back there belongs to the church. All those pictures you saw that they showed was behind the market, not the liquor store.
예, 그리고 그 편지가 지금 없지만은 지금 그 리커스토어 그 뒤쪽에는 교회가 있는데요. 그쪽 그 리커스토어의 뒤에 있는 이제 건물 같은 경우에 전부 다 교회에 속합니다.
Mr. Donovan Anderson, I've just moved to strike that last testimony because it was based off of exhibits that were not presented to the witness outside the scope of her knowledge.
Mr. Conrad.
Yes, sir.
The witness testified, based on her personal observation, that the documents that were earlier placed in the record, all she stated, a question was asked, and she stated that they're not behind the liquor store, they're behind the market. How am I going to strike that? I don't live in the neighborhood. She's testifying from her expertise. She lives in the neighborhood. She said she's lived there since 1969. How am I going to strike?
Foundation.
She was describing the area to us. So no, I'm not going to strike. So let's move on.
Describing the pictures, which there's no foundation for.
Mr. Conrad, she is giving her personal knowledge of the area. Okay, you will have an opportunity, sir, to cross-examine her, and you can ask her whatever question you want to ask about her personal knowledge. But here it is, she's giving direct testimony. You'll get a chance. You can ask her whatever questions you want to ask her. Let's move on, please.
예, 지금 코넷 변호사님께서 지금 마지막 이렇게 증언을 좀 삭제를 해달라고 요청을 하셨는데 지금 체어맨께서 그렇게 할 수는 없다. 왜냐하면은 지금 미즈 시가스께서 개인적으로 알고 있는 어떤 전문적인 지식에 바탕을 해서 증언했기 때문에 삭제를 하지 않겠다고 하셨고요. 그래서 나중에 코넷께서 반대 심리를 하실 때 질문을 드릴 수 있다고 하셨습니다.
Also, the police sits in the parking lot sometimes, and usually when they're sitting there, the people don't actually hang in the parking lot. They kind of go a little ways out until the police leaves and comes back. And the police can't stop them. The security can't stop them. People gonna be people, and the shootings are not directly related to the store.
그리고 이제 경찰이 파킹랏에 이렇게 이제 차에 앉아 있으면은 사람들이 바깥에 조금 이렇게 나가 있습니다. 다시 경찰이 파킹랏에 올 때까지 그리고 총기 사건은 가게와 무관합니다.
And one more thing, unless the trash is liquor bottles or alcoholic beverages bottles, it's coming from the other store. It's not coming from the market. I've been in there, and I've never seen a child. As often as I've been in there, I've never seen a child or a minor in the liquor store at all.
예, 그리고 또 한 가지 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 쓰레기라든가 어떤 이런 병 같은 것이 마켓에서 왔을 수는 있어도 저는 아이나 어떤 미성년자가 리커 스토어에 있는 것을 본 적이 없습니다.
I think that covers my letter. I'm not looking at it, but I think that covers what was in it.
예. 지금 제가 말씀드린 것이 제가 편지를 보지는 않았지만은 제가 말씀드린 것이라고 생각이 됩니다.
Can you tell us about the overall safety issue of the community, including school kids protection, because of community nearly concerned about the security issue?
그러면은 어린 학생들을 보호하는 것을 포함해가지고 이 커뮤니티의 전반적인 안전에 대해서 말씀을 해주시겠습니까?
I think I have a question. Most places including the street where I live, most places in Ward 8 are not safe. whether it's a school, a church, a store, a house, apartment. Most places in Ward 8 is not safe. So as far as oh, go ahead.
제가 이제 드는 질문은 그 워드 8에 있는 그 대부분의 곳은 안전하지가 않습니다. 그게 학교든지 교회든지 아니면 아파트든지 아니면은 거주지이든지 대부분의 곳은 안전하지가 않습니다.
And when I drive down that way now, I don't go out that much because of the pandemic. But when I drive down that way now, I don't see people hanging on the parking lot. But it's a house right next to the parking lot where people hang out there all the time. It's a driveway, then it's a fence. They hang out over there all the time. And the store, the liquor store, is not responsible for that house. And the old heads, or a few of the old heads, they still sit on there. They sit on the sidewalk with their chairs.
예, 그리고 제가 팬데믹 때문에 많이 이렇게 운전을 하러 나가지는 않지만은 거기에 보면은 그 파킹lot 같은 경우에는 사람이 없고요. 그런데 그 거주지 옆에 있는 그 이렇게 드라이브웨이 같은 경우에는 항상 사람들이 모여 있습니다. 그런데 거기에 사람들이 모여 있는 것에 대해서 그 리커 스토어가 어떤 책임이 있지는 않습니다.
Okay, next question, I guess.
다음
Do you believe that granting license would support a local business?
그러면은 선생님께서는 그 라이센스를 허가를 하는 게 그 지역의 비즈니스에 도움이 된다고 생각하십니까?
I don't understand the question.
질문을 이해하지 못하겠습니다.
So if it keep going serving to the community with a renewed license, would be support a local business in Ward 8?
Yes, yes. We don't need to lose any more businesses. We're losing them now because of the pandemic and because of crime. Go ahead.
예. 네, 그렇다고 생각합니다. 저희가 지금 그렇지 않아도 팬데믹으로 가게가 문을 닫고 있는데 더 이상 그 가게를 저희 워드 8에서 잃어서는 안 된다고 생각합니다.
Yes, so I think even at the view of that area, if we close the liquor store, it's just going to give people more places to stand and sell drugs and hang out. So it's best to be there and rather than not there.
잠깐만 기다리세요. Ms. Seegers, could you repeat your reply, please?
Yes, I believe the liquor store should have the license renewed because if they are not there, it's going to be another eyesore in the community. It's going to be a space where people can hang out more than they hang out now. So it's best to have them there, but making them leave.
예. 제 생각에는 그 가게 라이센스를 주는 게 낫다고 생각합니다. 왜냐하면은 만약에 그 가게가 없어진다면은 지금 또 다른 공간이 생겨가지고 지금보다 더 이렇게 사람들이 많이 모여드는 어떤 그런 공간이 또 생길 거라고 생각하기 때문에.
No further question. Thank you very much. Your thoughtful explanation. Thank you.
예, 사려 깊게 지금 설명을 해주셔서 감사합니다. 네.
Your witness, Mr. Conrad.
Hi, Ms. Seegers. Thanks for hanging with us so late. So, are you aware that one of the signatories on your letter, Trayvon Hawkins, voted to move forward with this protest on behalf of the ANC? He's effectively our party.
Say it again.
Trayvon Hawkins, he voted to move forward with this protest as part of a unanimous vote by the ANC.
선생님께서 그 트레반 하킨스 씨께서 그 항의에 동의하기로 하신 거 알고 계십니까?
Okay, and are you aware they also signed on with us for them to get the license renewed?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was asking you.
그러면 선생님께서는 지금 그 라이센스를 리뉴하는 것에 그분이 또 사인을 했다는 것도 알고 계세요? 네, 알고 있습니다.
So I'm not really aware of him doing that, but if you say he did, he did. But I know he signed on with us too.
Okay, all right. So I'm looking at the letter. I noticed that CRAV begins by referencing Holiday Liquor's 2006 cooperative agreement.
Yes.
지금 제가 그 CRE 편지를 보면은 거기에 하이데이 리커스와 관련되어서 2006년도에 작성이 된 그 합의서, 그 협약서가 있는데요.
You seem to indicate that the existence of a prior cooperative agreement factored into your decision to support the store. Is that correct?
그런데 지금 이전에 이런 어떤 그 협약서가 있었지만은 그 선생님께서 이 가게를 지원하기로 한 거 맞습니까?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I missed your response. I just wanted to.
Say yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So would you have supported had you known that the owner was unaware of the cooperative agreement and had violated it several times?
그러면은 그 주인께서 그 위반한 사항을 모르고 있었다고 하더라도 그 가게를 지원을 했을 것 같습니까?
Well, in the last 3 years or 4 years, yes, I would still support it. Yes, we have problems everywhere. Yes, I still would support it, unless they actually kill somebody. The owners kill somebody in the store. Other than that, yes, I would support them.
예, 지난 3, 4년간에 아닙니다. 제가 그렇다 하더라도 제가 지원할 것 같습니다. 만약에 그 주인이 가게 안에서 직접적으로 어떤 사람을 뭐 죽이는 일이 아니라는 문제라는 것은 항상 어느 곳에서도 있기 때문에 제가 지원을 하겠습니다.
And then earlier you said it's not the problem of the liquor store, it's the problem of the market. Is that correct?
지금 아까 그리고 좀 전에 선생님께서 말씀하셨을 때 이게 리커스토어의 문제가 아니라 마켓의 문제라고 했는데 맞습니까? 네.
Then you're right. This store whose license is up for renewal is not the problem. It's the citizens in your letter.
Yes.
그리고 선생님께서 또 나중에 말씀하시기를 지금 이렇게 리뉴얼 신청한 가게가 문제가 아니라 시민들이 문제이다라고 하셨습니다. 맞습니까? 네.
Can you, I guess, articulate which one it is and why there's a disparity?
그러면은 지금 어떤 것이 더 맞고 왜 지금 이 두 진술사의 차이가 나는지 말씀해 주시겠어요?
I didn't understand the question.
질문을 이해하지 못했습니다.
Just the inconsistency. I'm just trying to understand which one it is and why there was inconsistent statements from you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
지금 이 두 가지 진술 사이에서 지금 불일치가 있는데 지금 왜 그런 일이 있는지 설명을 해 주시겠습니까? 지금 선생님이 하시는 말씀이 이해를 하지 못하겠습니다.
Okay, I'll just move on. You write on page 2 that the liquor stores have been declared essential during the pandemic. The pandemic has not ended. Therefore, to deny the renewal would be in contrast with the guidelines / order of the government. I'm just wondering if you have any legal basis whatsoever to say that the board can't close or fail to renew a liquor store license during the pandemic.
That's my opinion. Everything is my opinion.
지금 그 이 페이지에 보면은 그 이런 팬데믹 동안에 리커스토어 같은 경우가 필수 어떤 그 비즈니스이고 그래서 그거를 이제 패스하는 것은 정부의 어떤 그 지침과 어긋난다라고 썼는데 선생님께서는 이런 그 리커스토어를 패스하면 안 된다고 주장하는 어떤 법적인 어떤 근거가 있습니까? 그건 그냥 제 의견입니다. 제가 거기에 진술한 것은 모두 제 의견에 바탕을 합니다.
Are you aware that the board has suspended or revoked multiple licenses during the pandemic?
그러면은 선생님께서는 팬데믹 기간 동안에 몇 군데의 그 라이선스를 중지한 걸 알고 계십니까?
I don't know that. I don't have anything to do with that. I'm here for holiday liquor.
모릅니다. 그리고 저는 거기와 전혀 관계없고 제가 오늘 여기 있는 것은 할리데이 리커스를 위해서 있는 것뿐입니다.
And then on page 2, you write, as to trash, it's picked up on a regular basis. However, the trash is usually in the front of the non-liquor store, which should be the responsibility of each store. But you earlier testified that you really haven't been to the store in quite some time because of the pandemic.
I've been in. I was driven by the store.
Okay.
그리고
Look over to see.
그 이 페이지에 보면은 또 선생님께서 그 쓰레기 이제 수거에 대해서 대부분의 쓰레기가 리커 스토어가 아닌 곳 앞에 아닌 가게에 있다라고 했는데 그 선생님께서 팬데믹 때문에 밖에 많이 안 돌아다니시면서 그거 어떻게 아십니까? 답변. 하지만 제가 운전을 하면서 지나갔죠.
So understanding that you have driven by on numerous occasions, when's the last time you've seen trash picked up by Holiday Liquor staff?
그러면은 그 할리데이 리커스에서 그 쓰레기를 수거하는 것을 선생님께서 마지막으로 본 게 언제입니까?
Well, to be honest with you, I never seen them actually picking it up, but I do know it's not there when I go past.
Okay.
예, 솔직하게 말해서 제가 직접 그분들이 수거를 할 때 본 적은 없습니다. 하지만은 제가 지나갔을 때 쓰레기가 없었습니다.
So that statement that they pick it up often is just based off of kind of the fact that there's none there when you've driven past recently.
그러니까 지금 그 쓰레기 봤을 때 쓰레기가 없었기 때문에 아까 선생님께서 그냥 그 가게에서 쓰레기 수거를 자주 한다고 말씀하신 겁니까?
And I was introduced a couple of times to the person that he hired to do it.
아, 그리고 그 쓰레기 수거를 담당하도록 고용이 된 사람을 제가 몇 번 만난 적이 그 사람에게 그 사람을 만난 적이 있습니다.
Thank you, ma'am. And then one last question. I know policing is a big topic in your letter, and you're the obviously concerned against violence. It's the name of your group. I just wanted to ask you about the level of crime that was shown in some of the earlier exhibits. I know you've been here and have been sticking with us throughout the day. Does it concern you that there have been so many offenses, some relating to liquor, that have occurred on the premises, if you're so concerned about violence?
예. 그리고 지금 선생님께서 오래 기다렸지만은 이게 지금 마지막 질문이 될 것 같은데요. 지금 경찰 이렇게 이제 순회하고 그런 경찰이 이렇게 모니터링하고 그런 게 큰 이렇게 큰 어떤 토픽이고, 그리고 그 이제 관심사라는 것을 아는데요. 그리고 그게 이제 그 선생님 그 단체 이름 중에 일부이기도 한데 선생님께서는 이 리커 스토어에 관련돼 가지고 일어난 그 사건이 많이 일어나는
She finished.
I think so.
Whatever you said, I don't know that to be true. I don't know if it's from liquor drinking, but more than likely it's probably from drug users or drug sellers. They have some kind of beef that may have happened outside of the property, and it rolls over onto the property.
Okay. I'll let we lost Ms. Kim. She's
Yeah, so that's my
yes, my apologies. 1 second, please. Yes, I think I lost internet for like 1 minute. My apologies.
I can repeat it. Whatever you just said, I don't know that to be true. I cannot say it's from drinking liquor, but it's probably not. It's probably from the ones selling marijuana, laced in whatever's laced in. I've actually seen them there on the parking lot selling. I've called the police myself. Of course, when it comes, it's not on the person's body. They hide it over on the side where the backyard faces the fence. They hide it under the cars. But since they have security, they don't have all those cars on the parking lot. I think I said too much. She can't get that.
예. 제가 말씀드리려고 했던 건 뭐냐면은 지금 선생님께서 말씀하신 게 사실인가 하는 것입니다. 어쨌든 무슨 일이 일어났던가 간에 아마도 그 일이 어떤 리코스토어 관계에 있는 것보다는 거기서 마리아나를 판매하고 그런 것과 관련이 있다고 생각을 합니다. 그리고 실제로도 마리아나 판매하는 거 제가 봤기 때문에, 그 마약을 판매하는 거 봤기 때문에 제가 경찰에 연락을 하기도 했습니다. 그런데 이제 사실 그 시큐리티 가드를 고용한 이후에는 그 파킹락 같은 경우에는 사람들이 그렇게 하지 않습니다.
We're going to have to pay Ms. Kim a time and a half, I think. So 2 last very brief questions on the topic of policing. The first, you're concerned residents against violence. Why are you supporting a store that sells to minors, sells alcohol to minors?
그러면은 지금 2가지 질문이 더 남아 있는데요. 첫 번째 질문은 지금 선생님 단체가 그 난폭한 행위를 반대하는 그런 단체이신데 왜 선생님께서는 미성년자에게 술을 파는 그런 가게를 지지를 하시는 겁니까?
Well, no one really explained how that happened. Did they have fake ID that looks real? Did they come in, they're 10 years old, they look 10, they sell them the liquor? I don't know how it transpires. So and if it happened once or twice, I've seen it happen in other places. So if it's only once or twice, they paid the fine, they've been punished. That's it.
예. 왜냐하면은 제가 한 번도 제대로 왜 그 사건이 어떤 식으로 해서 그 사건이 일어났는지를 설명해 주지를 않았습니다. 그 미성년자가 그러니까 허위 아이디를 들고 와서 그렇게 했는지 아니면은 10살처럼 보이는 애가 와서 그렇게 했는지 어쨌든 그 가게에서 한두 번 그런 일이 있었다면 다른 가게에서도 그런 일이 일어난다고 생각하고 그리고 거기에 대해서는 어떤 벌금을 냈기 때문에 제대로 처벌을 받았다고 생각하기 때문입니다.
So just so you're aware, the record, FOIA record that's in evidence reflects that an undercover investigator from ABRA entered the store and purchased without being asked for ID.
Why your voice going there? Your voice getting lower and lower. Say that again.
I said an undercover investigator from ABRA entered the store and purchased alcohol without asking for, without ever being asked for ID.
That's not, that wasn't your question.
No. You were saying I don't know what happened. I was just explaining to you what's in the record.
Oh, that still wasn't your question. You asked about minors, not an investigator pretending to buy liquor or whatever.
Okay. All right. And the last question I have is, does it all concern you that you're writing a letter of support for a store that calls 911 to summon police for non-emergency matters outside their remit, which diverts policing resources away from things?
그리고 이제 제 마지막 질문은 이 가게에서 911 전화를 하게 되면은 지금 어떤 긴급한 일로 전화를 하지 않으면은 경찰이 실제로 해야 되는 일에서 어떤 그 에너지를 딴 쪽으로 이렇게 뺏는 것에 대해서 우려가 되지 않습니까?
Okay, I'm glad you asked me that. There were a couple of protests in other liquor stores led by Salim Adolfo, and someone called me and told me that they were going to do a protest there. And I said, well, call the police. I told them to call the police because I didn't know it was going to be rowdy or not. So I told them, for one, to call the police. They think it's going to be a protest. And I don't know if they're talking about this protest, but I believe they're talking about people showing up, doing whatever they do when they protest. And sometimes we can get rowdy. And yes, the police needed to be called. And in my opinion, it was a 911 call.
예. 지금 사실 그 질문을 해주신 것에 대해서 감사드립니다. 왜냐하면은 아돌포 씨의 이제 그룹으로부터 프로테스트를 한다고 저한테 전화가 왔었는데요. 그래서 지금 데모를 하기 위해서 나타났다는 것만으로도 왜냐하면 그 데모 같은 경우에 좀 시끌벅적해질 수가 있기 때문에 경찰에 연락하는 게 당연하다고 저는 생각합니다. 그리고 그 경우에 돌려야 될 전화번호가 저는 911이라고 생각합니다.
So I'm glad they responded.
그래서 저는 그때 그 경찰이 왔다는 거에 대해서 아주 기쁘게 생각합니다.
So your answer doesn't change based off of the earlier testimony from the owner that said that no protesters were there when they called the first time?
그러면은 지금 실제로 경찰이 출동을 했을 때 프로테스터가 없었다는 그런 어떤 증언을 듣고 나서도 선생님의 답변이 바뀌지 않습니까?
Yes, I understand what you're saying because I didn't know when the protest was supposed to be, and I don't know if they knew, but I told them to call the police, and at what point they called the police, I didn't know. So they didn't do protest, they didn't do it.
예, 무슨 말씀인지 알겠습니다. 그러니까 그 경찰에게 전화를 했고 그리고 실제로 실제로는 그 프로테스트가 열리지 않았습니다.
Ms. Seegers, thank you for your time. I have no further questions. Thanks for being with us all day. I appreciate it.
You sure? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Seegers.
You're welcome.
Questions by any board members?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Hello, Ms. Seegers.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. It's a pleasure to see you again. As a long-term resident, I think you said 1969.
Yes.
And someone who does support the renewal, I'm interested in knowing, how close are you to this establishment?
그러면은 그 선생님께서 1969년도 이전에 거기 사셨다고 그랬죠. 그러면은 장기간 거기 사신 분으로서 그리고 또한 이 리뉴얼을 찬성하는 분으로서 지금 이 가게와 얼마나 가깝게 지내십니까?
Well, if I cut through the woods, it's about 3 blocks. if I go the long way, it's about 6 blocks.
Okay. Thank
제가
you.
만약에 그 이렇게 빨리 이렇게 샛길로 가면은 블록으로 3블록밖에 안 되고요. 만약에 둘러서 가면은 6블록 정도 떨어져 있습니다.
Well, around 2 o'clock today, the inspector, in his testimony, if I understood correctly, said that this was the only ABC licensed establishment within 1,200 feet.
So would there be a liquor store or anybody who carries wine and beer?
I would say liquor store.
Yes, because the one at the other end, south of this store, closed down a couple of years ago. And the next one is, I think, Mart Liquors. Yeah, so yeah, he's about right. It's a good little distance.
예, 지금 오늘 2시에 이제 그 조사관께서 말씀하시기를 1200피트 반경 내에서는 지금 이 가게가 ABC 라이선스를 갖고 하는 유일한 가게이다라고 했습니다. 지금 선생님께서 말씀하실 때 그 술만을 파는 걸 말합니까? 아니면은 뭐 비어 같은 것도 파는 것을 말합니까? 그러니까 술을 파는 가게를 말하는 겁니다. 네, 맞습니다. 그러니까 지난 이 가게 남쪽에 다른 그 술 가게가 있었는데요. 2, 3년 전인가 문을 닫았습니다. 그래서 그 다음 가게로는 마트 리커스가 있으니까 이게 맞습니다.
So, Ms. Seegers, if this liquor store license wasn't renewed, would it be more inconvenient for you to go to another licensee? In other words, it sounds like you said you have a short walk, basically. How long a walk would you have if this liquor store did not get the license renewed?
그러면은 지금 만약에 이 가게가 그 허가를 갱신을 하지 못한다고 그러면은 다른 가게로 가는 것이 많이 불편합니까? 그러니까 아까 말씀하신 거 보니까 그냥 잠깐만 걸어가면 되는 거리인 것 같은데 만약에 이 가게가 문을 닫는다고 하면은 그 다음 가게까지 얼마나 가야 합니까?
But the closest one south of this particular liquor store is in Maryland. It's about a mile and a half. Then to the north, it would be probably Mart Liquor. I prefer not to walk that far, but I could walk it, but I'd rather not. And in the other direction, wow, it's Shipley about another mile and a half.
Well, thank you with that. I have one final question, and it's actually asking you for advice if you have any to the board. There had been testimony, and I know you said you had not seen underage in that establishment, and I go with that. But there is a school very close by.
Yes.
And there is that parking lot, which we've heard some testimony that there is some noise in the evening or whatever. As a resident, would you have any recommendation to that licensee on how to avoid having the kids in that school from coming in? Do you have any suggestions at all that you think could be more helpful?
예, 그러면은 one second, please. 그러면은 일단 아까 시글스 씨께서 말씀하신 게 그 이 가게 남쪽으로는 가까이 있는 게 메릴랜드 쪽이고 그다음 메릴랜드 소속이고 그다음 메릴랜드이고 그다음에 이 가게의 북쪽으로 가면은 마트 리커스가 있는데 제가 걸어갈 수는 있지만은 아마 걸어가기는 좀 그런 것 같습니다. 그리고 또 다른 방향으로 보면은 1.5마일 정도 떨어져 있습니다. 그 미스터 그랜디스께서 말씀하신 거를 이제 통역을 하겠습니다.
Is she finished? Hello. I'm buffering. Okay, can y'all hear me? Oh, she's out again. Okay, I believe they put a large red sign, the same ones that you all put up when y'all get ready to shut them down. Put a large red or yellow sign that says "No children allowed." Period. So, but if they come with their parents, that's a different story. But no children are allowed alone in this establishment. A big sign, and then they come in, don't sell to them, regardless. They just want to buy bubble gum, don't sell it. Did you get it, Ms. Kim? Ms. Kim?
Actually, this is the interpreter speaking. What I interpreted was what Mr. Grandis said. What Ms. Seegers said in reply to the question as to other liquor stores in case of holiday liquors shutting down. And I also, the last piece that I interpreted it was in summary, what Mr. Grandis asked Mrs. Seegers as to her advice.
Her equipment must be running hot.
Ms. Kim, oh, well, Ms. Seegers, when she comes back,
my answer.
you may want to state it again when she comes back, but I want to thank you and all the other residents who have spent all day, afternoon with us, and we appreciate all the advice. Ms. Kim?
Yes, I think there is something something strange happened. Like I actually had this time I didn't lose my connection. Rather, the way my screen showed was that the rest of you lost connection. There, but in any event, I could not hear what Mrs. Seegers said.
Repeat it.
Yes, I was,
Yeah,
Ms.
could
Kim,
you?
I was asking about, did she have any recommendations on how, with the school being across the street, how to perhaps minimize the children from going in? And if you didn't hear Ms. Kim, I mean, I'm sorry, Ms. Seegers, could you repeat what you said?
Yes.
Actually, your question has been already interpreted, so I'm like ready to hear Mrs. Seegers' reply to that. Ms. Seegers?
Okay. Yes, I said put a big sign, big red signs like they do when they want to shut the store down or give them a fine. A great big sign, a bright sign that says no children allowed, period. They come in with an adult, maybe okay, but if they come in, don't sell to them, period. Not even bubble gum.
예, 제가 이제 권하고 싶은 거는 가게 폐쇄할 때 큰 사인 이렇게 붙이는 것처럼 그 가게에다가 빨간색으로 아주 크게 뭐라고 쓰냐면은 No children. 그러니까 아동 이렇게 출입 금지 이렇게 뭐 성인하고 같이 가는 거는 뭐 괜찮을지는 모르겠지만은 그렇게 크게 써 주셨으면 합니다.
Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Are there any other questions by any other board member?
그러면 다른 분 질문 있으신가요?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, short.
Yeah, I would just like to ask Ms. Seegers a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good evening, Ms. Seegers, and thank you for your former service as a ANC. I know you ran for council member in Ward 8. I moved into the Park Southern in 1966. Mr. Crawford rented me my first apartment.
Okay.
Well, what I wanted to ask you is, down the hill, I think it's Mississippi Avenue where the bubble is.
Yes.
There was a liquor store there about mid block. It used to be a little shopping center there. Is that store gone?
Yes.
예. 그러면은 제가 여쭤보고 싶은 게 지금 그 언덕 아래로 이렇게 내려가면은 그게 미시시피 애버뉴 같은데 거기 보면은 예전에 리커 스토어가 있었는데 그 가게가 문을 닫았습니까?
Yes, that was about a mile and a half south. It was called Willa Liquors.
Yeah.
It's closed. I don't know why, but it's closed.
예, 그게 지금 그 남쪽으로 1.5마일 떨어져서 있었는데 가게 이름이 월런 리커 스토어인가 그랬는데 그게 문을 닫았습니다.
And my last question and observation to you is, where the church is now, next door to this the liquor store in question, do you remember when that was a bank?
Really? No, I just remember a house.
No, it was a bank there. There was a bank there. But
Really?
that's okay. That's okay. I told you. So yes, it was a bank there. Check with some of the old timers. I tell you, I moved into Park Southern in 1966. That was my first home away from home when I left my primes.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna check into that. Okay, I didn't know.
I know a lot about your neighborhood and my old neighborhood. But anyway, thank you for your testimony today.
You're welcome, Jay.
잠깐만 기다려주세요. Mr. James Short, you said that in the church area there was a bike. Did you say?
A bank.
Oh, bank. Oh, there was a bank. Okay, thank you.
That's when the community was solid and middle class.
Oh,
it was
okay,
a
okay.
bank where you now have a church across from where the liquor store is.
그리고 이제 그 마지막 질문으로 혹시 그 미스터 시거시 그 지금 교회 있는 그쪽에 예전에 그 은행이 있었는데 혹시 알고 계세요? 그 은행이 있었을 당시에 그때가 그 이제 그 지역이 아주 안정되고 좋았을 때입니다. 그래서 시거스께서 몰랐다고 그랬고 아마 한번 알아보겠다고 그러셨습니다.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Short. Are there any other questions by any other board members? All right. Mr. Conrad, do you have any follow-up questions to the questions that were asked?
I think.
But no, I'm sorry. It's follow-up questions based on the questions that the board members asked.
Sure.
So,
well, I wanted to thank Mr. Short for impeaching Ms. Seegers on her memory. Yeah, the only question I have, I believe there's a Wheeler Liquors at 4137 Wheeler Road Southeast that wasn't mentioned. I just wanted to bring that up. I think it's open right now.
That's the one I just mentioned. It's closed.
Oh, it is closed. I thought you said a different name. I'm sorry.
Willow, yeah, Willow.
Wheeler Liquors. Okay. All right. Thank you.
예. 그 마지막으로 드릴 그 질문이 아까 그 윌러 리콜스 아까 그 이야기가 된 것 같은데 그게 지금도 지금 영업을 합니까? 미스 시거시가 말씀하신 게 그게 제가 아까 말씀드렸다시피 영업을 그만두었습니다.
Any other questions, Mr. Conrad?
That's everything for me.
Mr. Lee, do you have any follow-up questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
I don't have any more.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Seegers, for your testimony today. You can continue to participate. Thank you for your testimony today.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, do you have any other witnesses?
Yeah, we have our last witness is Miss Carmen McCall.
Ms. McCall.
Good afternoon or evening.
McCall, can you please raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, your witness, Mr. Lee.
Thanks for waiting and thanks for patience today. And for the record, please state your name and address, please.
My name is Carmen McCall, Carmen, C-A-R-M-E-N, McCall, M-C, capital C-A-L-L, 434 Mellon Street Southeast, apartment 3, Washington, D.C., 20032.
Are you familiar with this area?
Very,
귀하께서는
very familiar.
귀하께서는 이 지역을 잘 아십니까? 아주 잘 압니다.
So how long have you been in this area?
37 plus years.
이 지역에 사신 게 몇 년이 됩니까? 적어도 37년을 살았습니다.
Miss McCall, can you please, once Mr. Lee asks the questions, can you allow the interpreter to interpret before you answer, please, okay?
Okay.
All right.
So,
all right, Mr. Lee.
How did you decide to testify for the store today?
그러면은 오늘 그 가게를 위해서 증언을 하기로 왜 결심을 하셨습니까?
I'm familiar with Mr. Adolfo and his journey to take away licenses from establishments that were here before he was here and before some other people were here. So this is why I'm testifying today.
오늘 제가 증언하기로 한 것은 제가 아도프 씨와 그리고 아도프 씨가 그 사람이나 다른 사람이 이제 여기에 오기 전에 그 가게로부터 그 라이선스를 취소를 하려고 하는 그 여정을 제가 잘 알고 있기 때문입니다.
Yeah, would you explain that you are secretary of 7th District MPD Citizen Advisory Council. So would you explain about your experience and then would you explain? Please? Yep.
예, 그러면은 선생님께서 그 Seventh District MPD Citizen Advisory Council 에 계시니까 거기서 세크리터리 일을 하시니까 선생님의 경험에 대해서 잠깐만 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
Okay, I was recently elected as correspondence secretary for the Citizens Advisory Council. And what we do is we listen to the concerns of the entire Ward 8 community and try to resolve issues so that they won't get to the magnitude of where you have to have MPD or the like to come to the communities. And we like to work with the community.
예, 제가 최근에 그 Citizens Advisory Council에서 세크리터리로 제가 선출이 됐고요. 저희가 하는 일은 워드 8에서 제기되고 있는 문제에 대해서 문제를 다루고 그것이 어떤 MPD가 이렇게 연루되는 식으로 커지기 전에 문제를 해결하는 역할을 하고 있으며 그리고 저희는 지역사회와 협조해서 일을 합니다.
So have you received or heard any complaint against the holiday liquors?
그러면 선생님께서는 할리데이 리커스에 대한 어떤 민원을 받으신 적이 있습니까?
I have heard the complaints, and this is why I'm speaking today.
제가 그 민원에 대해서 이야기를 들었고요. 그리고 바로 그 이유가 제가 오늘 증언을 하고 있는 이유입니다.
Go ahead.
말씀하세요.
That's it. What kind of complaint you had?
그러면은 어떤 민원을 받으셨습니까?
Well, the complaints that I've heard was that that liquor does bad things to people, but it's not so much the liquor that does bad things to people. People do bad things to people, and I don't agree with that because most people drink wines and beverages for relaxation.
예, 제가 들은 민원 같은 경우에는 그 이제 술이 사람을 이렇게 망친다고 들었습니다. 근데 술이 사람을 망치는 게 아니라 사람이 사람을 망친다고 생각합니다. 그래서 그 민원에 제가 찬성을 하지 않습니다. 대부분의 그 사람들은 술하고 그 음료수 같은 걸 이렇게 좀 릴렉스하기 위해서 마실 뿐입니다.
Do you know Mr. Kim, the owner of the liquor store?
그러면 그
I've met
리커스토어의
him at least once.
그 리커스토어의 주인이 미스터 킴을 아십니까? 최소한 한 번은 그분을 만났습니다.
So have you been inside the liquor store?
I have. I have been inside the liquor store when I go to play my numbers.
Okay.
네, 제가 그러면은 선생님께서 그 가게 안에 들어가 보신 적이 있습니까? 제가 넘버 플레이 할 때는 들어갑니다.
So what did you find Mr. Kim's operating along with the other employees?
그러면은 그 미스터 킴이 직원과 함께 그 가게를 운영하는 거에 대해서 어떻게 생각하십니까?
They worked well together, and if there was any issue, someone was always there to show them what the correct way of doing things was.
예. 서로 협조를 해서 일을 잘하는 것처럼 보였습니다. 그리고 만약에 문제가 있으면은 그걸 시정하기 위해서 어떻게 해야 된다고 말을 하는 것 같았습니다.
Did you observe any loitering issue inside and outside the store?
Now, on the
그러면은
out,
선생님께서 그 가게 안이나 바깥에서 쓰레기 투척이나 어떤 사람들이 배회하는 문제를 본 적이 있습니까?
there was some littering a while ago, but at this time, I have not seen such. And the only thing that I see right now is there are people that are there, but they're sitting underneath the trees, which is on DC public property, with their lawn chairs. I don't see anybody loitering in the parking lot as it was before. No, I don't.
그러니까 그 쓰레기 투척 문제가 예전에 있었는데요. 지금은 없고요. 그리고 제가 이렇게 보는 유일한 문제는 사람들이 앉아 있는 건데 그거는 나무 아래에 앉아 있는데 그 나무 아래 같은 경우에는 DC 공공 장소입니다. 그리고 예전에는 그 파킹lot 에서 사람들이 배회를 했는데 지금은 그것도 없습니다.
So, did you observe any security walking around there or police presence in the parking lot?
그러면은
I see the police. I see the police
파킹lat에서
car. I don't see security, but I see the police.
Miss Carmen, I'm sorry, Miss McCall. Please allow the interpreter to interpret before you answer, ma'am. Please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
예, 그러면은 선생님께서 그 파킹랏에서 경찰이나 아니면은 이렇게 시큐리티 가드가 이렇게 돌아다니는 것을 본 적이 있습니까? 제가 그 경찰차를 본 적이 있습니다.
So,
So
do you? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, the interpreter just wanted to let you know that I have interpreted Miss Miss Macker's response as well. So it's Mr. Liston. Yeah.
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 Okay. Do you know that lately community concerned seriously about the security issue and the safety issue in this area?
그러면은 선생님께서는 최근에 이 커뮤니티에서 이 지역의 어떤 안전과 그리고 그 보안에 대해서 많이 걱정을 하고 있다는 것을 알고 계십니까?
Ms. McCall?
Yes.
Yeah, I asked about that. Are you aware that the community is seriously concerned about the security issue in the area?
Yes, I am, and I understand that, and the reason being probably because there are schools in that area, but the schools came after the liquor stores. The liquor store was already there, and I understand that.
네네네, 알고 있습니다. 그리고 그 이유가 학교가 근처에 있기 때문이라는 건데, 근데 사실은 리커스토어가 먼저 거기에 자리 잡았고 학교가 나중에 생겼습니다. 그래서 제가 무슨 말인지 압니다.
Do you think the security issue directly related to the liquor store? They are contributing to the criminal activities?
그러면 선생님께서는 그 안전 문제에 대해서 리커스토어가 직접적으로 관여를 하고 있다고 생각합니까? 그러니까 어떤 범죄 활동에 직접적인 어떤 그 요건을 원인 제공한다고 생각하십니까?
No, I do not believe that the liquor store is contributing to the negligence in that area. It's the people that are hanging around, and most of the people that are there don't live in the District of Columbia. They come from other areas and just hang in that specific area.
아니요. 저는 그 리커스토어가 그 주변에 어떤 제대로 이렇게 그 주변에 주변을 제대로 이렇게 관리를 하지 못하는 것에 기여를 한다고 생각하지 않습니다. 제 생각에 문제는 그 사람들이 거기서 모여들기 때문인데, 그런데 그 사람들이 DC에 있는 사람이라기보다는 다른 곳에서 온 사람들입니다.
So, can you tell us that the safety issue directly related to the alcohol or drug dealing?
그러면은 그 알코올하고 그리고 마약 거래에 직접적으로 관련된 그 문제에 대해서 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
Say your question again, please.
질문이 어떻게 되죠?
Do you think it's a safety issue? It's directly related to the alcohol or drug?
그러면
My
선생님 생각에는
opinion
그
is
안전 문제가
correct. It's correlated to the drug activity that people do that cause that safety issue.
제
And people that are
생각에는
using guns that don't know how to use guns or shouldn't be using guns.
McCall, please, give the translator an opportunity to translate, please.
미스 리께서 하신 말씀을 먼저 통역하겠습니다. 선생님 생각에는 알코올이나 그 마약이 그 안전 문제에 직결이 된다고 생각하십니까? 미스 머콜이 대답하셨습니다. 제 생각에는 마약을 남용하는 것이 안전 문제에 직결이 된다고 생각합니다. 그리고 총을 제대로 사용하지 모르는 사람들이 총을 쓰는 것이 문제라고 생각합니다.
Do you have any suggestions how to reduce the safety issue?
그러면은 그 안전 문제를 향상시키기 위해서 선생님이 어드바이스 같은 것이 있습니까?
What I think is we should work together as a community to find out what the needs are in the community and address said issues and recourse for those needed.
네, 제가 생각하는 거는 저희 그 커뮤니티의 모든 사람들이 서로 협조를 해가지고 그 커뮤니티에서 무엇이 필요한가를 알아낸 다음에 그리고 그것을 다루어야 된다고 생각하는 바입니다.
So do you believe that this store, liquor store, it's served to the community, your community?
그러면은 선생님 생각에는 이 리커 스토어가 커뮤니티에 기여를 한다고 생각하십니까?
Say the question again.
질문이 어떻게 되죠?
Do you believe that this liquor store is served to your community?
Yes, I
그러면은
do.
선생님 생각에는 이 리커 가게가 지역 사회에 기여를 한다고 생각하십니까? 네, 그렇게 생각합니다.
No further question. Thank you very much.
질문 없습니다. 질문 더 이상 없습니다. 감사합니다.
Mr. Conrad, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do. I'll be brief. Hi, Ms. McCall. How are you?
I'm finding yourself.
Good, thank you. So I asked your colleague, Ms. Seegers, but I'm just trying to understand why one of the signatories of the letter that you all submitted also voted to move forward on this protest with the ANC, Mr. Trayvon Hawkins.
You're
예,
asking me.
제가
You're asking me.
McCall, and
I'm sorry.
why is this relevant, Mr. Conrad? This one signature, why is this relevant, please?
I'm trying to understand the force of the discussion that went into this letter. Like what happened in the interim after the vote of support, but before this letter was signed that prompted this letter?
Hold on a minute, Ms. McCall. Go ahead, Ms. Kim.
그러면은 제가 아까 시가스께서 증언하셨을 때 똑같은 질문을 드렸는데요. 선생님께서는 왜 그 트레번 합킨스 씨께서 그 프로테스트 하는데 찬성하는 서명을 하셨는지 아세요?
Are you able to answer the question, Ms. McCall?
Yes,
맥컨씨 질문에 답변을
tell
하실
you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
my apologies. 그 질문에 답변을 하실 수가 있습니까?
I can't tell you why that happened. The only person who can address that question is Mr. Hawkins.
예, 거기에 대해서 제가 답변을 해드릴 수 없고요. 거기에 대해서 답변을 할 수 있는 유일한 사람은 호킨슨 씨 자신입니다.
I also asked this to Ms. Seegers, but how important was the cooperative agreement that's in place in factoring into your letter, your decision to support the store in that letter?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, ma'am. The 2006 cooperative agreement with the store.
You said Seegers, or who are you talking to now?
Hold on, hold on.
Did he say Seegers?
Miss McCall, you're under questioning. He
Oh.
was referencing something about Miss Seegers, but he's asking you a question, ma'am. So please listen to the question that he's asking you. Once he has asked a question, please answer to the best of your abilities, please, okay?
Okay.
Sorry, Ms. McCall, I won't
제-
mention Ms. Seegers anymore. I'll just direct the question to you. So how important was the cooperative agreement from 2006 with Holiday Liquors in factoring into your decision to join support in favor of the store?
I
예,
believe I believe that anything that is put on paper and you agree to it, you should follow it to the best of your abilities. And this is what I think we should do. If there's some issue with it, then you can amend it. Anything can be amended.
예, 지금 그 코넬스께서 여쭤보신 게 뭐냐면은 지금 이걸 시가스께도 제가 여쭤봤는데요. 오늘 리커 스토어를 지지하는 어떤 편지를 쓰는 데 있어서 2006년도에 그 할리데이 리커스가 합의서를 작성한 것이 얼마나 큰 영향을 주었습니까? 라고 물었습니다. 그래서 맥컬스께서 답변을 하시기를 제 생각에는 서약서를 쓰는 경우에는 꼭 그것을 따라야 한다고 생각합니다. 하지만 문제가 있으면은 그것이 수정이 될 수가 있다고 생각합니다. 어떤 것이든지 수정이 될 수 있다고 생각합니다.
The agreement wasn't amended, was it, Ms. McCall?
미스 맥컬스 그런데
That's not what I said.
그 합의서가 수정이 된 적이 없습니다. 맞습니까? 그런데 제 이야기는 그게 아니었습니다.
Ms. McCall, you can go now.
Okay, what I said was anything can be amended. I didn't say specifically that particular issue that you're speaking on. But anything can be amended if the parties are in agreement to do so.
예, 제가 이야기한 것은 그 구체적인 그 계약서에 대해서 이야기를 한 게 아니고요. 만약에 당사자가 원하지 않는 경우에는 뭐든지 수정이 될 수 있다는 말을 했던 것 뿐입니다.
Question, Ms. McCall, is that this wasn't amended. It was violated repeatedly. There weren't any consequences to it, and you listed it front and center in your letter, and you say it's important. So I guess I'm wondering how much this factored into your decision. It seems like one of the foundations of your position really is unsettled.
왜냐하면은 그 지금 맥컬시 이게 단순히 수정이 된 게 아니라 여러 차례 위반 사항이 있었고 거기에 대해서 그 위반 사항이 있으면은 거기에 대해서 결과가 따라야 된다고 이렇게 했습니다. 그래서 그 편지 앞부분에 그렇게 나와 있는데 제가 지금 알고 싶은 것은 지금 이 부분이 그 선생님이 갖고 계신 어떤 기본적인 어떤 믿음을 흔들어 놓는 것 같은데 그것이 얼마나 그 선생님에게 오늘 지지하기로 한데 영향을 주었는가 하는 것입니다.
I'm not wavering from my answer.
Okay, thank you.
제 답변은 똑같습니다.
So do you have any reason to think that the board can't close or refuse to renew the license of this establishment because of the pandemic? That's also listed in your letter of support.
그러면은 그 선생님께서 지금 팬데믹 때문에 팬데믹이라는 어떤 이유를 그 편지에 다셨는데요. 그 외에 그러면 위원회에서 지금 이 가게를 폐쇄하거나 아니면은 그 갱신을 거부하지 말아야 될 이유가 있습니까?
I feel that with the pandemic or without the pandemic, the liquor store is needed. People use that for entertainment and parties and whatever have you. And I don't think that the liquor store is the problem. So that's my answer.
팬데믹이 있건 없건 제 생각에서는 그 리커스토어가 있어야 된다고 생각합니다. 왜냐하면 사람들이 이렇게 좀 엔터테인먼트도 필요하고 뭐 파티라든가 그런 걸 하기 때문에요. 그래서 제 생각에는 근본적으로 리커스토어 자체가 문제가 아니라고 생각합니다.
And ma'am, as a member of the essentially Citizens Against Violence group, does it give you pause that there have been around 50 offenses listed by the MPDs occurring on the premises over the last 2 years?
But that's happened all over the city, in all 8 wards.
예, 그러면은 그 스님께서는 그 카브 단체의 어떤 그 멤버로서 지금 그 가게에 지난 2년 동안에 50건의 그 위반 행위가 있다는 것이 괜찮습니까? 하지만은 맥콜 씨의 답변입니다. 하지만은 도시 전체에 그 가게뿐만이 아니라 그런 일이 있었습니다. 이 워드 A 전체에 그런 일이 있었습니다.
I don't disagree with you, but don't you think that individuals should take responsibility for their own property?
Individuals are taking responsibility for their own properties. I see they're doing whatever is asked of the ANC commissioners, and I see they are trying.
네, 미스터 칸네스께서 말씀하시기를 그러면은 저는 선생님이 하신 말씀에 동의를 하지 않지만은 선생님께서는 그 개인이 자신의 그 부지에서 일어난 일에 대해서 책임을 져야 된다고 생각하지 않으시나요? 니콜스께서 말씀하셨습니다. 저는 개인이 책임을 지고 있다고 생각합니다. 그리고 ANC가 요구하는 말을 하려고 노력을 하고 있는 것을 봤습니다. 그리고 그분들이 노력을 하고 있다고 생각합니다.
I understand your position that they're trying, but at what point isn't trying enough? I mean, I understand your point, but we have a dead 15-year-old and repeated violations.
Okay, but with the 15-year-old, I'm sure he wasn't the target. That was a terrible tragedy, but he was not the target. And what you have to do is you have to find out what the problem is, find a solution, and cure it.
예, 지금 선생님의 입장은 이해를 하지만은 얼마만큼 노력해도 되지 않는 경우도 있지 않습니까? 지금 예를 들면은 15세의 아이가 거기서 죽었습니다. 물론 하지만은 맥코이 씨의 답변입니다. 하지만 그 15세의 아이가 사망한 사건 같은 경우에는 그 아이가 타겟이 목표물이 아니었다고 생각합니다. 너무나 끔찍한 비극이라고 생각합니다. 중요한 것은 문제가 무엇인가를 찾고 해결책을 찾아내고 고치는 거라고 생각합니다.
You're on mute, Mr. Conrad.
Thank you. I've got a baby in the background crying. I'm trying to minimize that. You're not at all concerned that they're selling minors liquor? That doesn't seem to be part of the effort to improve.
Okay, well, let me say this. If I go into a liquor store and I present you my ID, and for all intents and purposes, it looks illegal, who's to say it is not?
예, 지금 그 가게에서 미성년자에게 술을 판매하는 것이 걱정되지 않으십니까? 제가 미스 맥콜스께서 말씀하셨습니다. 제가 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 한번 가정해 보십시오. 제가 가게에 가가지고 누가 봐도 합법적으로 보이는 아이디를 보여줬을 때 누가 저한테 그 알코올을 팔지를 않겠습니까?
Ms. McCall, that didn't happen here, did it? These people were not presenting licenses when they purchased liquor and they were minors.
예, 미스 맥컬씨. 그런데 지금 그게 실제로 일어나는 일이 아니지 않습니까? 이 경우에는 그 사람들이 라이센스를 보여주지를 않은 경우입니다.
let me say this, things happen, people need to be trained appropriately, and everyone should have a second chance.
예, 제가 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 사건이라는 건 일어날 수가 있는 거고요. 그리고 누구나 어떤 적절한 어떤 새로운 기회가 주어져야 된다고 생각합니다.
This is their fourth chance, Ms. McCall.
And I still stick to my answer, Mr. Conrad.
예, 그런데 지금 이분들께는 네 번째로 지금 기회가 주어진 것입니다. 그래서 맥코시께서 말씀하셨습니다. 저는 여전히 제 답변을 바꾸지 않겠습니다.
My last question, and thank you again for your time. You understand, I think from the earlier exhibit, that the police were called repeatedly by the owners for really nothing, and officers showed up. That contradicts your letter that says that the police never show up. So I guess my question is, do you think that it's a little unfair to characterize the MPD as being entirely unresponsive to the applicant when they really have shown a track record of being responsive?
그러면은 지금 제가 마지막 질문 드리겠습니다. 스님께서는 그 경찰이 가게 주인이 연락을 해서 출동하면은 거의 아무것도 아닌 일에 대해서 경찰이 출동하는 경우인데 그런데 지금 이 부분이 스님께서 진술하신 내용과 어긋나지 않습니까? 스님께서 진술하셨을 때는 MPD가 출동을 하지 않았다고 했습니다.
I always believe, and it's best to be safe than sorry. If something was going on in that area at that particular time, and you might think that something might happen during the interim in that situation, then yes, call the police.
예. 제 생각에는 나중에 후회하는 것보다는 오히려 안전한 게 낫다고 생각합니다. 그래서 그 당시에 무슨 일이 있는 것 같이 보이면은 왜 경찰에 전화를 안 하겠어요?
Well, then there, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for your time, Ms. McCall. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
예, 이상입니다.
All right, any questions by any of the board members? I hear none. Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. McCall. All right, thank you. Mr. Lee, do you have any other witnesses? You're on mute, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, you're on mute.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I don't have any more witnesses.
So do you arrest?
No.
Do you arrest Mr. Lee?
No, I don't have one.
So you arrest? You
Yes.
arrest?
Yes.
All right. Before I close the records, you can, if you have any documents and witnesses that you want, if you have any documents that you want us to place in the record, I will ask you at a later joint. Mr. Conrad, how many witnesses do you have, sir?
We have Mr. Dofo, and I'm not sure if Mr. Pack is still with us. Can I'm not sure how to check either.
All right, so you have two witnesses. Right now, I only see, on the screen, the only person I see on the screen is Mr. Adolfo, so I don't see another person. But what I'm going to do.
That's fine.
It is now 8:19. I'm going to take another 11-minute break. So we are off the record until 8:30.
Thank you, sir.
We're off the record at 8:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Conrad, do you have your first witness, sir?
I do. Well, it's actually the second witness if you include Mrs. Catalano, but I'd like to call Mr. Salim Adolfo.
Mr. Adolfo, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
All right, thank you. Your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, can I start by moving into evidence the exhibits that Mr. Adolfo can sponsor?
This is what you do, Mr. Adolfo. I'm sorry, Mr. Conrad. You have him testify on the documents. Let him identify the documents. Once he has identified the documents and testified, then you can move to admit them into evidence.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you. I will do it organically as we go along.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, good afternoon, Commissioner. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Salim Adolfo, S-A-L-I-M, last name A-D-O-F-O.
And what is your current position in the DC government?
그러면은
I am,
지금 현재 DC 정부에서 선생님의 직책이 어떻게 되십니까?
I am the chairperson of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 8C. And
저는 그 AC 어드바이저 커미티의 체어맨으로 있습니다.
I am also the commissioner of Single Member District 8C07, where Holiday Liquors is located.
그리고 그 할리데이 리커스가 속해 있는 ACO7의 커미셔너로도 일을 하고 있습니다.
Thank you, sir. And in your capacity as commissioner, have you interfaced with Dr. Carlene Reed about this matter?
그러면은 그 커미셔너로서 선생님께서 지금 이 문제에 대해서 닥터 칼린 리더 씨와 이야기를 하신 적이 있습니까?
Yes, I have.
네.
And can you testify a bit about Dr. Reed and her position paper, her letter that she wrote, and the contents of it?
그러면은 그 선생님께서 닥터 리드 씨와 그분이 그 커미티에 보내신 그 편지에 대해서 증언을 해 주시겠습니까?
Yes, I can. Dr. Reed has spoken about safe passage and how the incidents that happened.
Mr. Conrad, who is Dr. Reed?
Dr. Carlene, I believe I mentioned, is the state representative for the State Board of Education.
Mr. Conrad, we're trying to build a record, okay? Sure. So you're having Mr. Adolfo testify about some nebulous person. Can you tell us who this person is? How does he know her, the relationship? Can you try to build a foundation before you just start having him testify? So tell us who Dr. Reed is and how is he familiar with her? Is he familiar with whatever it is that she has written?
Sure. Mr. Adolfo, Commissioner, have you interfaced with the representative to Ward 8 for the State Board of Education in your capacity as ANC?
Yes, I have.
저는 아도포 씨 ANC의 커미셔너로서 선생님께서 그 워드 8의 스테이트 보드 에듀케이션을 대리하는 닥터 위드스 잠깐만 기다리세요. My apologies. Mr. Conrad, would you mind repeating your question?
Sure. I asked the commissioner if he had interfaced with Dr. Reed, who is the Ward 8 representative to the State Board of Education in DC.
Thank you. 아도프 씨, 스님께서 그 워드 8 스테이트 보드 대표하시는 닥터 리드 씨와 만나신 적이 있으십니까?
And Mr. Adolfo, can you explain what the interest of the State Board of Education would be in this matter and the focus of your interactions?
그리고 또한 아도프 씨, 그 스테이트 보드 에듀케이션이 무엇이고 그 포커스가 무엇인지도 이 사건에 관련해서 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
The relevancy of Dr. Reed's testimony speaks to safe passages.
닥터 리드의 관련성은 safe passage에 있습니다.
And I'd like you to specify, so we have a foundation, why the State Board of Education cares about safe passages, what it is, what it serves to do.
저희가 기초를 이렇게 닦을 수 있도록 왜 지금 스테이트 보드 에듀케이션이 여기에서 그 관련성이 있는지를 중요한지를 말씀해 주십시오.
The relevancy here is that there are students that travel to several schools in the adjacent area, and that many of the violent incidents and the sale of alcohol to minors repeatedly compromises the safe passage of our students to and from school.
이것이 관련이 된 이유는 학생들 중 일부가 그 인근에 있는 여러 학교에 다니고 그리고 그 사건과 그리고 미성년자에게 술을 판매하는 것이 세이프 패시지를 그 프로그램을 약화시키는 데 있습니다.
Additionally, is that although there have been 3 times that ABRA has found a store to sell alcohol to minors, it's commonly known in this community that the store sells alcohol to minors, and that's the only times they've been caught. There's numerous times that they have done it without being caught.
예, 그리고 비록 아브라에서 아브라에 따르면은 3번의 그 위반 사항이 있었지만은 미성년자에게 술을 판매한다는 것이 널리 알려진 사실입니다. 그래서 아브라에 대해서 아브라에서 발각이 되지 않았지만은 이런 일들이 많이 있었습니다.
Mr. Adolfo, you've told me who Ms. Reed is and why she is interested in this matter. Can you tell me how she offered her support to your side, the ANC, in this matter?
그러면은 아도프 씨, 미스 위드 같은 경우에 그 ANC의 어떤 노력을 지원하기 위해서 어떤 식으로 했는지 말씀을 해주시겠습니까?
She submitted a letter that could be included for the official record, giving the position of her as the State Board of Education rep, as well as completing the survey that the commission did to ascertain if we should support the renewal or not of this license.
This is the Korean interpreter speaking. I find Mr. Adolfo's voice a little bit too quiet to catch everything fully. So, Mr. Adolfo, would you mind repeating your reply?
No problem. She submitted a letter to us, giving her position, as well as completing the survey that we did of residents in the community to ascertain if we should support this renewal or not.
네. 지금 그 미스 리드 씨께서는 저희에게 편지를 작성을 하셨는데 그 편지에는 어떤 공식적인 기록이 들어 있고요. 그 편지는 그분의 현재 직책에 기초한 것이고요. 그리고 저희가 이렇게 진행하고 있었던 그 지역 사회에 한 그 서베이 설문조사, 그러니까 그 설문조사는 이 리뉴얼을 해야 되는가 말아야 되는가에 대한 그 서베이를 이분이 완성을 해 주셨습니다.
Mr. Adolfo, thank you for that. I'd like to move the letter into evidence if I don't have any objection.
Can you have Mr. Adolfo identify the letter, please, before?
Absolutely. Chairperson Anderson, may I share my screen?
Miss Andrews, can you allow Mr. Conrad to share his?
I think I still have permission.
Yeah, I did it already.
Thank you very much. All right.
닥터 위드 씨가 쓴 편지를 저희가 화면에 띄우도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 만약에 여러분께서 이의가 없으시다면은 이것을 증거로 채택해 달라고 신청합니다.
Is this the letter that Dr. Reed wrote, Mr. Adolfo?
We're not seeing the letter, Mr. Conrad.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me check one more time. Yeah, you got the wrong application. I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to try one more time.
Mr. Lee, can you put your microphone on mute, please?
Do you see the letter now, Mr. Adolfo?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'd move that into evidence. This is Exhibit 6 included in the fifth.
Mr. Conrad, can you please ask Mr. Adolfo to identify the letter, and is this a letter that Ms. Reed provided the ANC, please?
Yes, Mr. Adolfo, is this a letter that Dr. Reed wrote and provided in support of the protest brought by the ANC?
예, 아돌프 씨, 지금 이게 화면에 보이는 이 편지가 닥터 윌스가 쓴 편지이고, 그리고 이것을 쓴 이유가 ANC가 했던 그 프로테스트를 지원하기 위해서였습니까?
Yes, it is.
예, 맞습니다.
Great. I'd like to move this into evidence if there's no objection.
As exhibit, what exhibit is this, sir?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Exhibit is this?
This is exhibit number 6 included with the PIF.
Mr. Lee, do you have an objection?
No objection, sir.
Without objection, so moved. Thank you.
그러면은 그 이의가 없기 때문에 증거로 채택하도록 하겠습니다.
Mr. Adolfo, can you just articulate the thrust of Dr. Reed's position in her letter?
그러면은 아돌프 씨, 이 편지에 나와 있는 닥터 위드 씨의 그 입장을 간략하게 좀 중점을 말씀을 해주시겠어요?
Essentially, she discusses the impact of safety and safe passages that the store has on the community, and that it compromises the safety of our community, being so
예.
close to several schools.
그러니까 간단하게 말한다면은 닥터 위드 씨가 쓰신 게 그 가게가 그 리크 가게가 그 세이프 패시지와 그 세이프 패시지의 어떤 안 좋은 영향을 끼쳐서 이 커뮤니티의 안전에 좋지 않은 영향을 준다는 것입니다. 학교를 포함해서.
Thank you, Mr. Adolfo. And you mentioned that Ms. Reed also filled out a survey that you administered to constituents in your area, your jurisdiction. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
그리고 아도프 씨, 선생님께서 말씀하신 게 그 선생님 관할 내에 있는 어떤 것에 대한 어떤 그 설문조사를 하는 것을 닥터 윌 씨가 게재를 했다고 그랬습니다. 맞습니까? 맞습니다.
Can you tell me a little bit about that survey, who it was administered to, how it went out, the recipients, the responses that you received?
그러면은 그 서베이에 대해서 조금만 말씀을 해주시겠어요? 그러니까 대상이 누구이고 그리고 그 결과가 어땠는지에 대해서?
Should I wait for Ms. Kim?
I already finished my interpreting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we put together a survey that gave all of the information that ABRA gives to us on the placard.
예, 저희가 그 이 기록에 대해서 에브라에서 찾을 수 있는 모든 그 정보를 포함한 서베이를 작성을 했는데요.
It asks for the resident's name, address, phone number, email.
거기에 이제 보면은 그 거주자의 이름, 이메일, 주소 등등을 적게 되어 있습니다.
It also asks, should this license be renewed? Why or why not?
그리고 또 이제 물어보는 게 지금 이 가게의 라이선스를 이 가게의 라이선스가 갱신이 되어야 되는가? 되어야 된다면은 왜? 되어야 되지 않는다면은 왜 안 해야 되는가?
This survey was disseminated via email, text message, at ANC meetings, and canvassing the community.
그리고 지금 이 서베이 같은 경우에는 이메일하고 그리고 문자 메시지 그리고 문자 메시지를 통해서 그 ANC 미팅이나 혹은 이렇게 그 커뮤니티를 다니면서 배포가 되었습니다.
Mr. Adolfo, are you still with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask you yes or no. Does 114 individual respondents to that survey sound about correct to you?
예,
Yes, sir.
그러면은 예 아니면 아니오로 답변해 주시기 바랍니다. 약 114명의 거주 사람들이 답변했습니다. 그게 맞는 것 같습니까? 그렇습니다.
Okay. I'd like to
Yes,
move.
sir. That sounds correct.
Okay. I'd like to move in evidence the survey that Mr. Adolfo administered and the results.
Mr. Conrad, can you please have Mr. Adolfo identify the documents?
Sure.
Ask him whether or not these are the survey. Once you have done that, then you can ask to move it into evidence, sir.
Sounds great. All right. Let me open this up real quick. Give me 1 second, sir. All right. You see this, Mr. Adolfo?
Yes, sir.
씨 이게 보입니까? 네, 보입니다.
Looks like your own response came first. There's, if you see up here, 114 individual pages, each of which is a distinct response.
보면은 이 114페이지가 각각 이렇게 다른 걸로 봐서는 각각 다른 어떤 응답자 같습니다.
Is that correct, Mr. Adolfo?
맞습니까, 아도포 씨? 맞습니다.
Okay. We will now move into evidence the survey results that we received.
Mr. Lee, do you have an objection?
No objection, sir.
그러면은 이의가 없으면은 미스 리로부터 이의가 없기 때문에 지금 이 서베이 결과를 증거로 채택하도록 하겠습니다.
What exhibit is this, Mr. Conrad, please?
This is the same exhibit. It's PIF 4.
So this exhibit 4.
예, 증거물 PIF 4번입니다.
Hold on a minute, sir. Hold on 1 minute. So exhibit 4, so move is the survey that was listed as part of the protestants' PIF. All right. You can close the screen, sir.
Okay. I have one more question about the survey, Ms. Chairperson Anderson.
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Adolfo was one of the survey respondents, one of your constituents, Kelsey Metcalf.
아도프 씨, 지금 켈시 맥케시가 그 답변을 한 사람 중에 한 사람인데요.
Yes, that is correct.
맞습니다.
And was Kelsey Metcalf's name formerly Kelsey Weisgerber?
그 공식 이름은 켈시 와이즈버그이고요.
Yes, that is correct.
맞습니다.
And does Miss Metcalf, now Miss Metcalf, discuss a DCRA complaint that she brought due to the litter and the trash from the store?
잠깐만 기다리세요. Mr. Conrad, would you repeat what you just said, please?
Yes. Does Miss Metcalf describe in her survey response a DCRA complaint that she made in response to suffering trash and a mess in the back of her property that came from the store?
그러면은 그 맥캐프 씨가 그 가게 뒤편에 있는 그 쓰레기 투척에 관련되어서 그 DCRA 민원에 이것을 포함을 시켰습니까?
Yes, that is correct.
예, 맞습니다.
Thank you, Mr. Adolfo.
씨 감사합니다.
And are you aware if Miss Metcalf shared that DCRA complaint with the ANC in response to this protest hearing or uses impeachment evidence against the claim that there's no litter problem associated with the establishment?
그러면은 선생님께서는 그 맥캐프 씨가 이 항의 심리 이 항의 심리에 대해서 혹은 그 쓰레기 투척이 없었다는 그 주장을 탄핵하기 위한 목적으로 ANC와 공유했다는 것을 알고 있습니까?
Yes, I am.
예, 알고 있습니다.
Mr. Adolfo, can I share with you that particular DCRA complaint so that you can attest to its authenticity?
그러면은 제가 DCI 선생님께서 제가 선생님께 DCRA 그 민원을 보여드릴 테니까 이게 진짜라는 것을 확인해 주시겠습니까?
Mr. Adolfo, is this the DCR complaint that Ms. Metcalf submitted to the agency?
아도프 씨, 이게 지금 보이는 게 맥캡 씨가 에이전시에 제출한 DCRA 민원입니까?
Yes, it is.
예, 그렇습니다.
I'd like to move this into evidence without objection.
만약에 이의가 없다면은 지금 이것을 증거로 채택하고 싶습니다.
Mr. Lee, do you have any objection?
No objection, sir.
이의
So moved.
없습니다.
What exhibit number again is this, sir?
Sir, this is, I believe we're at 14 on the top line.
예, 이건 증거물 14번입니다.
And I apologize for numbering the impeachment exhibits separately. You'll have to forgive me. And Mr. Adolfo, was that complaint in reference to the pictures that have already been moved into evidence of the trash and the water damage in the rear of the property?
지금 아도프 씨, 지금 이 민원이 저희가 사진에서 보았던 쓰레기 투척하고 그리고 그 오물 그 사진과 연관된 것입니까?
Yes.
네.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adolfo. And my last question regarding Ms. Metcalf is, did she write an affidavit basically to support her DCRA complaint?
예, 그리고 아도프 씨, 제 마지막 질문은 그 맥캡 씨께서 맥캡 씨께서 지금 잠깐만 기다리세요. Mr. Conrad, my apologies. Could you repeat your question, your statement, please?
Yes. Did Ms. Metcalf author an affidavit in support of this protest to just buttress her DCRA complaint and provide additional detail?
제 마지막 질문은 미스 맥캐프 씨께서 법정박 선서 진술에서 이 프로테스트를 지지하는 그런 그 선서 진술을 작성하셨는가 하는 것입니다.
Yes.
네.
And pause it right here. Is this the affidavit that Kelsey Metcalf, your constituent, authored in support of her DCRA complaint that was brought in 2021?
그러면은 지금 이게 맥캐프 씨가 제출한 맥캐프 씨가 쓰고 그리고 제출해가지고 나중에 2021년에 언급이 되었던 그 서한입니까?
Yes.
네.
Thank you, Mr. Adolfo. I would move this into evidence as well without objection.
Mr. Conrad.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And okay. Is this about holiday liquors, or is this about is this about? I see there's tree trimming, overgrowth.
Yes, this is on the property of Holiday Liquors and is very specific to Holiday Liquors. You'll see Holiday Liquors, in opposition renewal of Holiday Liquors, all of this related to that that address specifically in that unit. And they were fined subsequently by DCRA as they conceded earlier in testimony.
지금 체어맨께서 지금 이 편지가 할리데이 리커스와 관계가 있느냐고 물었고 미스터 코너스가 답변하시기를 지금 이 나무가 무성하게 자란 것 같은 경우에도 지금 할리데이 리크에서 구체적으로 관련이 있다고 이게 지금 편지에 나와 있습니다. 그리고 나중에 이 문제를 해서 DCRA로부터 벌금 처벌을 받았습니다.
You have no objection, Mr. Lee?
I have to object to this affidavit. It's an affidavit. Would you roll down, Mr.
Sure.
Conrad?
Yes, sir. You want me to keep going?
Yeah. And then there's no signature on it.
Okay.
And then this is an affidavit. It should be signed. You know the rule.
Right. I guess it's more of a letter than an affidavit. I can, Mr. Lee, how would you be amenable to recharacterizing it not as an affidavit, but as a letter?
It's up to the board a decision about it, but I just object because of this. And then this affidavit talked about everything, and somebody should testify about this issue in the affidavit. But Ms. McCall is not present as a witness today, so I have to move to object to into the exhibit.
예, 제가 지금 미스 리께서 이것을 증거로 채택하는 것에 대해서 이의를 제기하셨습니다. 왜냐하면은 만약에 이게 법정박 선서 진술서라면은 서명이 있어야 되는데 이렇게 밑으로 내려다 보면은 전혀 서명이 없습니다. 그래서 미스터 코네드 씨께서 말씀하셨습니다. 이거를 그러면 선서 진술서라고 하는 것보다는 편지라고 이렇게 표현하는 게 더 나을 것 같습니다. 그러면은 미스터 리께서는 어떤 식으로 지금 이 문서를 부르고 싶으신가요? 그렇게 했을 때 미스 리께서 그거는 지금 보드의 결정에 달려 있는 것 같습니다. 또 하나 추가로 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 지금 이 선서 진술서라면 이 선서 진술서에 나와 있는 것의 내용에 대해서 사안에 대해서 누군가가 증언을 해야 되는데 맥캡 씨가 오늘 증언 때 서지를 않으셨습니다.
Does Mr. Lee owns this property?
미스터 리께서 지금 이 프로퍼티를 소유하고 계신가요?
Or is Mr. Lee?
Mr. Kim?
I'm sorry, does Mr. Kim?
No, it's a separate property owner.
I'm sorry, he's what?
There is a separate property owner. He
Mr.
is
Kim-
just a business owner for the business.
Mr. Kim owns Holiday Liquor. He does not own the property. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
예. 그러면은 지금 체어맨께서 미스 킴이 지금 이 건물을 소유를 하느냐고 여쭤봤고요. 미스 리 변호사께서 따로 그 건물주는 따로 있다고 그랬습니다. 그래서 미스 킴께서는 그 비즈니스의 주인이시고 건물주는 따로 있습니다.
May I respond briefly?
Objected to this document. I don't think it's relevant. It doesn't concern, this is about the property. I have not been informed that Mr. Kim is the owner of the property, and the overwhelming majority of what I've read here is talking about the upkeep of the property, talking about trimming weeds, and so therefore I'm not going to. This will not be moved into evidence. So let's move on, please.
그러면은 제가 지금 이 문건 같은 경우에는 증거를 채택하지 않는 것으로 판결을 내리겠습니다. 왜냐하면은 지금 이게 관련성이 없고 지금 이 내용의 대부분이 이제 부지의 관리를 어떻게 하는가, 뭐 이렇게 잡초는 어떤 식으로 제거를 하는가 이런 내용이기 때문입니다. 그래서 이것은 채택을 하지 않는 걸로 하고 다음으로 넘어가겠습니다.
Can I ask a clarifying question, just very briefly to Mr. Lee? Is Mr. Kim responsible for maintaining the external portion of the property, and was he the one that was fined by DCRA?
그러면은 제가 미스 리에게 여쭤보고 싶은 게 그 건물 외관에 대해서 외관을 어떤 관리하는 것이 미스 킴의 책임이었고 그걸로 인해서 미스 킴이 벌금 처벌을 받았습니까?
I don't have any information about it.
저는 거기에 대해서는 정보가 없습니다.
All right, let's move on. This is about another agency, DCRA, and this is
Sure.
This is hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay. And although this is an administrative hearing and the rules of evidence are not strict, but I'm not going to allow this into evidence. So let's move on.
그러면은 이거는 DCR의 다른 그 분과에서 하는 일이기 때문에 기관에서 하는 일이기 때문에 일단 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 지금까지 나온 여기에 대한 내용은 전문을 언급을 한 거기 때문에 일단 다른 상황으로 넘어가겠습니다.
Great. So, Mr. Adolfo, I wanted to just ask, given that you represent the jurisdiction that embraces holiday liquors, do you agree with their statement that the store whose license is up for renewal is not the problem in the community? It is the citizens?
I disagree. with-
그러면은 제가 선생님 아돌프 씨 제가 질문을 드릴 텐데요. 지금 그 할리데이 리커스 그 할리데이 리커스가 문제가 아니라 시민들이 문제라는 그 주장에 대해서 동의하시나요? 아니요, 동의하지 않습니다.
I disagree with that position.
저는 그 입장에 동의하지 않습니다.
Please elaborate.
설명을 해주세요.
The store has been cited multiple times for selling alcohol to minors, which is a clear violation of the ABRA code.
그 가게 같은 경우에는 미성년자에게 알코올을 판매한다는 그 딱지를 수차례 받았고 이것은 아브라 그 규정을 위반한 것입니다.
One of the reports stated that ID was checked, identifying the person as a minor, and the sale still proceeded.
그리고 한 보고 같은 경우에는 그 아이디 체크를 했는데 그 아이디의 주인이 미성년자인 게 밝혀졌음에도 불구하고 판매가 이루어졌다고 되어 있습니다.
I'm very confident that the owners of the store know that it is wrong to sell alcohol to minors and still proceeded to do such.
제가 강하게 믿는 바는 가게 주인이 틀린 잘못된 행동이라는 것을 알고 있었음에도 불구하고 판매를 진행을 했다는 것입니다.
This compromises the safety of our children.
그리고 이런 행동은 저희 아이들의 안전에 안 좋은 영향을 미칩니다.
Additionally, students at KIPP Somerset have cigarettes and adult beverages that are found in their lockers.
추가로 말씀드리면은 서머셋이나 킷 DC 그 학교의 학생들 그 라커에 보면은 담배라든가 그리고 성인들 음료가 있습니다.
And so therefore that this is a very huge problem in our community.
따라서 이것은 저희 커뮤니티에서 아주 큰 문제입니다.
There are residents in the community that do not feel safe when commuting to and from near that store.
많은 지금 거주자 일부와 그리고 그 커뮤니티에서 가게가 있는 쪽으로 통근을 하는 것에 대해서 안전하다고 느끼지 않고 있습니다.
That site is used as, the adjacent market is used as a place for UPS drop-offs, but residents have said to me that they do not use it as a place to pick up UPS packages because of the potential for great violence to happen.
그래서 이제 그 가게 옆부분이 UPS 드롭오프 그 장소로 사실은 쓰이고 있는데 그 거주자들이 말을 하기를 그쪽을 이용하지 않는데 그 이유는 거기서 어떤 난폭한 일이 많이 벌어지기 때문입니다.
Mr. Adolfo, having seen the list of roughly 50 offenses that have been committed on the property specific to holiday liquors that was provided by the MPD, is it your view or your opinion that peace and order is negatively affected by the liquor store in particular, that there's a nexus to the liquor store.
그러면은 선생님께서 아도프 씨 선생님께서 그 MPD가 보고한 것에 따르면은 할리데이 리커스에 직접 관련된 관련된 할리데이 리커스의 부지에서 50여 개의 위반 행위가 벌어진 걸 알고 있는 상태에서 선생님 생각에서는 그 할리데이 리커스가 이 커뮤니티의 안전과 평화에 안 좋은 영향을 끼친다고 생각하십니까?
Yes, that is correct. There are
네,
numerous
맞습니다.
incidents that happen there frequently, and residents complain and say to me, "What are you going to do about it?" And this is what we
예,
do about it.
거기서 수차례 어떤 사건이 일어났고 거주자들이 여기에 대해서 뭐 어떤 조처를 취하지 않을 거냐고 이야기를 많이 했습니다.
Rodolfo, you saw the evidence that is now on the record of the trash. It's next to the dumpster behind the property on the premises. You've read the DCRA complaint. Do you believe that Holiday Liquors, based off of the evidence, has a negative impact on neighboring property values?
Yes.
그러면은 아도프 씨, 스네이께서 그 건물의 뒤에 있는 쓰레기 투척 같은 그런 증거를 보시고 그리고 DCRA 민원도 보신 상태에서 선생님께서는 할리데이 리커스가 그 프로퍼티 밸류에 안 좋은 영향을 끼친다고 생각하십니까? 그렇습니다.
Based off of the same exhibits that are now in evidence, do you have any reason to believe that the store has adopted reasonable measures to control the litter problem?
그러면은 지금 이거는 똑같은 그 증거물에 포함이 되어 있는데요. 선생님께서는 이 문제를 적절하게 해결하기 위해서 그 가게가 어떤 적절한 조처를 취했다고 선생님은 생각하십니까?
No, I do not believe that they've taken the necessary measures to correct such actions, mainly because they've only done it within the last couple of weeks because this hearing was approaching, and they've repeatedly violated the settlement agreement over the last few years. So they had no intent on being good neighbors.
아니요, 저는 그렇게 생각하지 않습니다. 그 가게에서는 이 행동을 시정하기 위해서 필요한 조처를 취하지 않았습니다. 이분들이 취한 행위는 지난 몇 주 동안에 있었는데요. 그 이유는 이 심리가 가까웠기 때문이고요. 여기서 주된 문제가 되는 것은 지난 몇 년 동안에 합의서 조항을 어겨왔다는 것입니다. 그렇기 때문에 이분들은 그것에 따를 어떤 의사가 없었습니다.
Mr. Adolfo, you mentioned that you think that this was kind of a spruce up the place effort taken in response to the protest when it was filed. Is that correct?
지금 아도프 씨께서는 지금 이게 프로테스트가 있었던 것에 대해서 좀 이렇게 외면적으로 이렇게 좀 이렇게 정화하고자 하는 그런 노력이라고 생각하는 거 맞습니까?
Yes, that is correct.
예, 맞습니다.
And can I show you one of the applicant's exhibits, the pictures of the outdoor area real briefly?
그러면은 신청인의 증거물 가게 앞쪽을 좀 보여드리겠습니다.
Can you tell me what's in between those trash cans?
그러면은 이 쓰레기통 두 개 사이에 뭐가 있는지 말씀해 주시겠어요?
Looks like a broom and
지금
a dustpan.
보니까 빗자루 같은 게 있는 것 같습니다.
Do you think they didn't even bother to move the broom and dustpan after they cleaned up for these photos?
그러면은 이 사진을 찍고 나서 이분들이 지금 빗자루하고 그리고 쓰레받기 같은 것도 치울 생각이 없었던 것 같죠?
No, sir.
없었던 것 같습니다.
My second and last question, I promise. So has the applicant put on any evidence whatsoever that their liquor license positively affects property values or even doesn't negatively affect property values in the surrounding areas as is required under the appropriateness standard?
예, 그러면은 제가 이제 이게 마지막 질문이라는 것을 일단 약속을 드리고 질문 던지겠습니다. 그렇다면은 그 신청인께서 지금 그 리커 스토어가 어떤 긍정적 프로퍼티 밸류에 긍정적인 영향을 준다는 것 아니면은 최소한 부정적인 영향을 주지 않는다는 증거를 제시한 적이 있나요? 왜냐하면은 그런 증거를 제시하는 것이 어떤 적정성 기준을 만족시키는 것이기 때문입니다.
Honestly, it has not. Some of the residents in the community know that I have taken it upon myself personally to conduct cleanups in the area to include holiday liquor area. And so there has been nothing shown to me that would say otherwise. One of the witnesses from the from the applicant said that they're only here to testify against me. So that, to me, this just does not show me where that there's really an argument here.
아니요, 그렇게 생각하지 않습니다. 그리고 일부 거주자들께서는 제가 그 할리데이 리커스를 포함해가지고 그 주변을 제가 맡아서 청소를 한 것까지 알고 있습니다. 그래서 저는 아까 선생님이 말씀하신 그 다른 방식 그런 것이 아니라는 것을 그 가게에서 보여주지 않았다고 생각합니다. 그리고 그 신청인의 증인 중에 한 명은 단순히 저에 대해서 반대하기 위해서 증언을 했기 때문에 저는 어떤 것도 이렇게 제시가 제대로 되었다고 생각하지 않습니다.
My last question, Mr. Adolfo, aside from the requisite showing of substantial evidence, do you have anything you want to add for consideration by the board that you have gleaned through your capacity as ANC for this district, for this region?
그러면은 이제 마지막 질문인데요. 선생님께서는 이 기록이 보여주는 그 증거 외에 위원회에서 지금 고려하기를 바라는 어떤 추가할 내용이 있습니까?
I would like to say that in the mayor's health equity report, she states that communities that have high concentrations of poverty, low economic development, high alcohol density are more prone to violence.
제가 이야기하고 싶은 것은 그 이제 시장께서 그 균등함을 주제로 말씀을 하셨을 때 가난한 사람들이 많고 또한 그 알코올을 파는 그 가게가 더 많을수록 그 지역이 폭력적이 되기 쉽다고 했습니다.
A store that would sell mind-altering substances to young impressionable minds repeatedly. We know that they've been caught 3 times. We don't know how many times they've done it without being caught. Upholds what the mayor's health equity report states.
예, 그리고 미성가 이렇게 뭔가를 쉽게 어떤 것이 쉽게 영향을 받을 수 있는 어린 아이들인 미성년자에게 술을 반복해서 지난 3년간 팔았던 것이 3번 발각이 되었는데요. 그런데 그 발각이 안 된 상태에서 얼마나 많이 그렇게 판매를 했는지는 그 누구도 모릅니다. 그런 이유로 그 시장께서 말씀하신 바와 일치를 한다고 생각합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Adolfo. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It looked like you
Oh,
were
no, I
going to say
wasn't
something else.
And that being that this store does sell alcohol to minors, we cannot dismiss that a 15-year-old was killed within the licensing period, and we can't tell if this was alcohol related or not because the store has a documented history of selling alcohol to minors repeatedly, even knowing that this is against the law.
Thank you,
잠깐만 기다려주세요. Mr. Adolfo, my apologies. Could you repeat? I think I heard most of it, but
Yes, ma'am. I was saying that the mayor's position in the health equity report was upheld because we see that a 15-year-old was killed, which is worst case scenario, and that we cannot say that alcohol might have not been involved because the store is on the record for selling alcohol to minors repeatedly and still knowing that what they did is against the law but chose to violate the law.
저는 지금 그 시장의 어떤 그 말씀하신 게 확인이 되었다고 생각하는데요. 왜냐하면은 지금 미성년자 15세 미성년자가 죽음을 당했는데요. 이것은 저희가 생각했을 때 가장 최악의 어떤 상황인데 이런 상황이 알코올과 무관하다고 이야기를 하기가 굉장히 곤란합니다. 왜냐하면은 지금 이 가게 같은 경우에는 반복해서 미성년자에게 술을 판매를 해왔고요. 그리고 그 미성년자라는 것을 뻔히 알고 있으면서 그렇게 했기 때문입니다.
And finally, I would just like to say that it is my recommendation to ABRA that a business that has no regard for the law or for the health and safety of our children be allowed to continue to operate in close proximity to children.
그리고 마지막으로 제가 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 아브라에게 제가 이제 권장을 하고 싶은 것은 법이나 안전에 대해서 전혀 법이나 안전을 무시하는 가게 같은 경우에는 아이들이 자주 다니는 곳 근처에서는 영업을 해서는 안 되게 해야 한다는 것입니다.
Thank you, Mr. Adolfo. That's all I have. I'll turn you over to Mr. Lee, who's been patiently waiting.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Lee?
Yes, I got several questions, and thanks for coming to testify, Commissioner Adolfo.
예, 제가 몇 가지 질문이 있는데요. 일단은 증언을 하기 위해서 참석해 주신 데 감사드립니다.
How long have you been in this area?
선생님께서는 이 지역에 얼마나 오랫동안 계셨습니까?
12 years.
12년요.
And lastly, you mentioned about your sale to minor violation of this business. And do you think they made a mistake or they intentionally sell to minor?
그러면은 지금 아까 선생님께서 그 미성년자에게 술을 판매한 어떤 그런 위반 사항에 대해서 언급을 하셨는데요. 선생님 생각에는 그 판매가 실수로 이루어졌다고 생각합니까? 아니면은 고의로 이루어졌다고 생각합니까?
I think that the store sold alcohol to minors has been documented.
제 생각에 그 가게가 미성년자에게 술을 판매한 것이 그러니까 문건으로 기록이 되었다고 생각합니다.
I saw the investigative report. Go ahead.
I think that
제가 그 조사 보고서를 보았습니다.
per the incident in January of 2020, the person checked the ID, saw that it was a minor, and still made the sale. So based upon that documentation done by ABRA, the intent was to sell to a minor.
예, 그 2020년 1월 달 같은 경우 사건 같은 경우에는 지금 기록이 된 것이 마이너 아이들 체크했을 때 미성년자이라는 게 밝혀졌지만 여전히 판매를 했습니다.
Do you know that a lot of places they sell to minor even they check the ID in DC?
그러면은 그 DC에서 여러 곳에서 아이디를 체크해가지고 마이너라는 것을, 그러니까 미성년자라는 걸 알면서도 판매를 한다는 것을 알고 있습니까?
We're here to talk about holiday liquor, so I don't know what other stores do. I can only focus on holiday liquor, sir.
예, 저희가 오늘 여기 모인 것은 할리데이 리커스에 대해서 이야기를 하기 위해서 모였기 때문에 저는 다른 곳에 대해서는 모릅니다. 저는 할리데이 리커스에 대해서만 이야기하겠습니다.
But as my grandmother would say, two wrongs don't make it right.
그런데 저희 할머니가 말씀하신 것처럼 잘못된 일을 두 개를 했다고 해가지고 그게 이렇게 정정이 되는 것은 아닙니다.
So you have a concern about the student and self-minor violation and the safety issue. Have you contact the owner to discuss these issues?
그러면 선생님께서는 그 학생들의 그 안전에 대해서 우려를 제기를 하셨는데요. 선생님께서는 그렇다면은 이런 사안에 대해서 이야기를 나누기 위해서 이 가게의 주인에게 연락을 취하신 적이 있습니까?
I did what I was required to do by ABRA, and that was file a protest against the establishment.
저는 아보라가 내린 지시에 따라서 행동을 했는데 그 지시라는 것은 프로테스트를 접수를 하는 거였습니다.
We did allow for the store's owner to come before the ANC.
저희가 그 주인에게 ANC에 오는 것을 허락을 했습니다.
We did allow for the store owner to come before the ANC and to discuss with the community what they thought was in the best interest of the community from their position.
저희는 가게 주인이 커뮤니티와 이야기를 나눌 수 있도록 ANC에 올 것을 허락을 했고 그것이 그 사람들에게 가장 최선의 이익이라고 생각을 했습니다.
You just previously mentioned about they just violate the settlement agreement, and that once did you find any settlement agreement breach or any sale to minor issues? When you observe that, did you file to the ABC board or file a complaint about it that the board investigated?
선생님께서는 아까 그 가게가 합의서 조항을 어겼다고 그랬는데 그 경우에 ABC 보드에 조사를 할 수 있도록 민원을 제기를 하신 적이 있습니까?
Yes, we filed a protest and I sent the letter to Mr. Anderson, and that's why we're here today. And we
예,
signed wrong.
제가 말씀을 드린 것처럼 저희가 프로테스트를 저희가 신청했고요. 그래서 오늘 이 심리가 열리게 된 것입니다.
Okay, and then you just talked about the Dr. Lee's letter, and it's about the Safe Passage program.
예, 그리고 선생님께서 그 닥터 리드 씨가 쓴 편지에 대해서 언급을 하셨는데 그것은 어떤 세이프 패시지 프로그램에 관한 것인데요.
It says that the holiday liquor is located directly across the street from the elementary school and 1 block away from the high school. Is it correct?
지금 거기에 보면은 그 편지에 할리데이 리커스가 엘리멘터리 스쿨 바로 건너편에 있고 그리고 하이스쿨에서는 한 블록이 떨어져 있다고 진술이 되어 있는데 맞습니까?
Yes, holiday liquor is located directly across the street from Eagle Academy, and it is on the opposite ends of the block of the KIPP school.
예, 할리데이 리커스가 그 이글 아카데미 바로 건너편에 있고요. 그리고 그 킷 스쿨의 반대편 끝에 있습니다.
Okay, and have you ever suggested or Dr. Lee or you contact the owner, explain about what is a safe passage program? Because the owner didn't know anything about this program.
그러면은 지금 선생님이나 그 닥터 리께서 지금 그 세이프 패시지에 대해서 오너에게 연락을 취한 적이 있습니까? 왜냐하면 지금 그 오너께서는 이거에 대해서 전혀 모르고 계셨습니다.
Personally, I have not contacted the owner of the establishment. However, the government of the District of Columbia reaches out to the stores in the community to ask them to be part of the Safe Passages program. And what that would mean is if an incident is to happen, that a child can go into that store for safe cover.
예. 지금 제가 직접적으로 그 오은행한테 연락을 한 적은 없고요. 하지만은 그 DC 정부에서 DC 정부에서 세이프 패시지의 프로그램의 일부에 참가를 할 수 있도록 연락을 취하게 되어 있습니다. 그래서 무슨 사고가 일어나면은 아이가 그 안전하게 있을 수 있는 곳으로 들어가게 할 수 있도록요.
But that store could not be used because it habitually sells alcohol to minors, even after it checks the ID to know that this person is a minor.
예, 하지만은 이 가게 같은 경우에는 그 안전한 곳으로 사용될 수가 없는데, 왜냐하면은 눈에 보이게 알코올을 판매를 하고요. 그리고 그 아이디를 체크를 했을 때 미성년자를 알고도 판매를 하기 때문입니다.
And knowing that it is illegal to sell alcohol to minors and it shows no regard for that.
그리고 미성년자에게 알코올을 파는 것이 불법인 줄을 알고 있으면서 판다는 것은 법을 무시한다는 말입니다.
So therefore it is rendered unsafe for children to pass.
그래서 결론적으로 그 가게가 아이들이 지나가기에 안전하지 않은 곳으로 간주됩니다.
And within walking distance of the school is Ballou High School, Simon Elementary School, Hart Middle School, Southeast Tennyson Learning Center, Eagle Academy, and KIPP, Somerset.
그리고 그 가게에서 걸어 다닐 수 있는 그 위치에 블루 하이스쿨이 있고요. 사이먼 스쿨이 있고, 그리고 하트 미들 스쿨이 있고, 그리고 사우스 이스트 러닝 센터가 있고, 이글 아카데미가 있고, 키드 서머셋 스쿨이 있습니다.
And Martin Luther King Elementary School and Rehoboth Daycare.
그리고 마틴 루트 킹 스쿨도 거기에 있습니다.
Not to mention the families that homeschool in the area.
그리고 그 집에서 홈스쿨을 하는 가족들도 당연히 그 주위에 살고 있기도 하고요.
Do you know that it's under the ABC law and we just consider within 400 feet radius in terms of the school?
I apologize, I couldn't hear you, sir.
Yeah. Do you know that the ABC under the ABC law, and we only concern about the consider 400 feet radius? That's by the law.
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah.
그러면 귀하께서는 그 ABC 법에 따르면은 400피트 반경을 그 기준으로 한다는 것을 알고 계십니까? 네, 알고 있습니다.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about the law itself, but have you talked about the student safety to the owner? And you made any suggestion to the owner to how to prevent them to go in?
Chairperson, I'm going to object, asked and answered.
What was the question, Mr. Lee? Let's move on. What was the question? What was it? There was an objection.
Yeah, just like I make one question. Have you ever suggested contact to the owner to suggest any solution or suggestion to protect the school kids to go in?
그러면은 선생님께서 제가 법 자체에 대해서 이야기를 하고 싶은 것은 아니지만은 선생님께서 한 번이라도 그 오너에게 연락을 해가지고 아이들을 보호하기 위해서 어떤 해결책이 있는지 혹은 어떤 제안을 하려고 한 적이 있습니까?
I think this is asked and answered. He already said he hasn't talked to the store owner.
Let's move on, Mr. Lee.
Okay. I have two questions. First one is the Miss Sandra Seeger and Mr. Stephen Slaughter, Mr. Darrell Gaston, that's a former ANC commissioner. They support to the renewal, and then you have an opposite position. How could you explain some of former commissioner support that? What's your opinion about it?
It's speculation.
Overruled. Answer the question. Let's move on, please.
예, 그러면은 제가 두 가지 질문이 더 있는데 첫 번째 것은 저희가 그 산드라 세가시와 스티븐 슬로시, 게스턴 씨, 그러니까 이 분들이 네 분의 그 former 커미션, 그러니까 이전 커미셔너로서 이 리뉴얼에 찬성을 하시는 분인데 선생님께서는 반대를 하십니다. 그러면은 이 이전 그 커미셔너 분들은 찬성하시는데 선생님이 그렇지 않은 거에 대해서 말씀하실 게 있습니까?
Yes, I think that the letter is honestly quite confusing because Trayvon Hawkins, who is a current commissioner, voted to protest the hearing, to protest the renewal, and then signs the letter. And then Carmen McCall says she's only signing it to go against me. So I can't understand why the letter is even relevant at this point in time.
예. 솔직히 말해서 그 편지가 좀 약간 혼란스럽습니다. 왜냐하면은 홉킨스 씨께서는 현재 커미셔너이신데 그 리뉴얼에 반대하는 프로테스트에 동의하신 후에 또 그 편지에다가도 서명을 하셨습니다. 그리고 맥콜 씨께서는 저에 대해서 반대하기 위해서 지금 증언을 하셨고요. 그래서 제가 지금 이 시점에는 이 편지가 좀 혼란을 준다고 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다.
Because Trayvon Hawkins is on the official record as part of the protestant team.
왜냐하면 공식인 기록에 의하면은 홉킨스 씨께서는 그 프로테스트를 하시는 분 중에 한 분으로 나와 있습니다.
I just got a message from the Miss Seeger to my phone. She said Trayvon Hawkins did not vote to the support protest. Can you confirm that?
그러면은 지금 방금 제가 전화로 시가스 씨로부터 메시지를 받았는데 트래번 하킨스 씨께서 그 지원하는 거에 사인을 하지 않으셨다고 했는데 그 사실 확인해 주시겠습니까?
Yes, we can confirm we have sent a letter to ABRA stating that the Advisory Neighborhood Commission 8C at a meeting that was duly noticed with the quorum present voted unanimously to protest the renewal of the license.
예. 저희가 그 아브라에 편지를 보냈는데요. 그 내용이 뭐냐면은 저희가 HC 미팅을 가져가지고 모든 사람들이 만장일치를 거쳐가지고 그 리뉴얼을 반대하는 것에 동의를 했습니다.
Okay, it's concerning survey 114 pages, and you search by email or text message. Is it correct?
그러면은 지금 그 114페이지에 이르는 그 서베이에 관한 건데요. 이것을 이메일이나 그 텍스트로 지금 그 선생님께서 이렇게 진행을 하셨습니다. 맞습니까?
We utilized text message, email, phone call, Facebook, Twitter, Nextdoor app, and we canvassed the community.
저희가 사용한 것은 문자 메시지, 이메일, 전화, 페이스북, 트위터, 그리고 그 넥스트도어 앱, 그리고 그 커뮤니티를 직접 이렇게 이렇게 직접 이렇게 걸어 다녔습니다.
And is even on ABC and NBC News that we were protesting holiday liquor as well.
그리고 할리데이 리커스에 대해서 저희가 프로테스트를 한다고 ABC하고 MBC 뉴스에까지 나왔습니다.
Are you aware that the applicant submit the supporter list is assigned by roughly over 250 customer and then 28 memos and letter from the customer to supporting the renewal? Are you aware of that?
잠깐만 기다려 주세요. Mr. Lee, you said at the end 250 over 250 customers and 28, and then what was the 28 for?
28 individual letter or memos.
memos. Okay. 그러면은 그 스님께서 지금 그 이 가게를 그러니까 지원하기 위해서 25명이 넘는 25명이 넘는 사람이 그 사인을 하고, 그리고 28명이 어떤 그 메모를 이렇게 개인적으로 했다는 사실을 선생님께서는 알고 계십니까?
I'm aware of the evidence you submitted, and I'm aware that as Advisory Neighborhood Commission 8C, we represent approximately 14,000 people, which is 1/5 of the entire ward, that states that they would like to protest the renewal of this license.
저는 선생님께서 그 제출하신 증거를 알고 있고요. 그리고 그 AC에서 1,400명이 프로테스트를 하기로 했는데, 이것은 그 5분의 1에 해당하는 숫자입니다.
I'm just talking about what's the difference by email or text message versus people physically come to the store and voluntarily sign on it. We disregard the scribble and the illegible signature. That's kind of normal things. So what do you think, or how can you explain what's the difference, or who represent the community demand?
그러면은 제가 지금 그 질문을 삼고 있는 거는, 지금 이메일하고 문자 메시지의 그 정보하고 지금 실제로 그 가게에 와가지고 자발적으로 이렇게 서명을 한 그 숫자에 있어가지고 왜 일치가 되지 않는가 하는 겁니다. 그래서 지금 물론 저희가 그 사인에서 뭐 읽을 수 없는 부분은 그런 거는 무시를 한다 하더라도, 지금 정확히 누가 지금 그 이 커뮤니티에서 필요한가를 대변해 주는가 하는 것입니다.
I personally have not questioned the validity of what you submitted. But what I can tell you is that during the pandemic, we did the best that we could given the circumstances to keep everybody safe, and that we represent 14,000 people when we vote. And we represented 14,000 people to unanimously vote to protest the renewal of this license. So if we're talking about numbers, 14,000 residents outweigh 250 residents 10 times over.
Yeah.
All right, we're on a we are at the repetitive, redundant portion of the hearing.
Yes, sir.
And add evidence or testimony that's going to help the ABC board make the decision. Whether or not it's 14,000 or 200, that's not relevant at this juncture. So let's move on to relevant questions and testimony that will help the ABC board make a decision, okay?
예, 지금 저희가 지금 미스 아도프 씨께서 그쪽에서 이제 프로테스트 하는 사람이 14,000명이었고, 미스 리께서 말씀하시는 그 250명의 10배가 넘는다고 했는데, 체어맨께서는 그게 큰 관련 사항이 아니기 때문에 지금 이 문제는 일단 접고 좀 더 관련성이 있는 그 문제로 넘어갔으면 합니다.
Just a last question. And are you aware that the previous 3 incidents of the sale to minor violation has fully adjudicated by the board order?
그러면은 지금 이게 제 마지막 질문인데 선생님께서는 지금 그 지난 세 차례의 위반 사항이 그 보드의 위원회에 의해서 완전하게 그 판결이 되어진 것을 알고 판결 절차가 이루어진 것을 알고 계시나요?
I apologize. Can you repeat the first part of the question, please?
다시 말씀해 주세요.
About the previous 3 violations related to sale to minor has been fully adjudicated by the board order. And then the fact that the maker violation, the owner didn't contest.
You said the owner did not contest?
Yeah, did not contest about the fact itself in the report.
예. 그러면은 이게 제 마지막 질문인데 선생님께서는 지난 세 차례에 미성년자에게 판매한 것에 대한 어떤 세 가지 위반 사항이 위원회의 명령에 의해서 완전히 처리가 이루어진 상태이며 또한 선생님께서는 그 사실에 대해서 이전에 이 사업체의 주인이 거기에 대해서 이의를 제기하지 않았다는 사실을 알고 계십니까? 그리고 항의를 제기하지 않았다는 것은 보고서에 나와 있습니다.
And you're asking me, am I aware of this?
Yes.
Yes, I'm aware that the owner did these things, did not contest, and is admitting guilt, and that the incidents may have been adjudicated, but the impact is far-reaching beyond a $3,000 fine or whatever the cost of the fine was.
예, 그래서 선생님께서는 제가 알고 있느냐고 여쭤보시는 겁니까? 네, 알고 있습니다. 그리고 오너가 그 결정에 대해서 이의를 제기하지 않았고, 그리고 그 이의를 제기하지 않았다는 그 사실도 알고 있습니다. 하지만은 지금 이 사건이 가져온 영향은 뭐 3,000불이든지 어떤 그 벌금을 훨씬 넘어서는 그런 영향을 끼쳤습니다.
Yes, I'm aware of that, and I know that the impact could lead to children becoming addicted to alcohol. That is a very significant issue in this community. Yes, I'm very aware.
예. 그리고 제가 알고 있는 것은 그 사건의 영향으로 아이들이 그 알코올 중독자가 되었고, 그래서 굉장히 큰 이 커뮤니티에 큰 영향을 끼쳤다는 것을 알고 있습니다.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 질문 더 이상 없습니다.
Any questions by any board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Chairman of ANC HC, Mr. Adelfo.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Adelfo.
Yes, sir.
You are to be commended. You have been valiant and brave for your community and not rolling over and seeing these young people die and get poisoned and not saying anything or turning a blind eye to it. Thank you for being a champion of the people who elected you.
Thank you, sir.
예, 지금 미스터 쇼트 씨가 말씀하신 것은 ANCAC하고 그리고 커미셔너 아도프 씨 그리고 체어맨께 지금 그 커뮤니티에 아주 용감한 행동을 해주신 것에 대해서 칭찬을 드리고 싶습니다. 왜냐하면은 그 아이들이 이런 중독이 중독이 되는 이런 일에 있어서 그냥 그것을 무시하지를 않고 이런 문제를 제기를 했기 때문입니다.
Under peace, order, and quiet, you as the ANC commissioner and chair of your ANC, how has this establishment complied with or not complied with peace, order, and quiet in your ANC?
그러면은 지금 이 가게가 평화, 질서 그리고 조용함을 유지하는 그런 면에서 그런 규정을 어떻게 따랐는지 혹은 따르지 않았는지 답변을 해 주시겠습니까?
By selling alcohol to minors repeatedly, it disrupts the peace and the order in the community.
성년자에게 반복해서 술을 파모를 해서 이 커뮤니티의 안녕과 질서를 파괴했습니다.
In addition to the numerous incidents that have been displayed by MPD, it disrupts the peace and order and quiet in the community.
그리고 그 MPD가 보고한 수많은 사건 외에도 지금 이 가게는 그 커뮤니티의 안녕과 질서와 어떤 조용함을 해치고 있습니다.
Having children die on the premises of the establishment completely disrupts peace, order, and quiet. And this is not the only incident that has happened here. This is just the most popular incident because it was a 15-year-old.
아이가 그 가게 앞에서 죽는 사건은 그 안녕과 이 커뮤니티의 안녕과 질서와 조용함을 완전히 파괴하는 행위인데 지금 이것이 첫 번째 그런 일이 일어난 것이 아니라 다만 사람들의 관심을 가장 많이 받은 사건일 뿐입니다.
Commissioner Adelfo, you mentioned and invoked the mayor's health equity report. And you also elaborated by saying what she is trying to prevent by introducing the health equity report or bringing it out to the public is that people could get shot and killed, people could be in danger, people will be afraid to walk down the street, people aren't safe in their own homes. And I'd like for you to elaborate again on the mayor's health equity report as it relates to your ANC.
그러면은 그 아까 선생님께서 아돌포 커미셔너께서 시장께서 보건 균등 노력에 대해서 이제 언급을 하셨는데요. 그렇다면은 사람들이 길에서 총에 맞아 죽고 그리고 위험에 처할 수 있고 집에서도 위험할 수 있는 그런 문제에 관한 것인데 그렇다면은 시장이 이야기한 이 점을 ANC와 관련 지어 가지고 조금 더 말씀을 해 주실 수 있겠습니까?
Within our ANC, there are 7 ABC establishments.
저희 ANC 이내에 ABC 관련 가게가 7군데가 있는데요.
There are 5 schools.
5개 학교가 있고요.
There are no banks, no grocery stores.
그렇지만은 은행도 없고 grocery store도 없습니다.
In the mayor's health equity report, she states that communities that have high concentrations of poverty and low economic development with high alcohol density are more prone to violence.
그래서 시장이 이제 보건 균등 노력 보고서에 보면은 그분이 말씀하신 것이 경제적으로 더 낙후될수록 경제적으로 더 낙후되고 더 가난하고 그리고 알코올 술 판매가 더 많을수록 폭력적인 폭력이 더 많을 수 있다고 지적하고 있습니다.
The number of MPD calls for service to that area validates this. And with a 15-year-old dying within the licensee period and 3 people being shot in April on the property, this validates that position.
그래서 그 MPD에 서비스 콜을 받은 게 그것을 확인해 주고요. 그리고 그 라이선스 기간 동안에 15세의 아이가 죽은 거, 그리고 그 4월 달에 3차례의 총기 사건이 있었던 것이 이것을 증명을 해 준다고 생각합니다.
Commissioner, this is my 3rd term as a ABC board member. And this is the 2nd mayor who has sent me back. I applaud the work you're doing as ANC commissioner and the representation that you're giving as an elected official in Ward 8.
Thank you.
One of the reasons why I try as best I can to stand with commissioners as yourself is because of Mayor's Order 94-175 dated July 29th, 1994, details of the requirement of both sections of the Home Rule Act, approved December 24th, 1973, and Section 13 of the Advisory Neighborhood Commission Act, effective March 26, 1976, DC Law 1.58, DC Code 1-261. Again, as I have, my record will reflect, been on this board serving on, this is my 3rd term. And I really believe in the ANCs and what it brought to this city. And as a lifelong resident, I don't want to see it just thrown away and taken for granted. When we have a 15-year-old kid shot and killed, and we saw how the world reacted when George Floyd was killed, we should be making the same noise about our 15-year-old. As a parent, a grandparent, and now a great-grandparent, again, I salute you for the manhood that you're showing, and how dare anyone who thinks a man like you to stand up for the children in our community is not heard and given a reasonable verdict on what your request is. So again, would you state for the record, what is your request, if you can right now, please? What would you like for me to do as a board member?
예, 그러면은 제가 그 ABC 보도위원으로 지금 임기가 3번째인데요. 그리고 제가 그 ABC 위원으로서 지금 2번째 그 시장을 접하고 있는데요. 지금 선생님께서 그 선출된 그 관료로서 워드 8에서 하시는 일에 대해서 칭찬을 해드리고 싶고요. 그리고 선생님 같은 어떤 커미션을 제가 잘 이해하려고 하는 것은 그 1994년 7월에 그 시장이 발표한 것과 그리고 섹션 13 아래 그 워드 8의 워드 8에 관한 그 어떤 조항과 그리고 DC 코드 1-2-61에 관한 것을 저희가 그 맥락으로 했을 때입니다. 그리고 제 기록에 따르면은 제가 3번째로 ANC의 임기를 맡고 있는데 제가 그 ANC 멤버로 있는 한은 저희가 지금까지 해온 어떤 도시에서 지금까지 해온 노력을 간과할 수 없다는 것입니다. 그리고 저희가 조지 플로이드에 대해서 보인 어떤 반응을 보았을 때 저희가 15세 소년의 어떤 이 사건에 대해서도 비슷한 반응을 보여야 된다고 생각을 하고요. 그리고 제 자신이 어떤 그 할아버지며 또 조 할아버지로서 저희는 그 아이들을 보호하기 위해서 어떤 적절한 조처가 이루어져야 된다고 생각합니다. 그래서 제가 선생님한테 여쭤보고 싶은 것은 저희 위원회에서 어떤 일을 해야 된다고 지금 제안하시고 싶은 바가 있습니까?
My recommendation is that the license not be renewed.
제 요청은 이 라이센스가 다시 갱신을 시켜주지 말라는 것입니다.
I may be wrong, but I thought I heard, and I hope I heard it wrong, a board member today say he has already made up his mind. I hope that's not true because.
So what did you say, Mr. Short?
Excuse me?
I didn't hear what you said. Repeat what you said, sir. I'm sorry.
I said, I hope that I'm wrong, and I hope I didn't hear what I thought I heard today. When questioned by, when other board member was giving questions today and made a comment that he would be voting in favor of renewing this. I'm not going to make that decision right now.
Hold on, Mr. Short. Hold on, Mr. Short. No board member has expressed any position today on the record or off the record about the decision. The board, no member of the board has discussed this case. We have not discussed this case in executive session, and we have not discussed this case on the record today. And I want to assure the public that the board has an open mind. We sit here, we are listening to the testimony. At the end of the presentation, the board will go into executive session and we will make a decision. But I just want to make sure the record is clear that no board member has discussed this decision, at least not in my presence, that no board, and although we're doing this virtually, no board member has said anything to me today or yesterday or any day how they will be voting on this matter. And the reason why I'm making a statement, remember, we're at a public hearing and I need to protect the integrity of the ABC board. All right.
Mr. Chair, if I could say again, I thought I heard, and I made this very plain, I thought I heard Mr. Gravis say when he was while he was questioning and then making comments that he would be voting in favor of this license. And so if that's wrong, Mr. Chair, I hope when we get all of the information back that maybe you will give me an apology because I thought I heard Mr. Gravis say what he said.
Well, but I think all I'm saying, Mr. Short, this is not the appropriate time for us to have this conversation.
I understand that, Mr. Chair, but you did not say anything, Mr. Gravis, and I thought maybe I should also let the public know that I heard what he said, and I'd like to go on with my question, if I could, Mr. Chair. I have not made up my mind. I have not made up my mind.
Mr. Short, please, sir. Please, Mr. Short. As the chairman of the board, one of the things that I have to ensure is the integrity of this process. I have to ensure the public that when members of the public come here today to testify, that they need to be assured that each and every ABC board member has an open mind, that they will listen intently, because there have been people, this hearing started at 2:00 today, and there have been some witnesses who have been here since 2:00 today. I want to assure the public that for them being on this hearing since 2:00 today and participating in this process, that each and every board member will listen intently to what's being stated. Once the record is closed, we will go into executive session. We will discuss what we have heard today, and we will make a decision based on what we have heard today. So it's not my job. I'm not trying to say anything about you, Mr. Short, or say anything up to Mr. Grandis. All I'm trying to do is to ensure that the public knows that as chairman of the board, I am going to make sure that all board members, that they keep an open mind, and that my mind is open, and that when we go into executive session to vote today, I will go into executive session with an open mind. That's all I'm trying to do, Mr. Short, is to ensure that the public has confidence in the decisions that we are making, and for the public to know that they're not wasting their time because the ABC board has already made up its mind about how it's going to vote at the end of the day. That is all I'm doing, sir. You can go ahead and ask whatever questions you want to ask, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the interpreter is going to interpret now. Okay, so
It's not necessary for you to interpret. This does not. If you want to summarize it, you can, but you don't need to interpret it because this is just more internal and it doesn't impact the applicant. But you can summarize briefly what was said.
Yes, I'll go ahead and then briefly summarize what has been said. 지금 미스 쇼트 씨께서 지금 그 아까 미스터 그랜드스 씨가 그 리커 그 라이선스 리뉴얼하는 거 찬성하시는 거로 들었다고 이렇게 이제 잘못 들었기를 바라시면서 지금 그렇게 말씀을 하시니까 그러니까 지금 이제 그 체어맨께서 정정을 하셨습니다. 그러니까 그런 일은 절대로 아무도 그런 말 하지 않았고 본인도 지금 다른 그 위원과 마찬가지로 지금 마음을 열어두고 지금 일단은 증언을 다 듣고 나서 그리고 나중에 이그제큐티브 세션에서 숙고를 한 다음에 결정을 하겠다고 했습니다. 왜냐하면 지금 이게 그 대중이 같이 참여하는 그 공청회이기 때문에 그 이 ABC 그 히어링에 진정성이 있어야 되기 때문에 그렇게 한다고 했습니다.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reiterate, it was nothing that I said. I said again what I said. I thought I heard a board member make that statement. And so with that, I would say, Mr. Chair, thank you for reminding us that we should keep an open mind. I can assure you that my mind is open. I have not made any decisions. I've heard a lot of testimony. Like yourself, I've been here all day, and it's been a long day. And I'd just like to reiterate, if I could, for the record, that pretty much the ANCs should have great weight. And that's what the Home Rule Act stated. And that's the point I wanted to hammer home. Most of the decisions I've made in my 3 terms, now serving my 3rd term, have been based on the Home Rule Act and what's best for the citizens of this city, along with the businesses of the city, because I think that they need to coexist. But when one has gone over the edge, then we need to, as best we can, use every rule and every means we have possible to bring justice to our communities. And again, I would simply say we had a 15-year-old shot. And to me, that's a big deal. That's a very big deal. Again, I have male members in my family. And I'd like to say anybody with a family in heart should think very deeply. And I hope that the family of that 15-year-old has been consoled. With that, Mr. Chair, I think I had enough to say. I had one more question, but I'll leave that out. I think I've said enough. Thank you very much. And I look forward to deliberating this with you and other board members as soon as this hearing is finished.
Thank you, Mr. Short. And my job as chair is just to clarify the record. This ABC board has been one of the better agencies in DC when it comes to giving great weight to the decisions of an ANC. Every decision that's written by the board clearly goes through the factor. We consider the position of the ANCs, and the board makes a decision based on our position and what it is that was testified to by the ANC. Great weight means that we need to consider opinion and by the ANC. Great weight does not mean that we adopt the decision of the ANC. All that great weight means is that the board considers it, addresses their position in our decision, and we have done that, and we consistently do that in all our decisions. Anyway, are there any other questions by any other board members? Hearing none, Mr. Lee, do you have any redirect questions of Mr. Adolfo based on the questions that were asked by the board members?
I don't have one.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Conrad, do you have any redirect questions of Mr. Adolfo based on the questions that was asked by the board?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad. Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Conrad?
We subpoenaed 3, but they no-showed, so I think it's time to call it a day.
Well, I need to clarify the record, Mr. Conrad. Miss or Miss Supak was on that person was here today.
Yep.
I do not know what time the person fell off the line, but I just want the record to reflect that one of the 3 witnesses that you had asked us to subpoena, that person appeared today. I'm not sure if you had spoken to the individual and you had informed them what time they would testify. However, they were on the record and the transcript will reflect that they identified themselves earlier today. I know that there are 2 other witnesses that were subpoenaed. The board issued the subpoena, although it's my understanding that this is my understanding, Mr. Conrad, Mr. Sack, if you want to call him as a witness, he is on the line, sir. And you're making statements to say someone is not here without calling the witness to see if the witness is here. But I was just informed that Miss or Miss Sack is on the line. So if you wish to call them, you can call that person, sir. And you need to apologize to this witness that you have subpoenaed, who has been on this line this entire day today, sir.
예, 그러면은 오늘 그 미즈 수백 씨께서 사실은 그 기록을 보면은 참석을 하셨습니다. 그런데 언제 시점에 지금 전화가 아니면은 그 연결이 끊겼는지는 모르겠지만은 연결이 끊겼습니다. 그래서 지금 선생님께서 그분하고 이야기를 하셨는지 아니면은 언제 증언을 하게 되실 건지 말씀을 드렸는지 모르겠지만은 그 나중에 그 심리 기록을 보면은 그게 나와 있겠지만은 이분이 일단은 그 기록상을 통해서는 참석을 하셨습니다. 그리고 지금 저희 위원회에서는 그 증인 소환장을 발행을 했는데요. 지금 아까 지금 미스터 혹은 미즈 셋께서 지금 연결이 되어 있는데 선생님께서 만약에 이분을 심리를 하고 싶으시면은 그분을 증인으로 부르시기 바랍니다. 그리고 아까 선생님께서 증인이 더 이상 없다고 하셨는데 만약에 미즈 셋이나 미스터 셋을 부르실 생각이시면 그분에게 사과를 하십시오.
I don't see Mr. Pack on the line, but
if you want to call the witness, sir. Okay, just call the witness. If you want the witness to testify, call your next witness, sir. If not, rest your case.
You said they're on the line.
Do you have another witness?
Mr. Pack, you said he's on the line. Is he on the line or not? I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it.
Do you have another witness to call, sir? Who is your next witness?
Mr. Pack, I'd like to call Mr. Pack. Is he on the line?
Miss Andrews, can you please, Mr. Pack, can you please raise your hand for the record, please? Can you please?
Mr. Pack?
Mr. Pack, your line has been unmuted. You can go ahead and announce yourself. Thank you.
Mr. Pack, 지금 전화 받고 계세요?
Mr. Pack,
yeah.
can you state your name for the record?
그러면은 그 선생님 기록을 위해서 지금 이름하고 그리고 영어 철자를 좀 불러주세요.
Hi, my name is Sun Park, S-U-N, and your last name is P-A-K.
Can you raise your right hand, Mr. Pack?
박 선생님 오른손 좀 들어주시겠어요?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 들었습니다. Yeah.
I have my right hand raised.
I'm sorry?
Okay.
I have my right hand raised.
Do you
I raised it.
I'm sorry. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
선생님께서는 진실을 오직 진실만을 말씀하실 것을 맹세하거나 확약하십니까?
Yes.
Yes.
It's your witness, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm having trouble hearing you. Thank you for being here. I didn't realize you were still available, sir. I appreciate your time. What shifts did you typically work at the store as an employee?
저기 선생님이 지금도 연결이 된 줄은 몰랐습니다. 죄송합니다. 어쨌든 그 질문 드리겠습니다. 선생님께서 그 가게에서 일을 하셨을 때 그 쉬프트, 그러니까 근무 교대 시간이 몇 시부터 몇 시까지였습니까?
I started all 10 to what closing time?
Full day. You need to translate?
This is the Mr. Chairman. The witness is speaking in English. Would you like me to still interpret?
Well, if you need, well, your purpose is to interpret for Mr. Kim. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Kim is the one who needs the owner is the one who needs the interpreter. Mr. Pack, when I asked Mr. Pack earlier, he said he did not need you to interpret for him. So you interpret for Mr. Kim, please. Mr. Kim, are you still there?
Mr. Kim 지금 전화 받고 계세요?
예, 받고 있습니다.
Yes. So I think for Mr. Kim, then even if Mr. Pack speaks testifies in English, I will still go ahead and interpret.
For Mr. Kim, so Mr. Kim will understand what Mr. Pack is saying.
Yeah. Yes, I will do that. So the interpreter is going to interpret what Mr. Pack had just said as a reply. 저는 10시부터 영업 종료 시간까지 주로 일을 했습니다.
Did you ever sell liquor to underage children as an employee of Holiday Liquors?
그러면 할리데이 리커스에서 직원으로 일을 하셨을 때 미성년자에게 술을 판매를 하신 적이 있습니까?
I usually don't, but the one that I got caught, it was just a mistake. I usually check my ID, and that's what usually my owner told me to do. Check the ID million times every day, and but unfortunately, that day I was so tired, and somehow I just made a mistake. I did not check the ID, and here, things can happen,
Yeah. 지금 네, 그러니까 보통은 그렇게 하지 않는데 그날 그렇게 발각이 된 경우에는 실수였습니다. 그러니까 저희 주인께서 아이디 체크를 하라고 이렇게 이야기를 항상 매일 반복해서 하는데 그날은 제가 너무너무 피곤해가지고 아이디 체크를 하지 않았는데 그것은 저의 실수였습니다.
Thank you, Mr. Pack. And so you're saying that the time that you were caught was the only time that you ever failed to check ID as an employee?
그러면 지금 선생님께서 말씀하시는 게 그때가 유일하게 선생님께서 미성년자에게 술을 판매한 때라는 말씀이신가요?
그렇죠. 예.
Yes.
Okay. And how many years of experience as a clerk working at a ABC related establishment did you have before you started as a Holiday Liquors employee?
그러면은 선생님께서 할리데이 리커스에서 직원으로 일하기 전에 ABC 어떤 그 허가를 받는 그 가게에서 클럭으로 이제 근무를 하신 게 한 몇 년 정도 되세요?
I would say it's over 25 years to 30 years.
제 생각에 한 25에서 30년이 넘었다고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
So you sold liquor for 25 or 30 years before you started at Holiday Liquors, is that correct?
그러면 지금 선생님께서 말씀하시는 게 할리데이 리커스에서 판매를 하기 전에 일을 하기 전에 25에서 30년간 술 판매 그 일을 하셨다는 말씀이세요?
네, 그렇습니다. Yes, yes, it is.
correct.
Thank you. And are you familiar with any of the incidents of violence that we earlier discussed, the shootings or the assaults or any of the other issues that the MPD had been called for while you were working there?
스님께서 그 가게에서 일하시는 동안에 저희가 이제 그 오늘 심리에서 아까 전에 이야기했던 그런 것들, 사고들, 그러니까 예를 들면은 뭐 총기 사건이라든가 폭행이라든가 이제 이런 것 때문에 그 경찰이 이렇게 현장에 불려가고 이런 그 어떤 사건에 대해서 잘 알고 계시나요?
As far as I know, I mean, when I was there, I did not have any kind of problems. And I understand that the incident, there was unfortunately, a young boy got a shot at the right in front of the Holiday Mart store. I mean, it was not from the liquor store, but it was the other side. It was at the Holiday Mart, and that day, I believe it was on Sunday, and I was off on that day, but in the same time, I seen the news. It have what happened at the right in front of the Holiday Mart. The young boy got a shot and he got killed. And I saw all the incident. What happened, and I don't know. I mean, what question you wanna ask me? I mean, right now I don't work there anymore, but I don't know. I mean, what is your question?
제가 거기서 일을 했을 때는 사실 문제가 없었습니다. 물론 불행한 사건이 일어났는데 그 사건에서 젊은 아이가 할리데이 마트 그 앞에서 이제 총에 맞아서 죽었는데요. 사실 그 리커 스토어 쪽이 아니라 할리데이 마트 사이드 쪽에서 그 반대편에서 일어났습니다. 제 생각에 그게 일요일이었던 것 같고 그날 저는 일을 하지 않았고요. 그리고 그것을 뉴스로 이렇게 보았고 할리데이 마트에서 이제 어린 아이가 죽는 그 사건이었는데요. 근데 선생님 질문이 뭐였죠? 저도 모르겠습니다. 지금 제가 거기서 일을 하고 있지 않기 때문에 무슨 질문을 하신 거죠?
Let me ask you a more targeted question so it's easier for you. You were working there in 2020, correct?
그러면은 좀 더 이렇게 좁혀가지고 질문하겠습니다. 선생님께서 2020년에서 거기서 일을 하신 거 맞습니까?
Yes, that's correct. I worked there until 2020 May, at the end of the May.
I see. And we see a bunch of incidents reported by the MPD during that time. So you didn't witness any of those incidents. You never witnessed violence directly outside of seeing it on the news on the property, ever.
그러면은 지금 이렇게 증인께서 답변하신 게 맞습니다. 제가 5월 말까지 일을 했으니까 2020년 5월 말까지 일을 했습니다. 그래서 코네드 변호사께서 질문하신 게 그러면 선생님께서 직접 어떤 뉴스에서 본 거 말고 어떤 폭력적인 행위를 직접 보신 게 있습니까? 그러니까 MPD에 보고가 된 사건 중에서?
Yes, I remember just one time. I don't remember when was it, but there was shooting. There was shooting toward to the not in the store or not into the parking lot, but it was told to the sideway, right? Where the store located at. It was told to the Wheeler Road. It was shooting.
예. 그렇습니다. 제가 언젠지는 모르겠지만은 기억을 못 하겠지만 한 번 그런 일이 있었는데 그 총격 사건이 있었는데 가게에 있었던 것도 가게에서 일어난 것도 아니고 파킹lot 일어난 것도 아니고 그 가게가 있는 그 길 윌러 로드의 보도에서 있었습니다.
You never called the police. You never asked anyone to leave that was loitering on the property. You never really interacted with anybody that was on the premises other than point of sale.
그러면은 그 선생님께서 그 판매하는 일 외에 뭐 경찰에 전화를 하거나 배회하는 사람들이 있으면은 거기에서 거기를 떠나달라고 요청한 적은 없습니까?
아니요, 저는 not really, because the people who comes to that store, they they are all decent and the good people, and I don't see any problems with the people coming to store create any kind of problem. I never seen it, and they were all good people, and the neighborhood around that the community in the peoples, they were good, and they all look like they all look like to my brothers, sisters, or nephews, or elderly people. I will call them the pop or mom. I mean, it was just they all to me they were all just like families.
네. 그렇지 않았습니다. 그 가게에 오는 사람들은 사실 대부분이 좋은 사람들이었습니다. 문제가 없었고요. 그 사람들이 뭐 가게에서 문제를 일으키거나 그러지 않았습니다. 제가 그런 것을 본 적이 없습니다. 모두 다 좋은 사람들이었습니다. 그리고 그 커뮤니티나 그 사람들이 다 좋았습니다. 마치 제 남자 형제, 여자 형제, 뭐 조카, 그리고 어른들 같은 경우에는 제가 그분들을 엄마, 아빠 이런 식으로 불렀습니다. 저한테는 모두 그분들이 가족 같았습니다.
Heck, my last question. I hear what you're saying. Consider all to be family, but when we spoke on the phone, I guess it was last week, you said that 80% of the people in our neighborhood are good, but 20% are bad. How do you square those two inconsistent statements?
지금 이게 제 마지막 질문인데 지금 선생님께서 가족까지 느낀다는 것은 알겠는데요. 근데 지난주에 저희가 전화로 통화를 했을 때 선생님께서 말씀하신 게 80%는 좋은 사람이고 그 이제 네이버후드에 있는 사람들이 20%는 안 좋은 사람이라고 그랬는데 그때는 20%가 그렇다고 말씀하셨는데 오늘은 좀 다른 말씀을 하시는 이유가 왜 그런 거죠?
No, I think you misunderstood. I never say the 40%. I'll say 95% of the people that neighborhood was good people. Only 5% of the people that community create the problem. That's what I told.
제 생각에 제 이야기를 아마 오해를 하신 것 같은데 제가 드린 말씀은 그 지역의 95%의 사람들은 좋은 사람들이고 5% 사람들이 문제를 일으킨다고 그렇게 말씀을 드렸습니다.
Thank you, Mr. Pack. I'm not going to press you on that. I think we just have a different recollection of the conversation, but I'm immensely grateful for your time. I understand that you've been with us, and I do really appreciate it. Mr. Lee, who is a representative of the owner, will next talk to you. It's cross-examination, but you're an adverse witness, so it'll be more like direct.
있게 저희가 지금 기억하는 게 다르긴 하지만은 괜찮습니다. 다만 그 선생님이 오늘 시간 내준 것에 대해서 굉장히 고맙게 생각하고요. 이제 지금 그 오너 쪽을 대리하시는 미스 리께서 선생님한테 반대 심리를 할 겁니다.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Questions for this witness, sir?
Okay. Thanks for coming in late night. My name is Kevin Lee. I represent the owner. On the investigative report, it said that you check the ID and then still sell it. How do you explain that?
예, 안녕하십니까. 지금 이렇게 늦은 밤에 이렇게 참석해 주셔서 정말 감사하고요. 제 이름은 케빈 리이고 제가 오너분을 대리를 하는데요. 지금 그 조사 보고서에 보면은 선생님에 대해서 어떻게 진술이 되어 있냐 하면은 아이디를 체크하고 미성년자인 걸 알고도 선생님께서 팔았다라고 되어 있는데 그거를 한번 설명해 보세요.
No. Okay. No. That's outrageous. I swear to God, I never sold anybody to the minor. When I checked it was under 21. I never ever sold it.
저는 아이디